Hello and welcome to day number 2 of game number 2 in this 3-game series at the Mangaung Oval. It's the South African A unofficial test against the Indian A team. They drew in the first game, all to play for on day number 2. This broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. For those of you who weren't with us yesterday, South Africa A won the toss and they decided to bat. Alongside me this morning in commentary, Tsepo Tayela and James King. Good morning, gentlemen.
How's it?
Morning, Dave.
Tsepo, you've got the summary of yesterday's game, or the day's play rather. What did you think about it?
Yeah, it started off not too great for the South Africans, losing their Centurion captain very early for a duck, but it was fantastic bowling from Nagwaswala. And the rest of the batting lineup, the same old story. Many people got starts, many people got into the 30s, but unfortunately not converting at all. George Linder, the pick of the batsman, getting 44 off 63 with some very, very nice strokes. But he that proved to be his demise as well, flashing at a wide one after he had hit a few very nice cover drives. But yeah, that was the same story for most of the batsmen. A lot of wickets were thrown away, but to be fair, the pressure that the Indian bowlers put on the South Africans was absolutely phenomenal. The pick of the bowlers, Ishan Poral, getting 1 for 26. Look at that economy rate. Getting 2 for 26, and the economy of 1.92. So he was economical, he was very disciplined, and he wasn't the only one. The pace attack that the Indians brought in the first day, high energy, high consistency, high discipline, looked fantastic.
James, it wasn't all doom and gloom for the South Africans. There were some shining lights in terms of their batting performances.
Yeah, thanks, Dave. Yes, certainly after the loss of Peter Malan with his first delivery, it was then up to Ervia and Fantona to stabilise the innings. They did it really well. The partnership of 72 for the second wicket, being one of only two 50 partnerships for SAA in that innings. The other 54 between Eshile and Linda further down the batting order. So some good signs for Ervia and Fantona, taking South Africa A into lunch at 64 for 1, but after lunch, that's when the carnage started, and Porel really put the nail in to South Africa with some great line and length bowling and incisive bowling from the India A team.
Tsepo mentioned that it was all India's day with the ball yesterday, but there were a couple of blips, James, that you picked up on.
Yeah, they won't be happy with the fact that they bowled 7 no balls, and the one that really stood out was the one to Eshile, where with only the second delivery that he was facing, that Navdeep Saini cleaned him up beautifully. Most amazing delivery, took out his off stump and cartwheeling. That was like one of those moments where you go from extreme joy, where you see the fast bowler's greatest moment, seeing the stump cartwheeling, to looking behind you and, oh my word, what's happening? The umpire has his arm out for the no ball.
It's like a striker scoring only to see the offside flag raised. It's just really an anticlimax.
That huge moment of deflation when you get to that particular point. So that was a feature. India were very good in the field. Unfortunate for them, two dropped catches which didn't help them, and also causing injury to the two players that did drop those catches. So Prithvi Shaw and captain Priyank Panchal. And we'll talk a bit more about that now. But that particular no ball, very expensive for India A, came at a time when South Africa had just lost their fourth wicket, Duzorzi out, and then Eshile would have followed him very soon after and would have been 92 for 5. He went on to put together partnerships of 34 with Hamza and 54 with Linda, and that enabled South Africa A to get to this 233 for 7 overnight.
Yeah, Tsepo, if we look into day 2, 233 for 7, 85 overs ball, so still a new ball on offer here for the Indians, but South Africa going at 2.7. How much longer can we expect the South Africans to bat? Is there a projected idea of what you would think? There's only 3 wickets in store. We've got Marco Jansen and Luther Sapamla at the wicket. How much more can South Africa add to their overnight total?
Not going to lie to you, David, I think the South Africans won't get past the first session. Speaking of the Indian bowlers, pace attack, very, very, very good. And especially with the new ball, they know how to operate it, they know how to move it, and they have the discipline to get the wickets. And as you said, we're into our bowlers now, we're into the tail now. So the Indians will want to clean up fast. The South Africans will want to get to anything over 270. 250 would be a bit disappointing, 270 would be comfortable, but 300 would be ideal for the South Africans.
James, you spoke about those injuries to Captain Priyank Panchal and Prithvi Shaw. Prithvi Shaw going off very early in the day's play when a catch was dropped at second slip, diving across first slip, and there's some news about his injury.
Yes, so news was that the injury was going to be assessed this morning. A lot of swelling there yesterday late on, and precaution that he was kept off the field. This morning he was warming up, was hitting the ball pretty hard in the warm-up, so we are expecting him to be there and batting. And also Panchal, no news on that front, so again out on the field this morning warming up with the team. We do expect both of them to be available to bat today.
Something else we did notice, James, is that the wicketkeeper Ishan Kishan went off for a bit, and Upendra Yadav kept in his absence. Some troubles with his lower back.
Yeah, he was stretching a lot during the day's play. Went off for a short time, presumed to get some additional treatment. He was well out with the rest of the team this morning, and as we look across to the team now, he has got the gloves on as the teams walk out onto the field to commence day 2.
So your commentary team for the first hour of today's play is Tsepo Tyler and James King. If you want to get a hold of us, make sure you hashtag it SSCricket. Alternatively, you can use the hashtag SAAVINDA. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave, and really a privilege to join you here this morning from the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein. The ground is looking a picture, and beautiful, clear blue skies. We're expecting a hot day today. Looks like a good day for batting, Tsepo.
Oh, yes, indeed. Not a cloud in sight at the moment, so it's going to be a great time to be out in the middle. No cloud at all. All you see are blue skies, so it's going to be hot for the fielding team, but at the same time, no overhead conditions to make the ball move too much.
And it will be yesterday's hero, Ishan Porel, who will be opening the bowling for India from the Willows End. So we're at the Willows End, the far end where the clock tower is the Logan end, and he will be running away from us towards the batter, and man taking first strike this morning will be Marco Jansen on a well played 38. Tsepo, you were impressed with the batting performance from Jansen yesterday. Him and George Linder actually doing well to get South Africa over the 200 mark.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the intent that he showed. Very impressed with how he played his strokes. As you see, the first ball of the day.
That one probably just dying a bit as it gets through. to the keeper Kishan. So for the right arm over the wicket Porel, we have 3 slips, a gully, a man at deep point for that drive from Janssen. We have a man in at mid wicket. Mid wicket. We have man, sort of shortish mid off, wide. A man at wide mid on, man at mid wicket, so 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and a man at fine leg. That is a good delivery, and that's played beautifully down the ground by Marco Janssen, and that is going to be the first boundary of the day for only the second delivery.
A beautiful stroke as well. From Marco Janssen. Also finding the gap on the offside, just beating the fielder there at mid-off. And as you can see, a very, very sweet drive, very well timed from the middle. And maybe just erring on his length there, Porel, just a little bit of a loosen at the beginning of the day. But as you can see, the Indians are keen for some action, a very aggressive field here, so they like to see those drives.
This one's on the pads as it goes down to the fielder at fine leg, and who's that in the deep there, Tsepa? We've got in the deep there we have Saurav Kumar, the slow left arm spinner, who bowled an outstanding spell from the Willows End yesterday, keeping it very, very tight and allowed the fast bowlers to steam in from the Loch Logan end. Sinatemba Eshele will take strike. Sorry, listen to me. Luta Sepamla.
Yes.
I've got Eshele on the brain from yesterday's performance, and it's going to be Luta Sepamla who will be taking strike for the first time this morning. 3 slips, a gully point who's been brought in now from the boundary for Sepamla.
Also the man at deep square leg also brought in.
And not quite got his lines right yet this morning, but it is the first over of the morning, and we know that the bowler did go off, so Porel did go off yesterday. Tsepo was for a while. He only bowled 3 balls of his second spell. Sorry, of his third spell. This is first with the second new ball, and then went off the field. Precautionary measure one feels to make sure that he was fresh to bowl this morning. He's away from us now. That's nicely played by Sepamla. Like the way that he got in behind that one, Sepo.
And that's definitely the line and length that Porel will be looking for. A line and length that will get the batsman playing, get the batsman forward. Ball still just 5 overs old, going into the 6th now, so expecting just a little bit of movement, maybe a little bit of nip off the pitch. So those slips will be in action there. So very, very good to see.
Yeah, interesting to see Devdutt Padikkal is at 3rd slip, so he is on the field. It looks like he's on the field for Prithvi Shaw still, who will be able to bat at his normal opening position.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
Yes, getting Sepamla forward, playing at that. Maybe didn't need to play at that, but if he was just a bit closer, then the edge would be singing.
Yeah, he didn't get very close to that one in the end, but no movement necessarily in offer. And so, we really appreciate your interaction with us. And if you would like to tweet us, you can do so on hashtag #SSCricket. So that's hashtag #SSCricket, as well as on hashtag SAAVINDA. So that's SAA versus India AVINDA, and we look forward to getting those comments during the day. So all set for an interesting day's cricket ahead. A lot will depend, you feel, on how long South Africa can bat this morning.
Indeed. Don't forget that you can also come, if you are in Bloemfontein now, you can come to the Mangaung Oval Just 50 Rand and a proof of vaccination is all you need to get in, as we see the first bowler coming from the Loch Logan end. Saini is going to come in. Man's not hot with his lovely pull over jersey.
And he's bowling to 3 slips a gully, a man deep, a deep point, wideish mid-off, straightish mid-on. We're actually going to move to a wideish mid-on. Man at a square leg on the boundary and a fine leg to Marco Jansen, who has shown his ability to hit the ball pretty hard. And that's why the field is deep set, hoping probably to give him the single if he does hit out. Oh, nice bounce from Nabdu Saini, first up there. So that one fizzing through outside the off stump. He has been the fastest of the 3 Indian quicks.
I know, he's definitely been looking very, very threatening, and we saw that no ball delivery that got Kweshile out or that should have got Kweshile out yesterday, cartwheeling that off stump that rushed him. It got to him very, very quickly. So no, man's quality, man's got pace. So it's good to see.
Running in towards us from the Loch Logan end.
Oh yes.
Yeah, that's the one. That's the right channel to be bowling to Marco Jansen. It's not up to him enough. He's not able to get forward enough to that delivery outside the off stump, and beaten. Really not quite there. It was wide enough to leave, one feels, first thing this morning, but he's not somebody who it seems like is that happy to leave the ball alone.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you, if you were in Marco Jansen's shoes right now, would you be looking to stay in, preserve that wicket, or try to get bats on ball and try to make some runs and be aggressive?
Yeah, it's a good question, as he really went to that with hard hands. I think he's looking to score. He knows with the new ball, only, as you said, only 5 overs old now, into the 7th over we are with the new ball. He has a good view, I'm sure, that there's going to be a ball that's going to have your number on it at some stage. So make the most of it while you can. He's not perhaps expecting to bat long, but he's going to hope to make some runs.
And in terms of being a prospect for the national team, the team without the A, the main squad, we know that the all-rounder slot isn't necessarily nailed on at the moment. Vian Mulder has been doing well, but hasn't convinced with the bat of late. Can do wonders with the ball, but once again the bat lacks. So he does have an opportunity there. Do you think that will be playing on his mind now? Do you think he'll be trying to make big runs here? He's one away from being the top scorer as well. So.
Yeah, he just wants to bat. The only thing in his mind at this particular time is to get this score to that 300 target you were talking about earlier on, Sepa. Wow, that is a delivery which to most batters would have been called a wide, but it is Marco Jansen, a very tall man. If you consider that he's like almost head and shoulders above George Linder's height, one of the tallest cricketers, I'm sure, in the South African scene at the moment, Marco Jansen. And I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl a little bit later, having watched him a little bit on the feed last week. This feed coming from SuperSport on DSTV, now channel 246. And on YouTube. And really great to have you all with us this morning on a beautiful morning here in Bloemfontein, and a lot of energy still in the Indian camp, as we're going to see another over now, the second of the morning from Ishan Porel from the Willows End.
Glad to see that he's back. He looks like he's rearing to go. Just a few looseners in the first over, but is to be expected when you leave early. But the quality that we saw yesterday, his figures of 2 for 31 at the moment, have been the standout performance so far from the bowling side. So keen to see more of that. India A will definitely be keen to get the new ball singing on someone's edge, and Sipamla could be a prime target.
Could well be. I think he is going to want to persist with the line you've just seen in that delivery outside the off stump, and the surprise delivery which the Indians did use to good effect yesterday. What really impressed me yesterday, Tsepo, was the fact that they had managed to just keep it tight, nothing short, very little that was short. What was short was punished. Ball sitting up on this pitch need to be in those channels, and the discipline was outstanding from a channel bowling point of view. And we've spoken a bit about the discipline from a no ball point of view, but the channel bowling was outstanding. As he loses his run up, I'm not quite sure what happened there.
Looks like there was an insect that just flew into
right.
his shirt. Hey, these Christmas beetles at night, it looks like one of those, eh?
They only come out at night, though.
Yeah, so what are these?
I think it was some other
muffies or
local
something?
bug that bothered him there. Trying to help the South African A cause, no doubt.
A local boy here.
Local boy,
An insect
local
streaker.
bug. So it's going to have to do that again from the Willows end. 3 slips waiting. That's a little bit too much on the pads, and Sipamla makes sure that he does get that one away down to the man chasing all the way probably to about 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and Luto Sipamla is off the mark for the morning as he takes those 2 through mid-wicket. 240 for 7 in the 88th over, and Seppo, the batting team here, the SAA will be just these two will be looking at milestones, probably 10 runs at a time, trying to tick that off and say, okay, right, we got to 7, we put 7 on this morning, we're on 240, let's get to 250. Has he feathered that one down the leg side? Umpire Arno Jacobs doesn't think so, and to be honest, I don't think the Indian fielders also thought so either.
No, not at all. But that's some intelligent bowling, getting Sipamla to play the previous delivery that was a bit too close to his legs, and then just teasing him with one that just goes down the leg side.
Yeah, that one, he was just trying to get that bat on ball almost, to just take it down to the leg side. As we watch that one again, just straying down the leg side, but he's not really got across nicely to it, Luto Sipamla, to get it down the leg side. In that channel again, nicely played by Sipamla, and just out into the covers, and what you wouldn't have seen there was Arno Jacobs, standing umpire at this end, signalling to his umpiring partner, Lubalalo, is it? Lubalalo?
Uma, yes.
Yes, Lubalalo Uma at square leg. There's 2 balls left in the over. Scoreboard showing that Peralta 15.1 overs, and that is because he went off halfway through his first over with the second new ball last night. Number 50 on his back. That is a beaut of a delivery. And that is going to get a tail ender playing at it every single time, one feels.
Literally down the corridor of uncertainty, getting the batsman thinking that he could actually play at that shot, get some runs on the board. But just a little bit of movement, a little bit of misjudgment could lead to a thick edge, and 3 hungry slips there, 1 hungry gully as well.
Yeah, 3 slips, a gully, a man at a deepish backward point, an extra cover, a man at mid-on, square leg and fine leg.
There it
That
is!
is a great delivery and an outstanding catch taken in the third slip. By the third slip, that is the substitute fielder Padikal, who has taken that catch, and joy for India A first up this morning.
Yeah, we can
We're
see.
going to see that one again on the replay. Classic fast bowler dismissal with the second new ball. Beautiful line and length, slight movement away from Achille, and an outstanding catch from Padikal in the third slip position. That's exactly what India A would have wanted first up this morning.
Oh, indeed. The movements, the channels, the discipline. Once again, Porel proving why he got top wickets and top figures in yesterday's play. But that sees the back of Sipamla. He got himself 3 runs, and
he did. Yeah, 3, and that gives Porel now his third wicket, 3 for 33 at the end of that over. He's bowled 15.3 overs as South Africa A's number 10, who is Björn Hendricks, is coming out to the crease. And he'll be joining Marco Jansen, who will be reassessing what he is going to be doing at the start of this over. Probably not thinking that the other batters with him are going to be hanging around that long. Björn Hendricks with an average of 9.8 in first class cricket. And he is Lucia Sipamla's numbers then: 3 runs, 14 balls. He was at the wicket for 30 minutes, and it is Björn Hendricks, as we were saying, average of 9.8. He's got a lot of matches under his belt, but only 112 innings in those 96 matches. Has scored 150, but it's going to be his batting partner Jansen facing up to Navdeep Saini.
Lovely stroke.
Yeah. He does have a very nice drive, and he's able to drive on the up very nicely, Marco Jansen, as he goes now to the highest score of the South African innings so far, and that coming from the number 8 batter for the South Africa A team. He's equal highest now on 44.
And we have a tweet here from Voter Pinar. Thank you, Voter. Keep using those hashtags, hashtag #SSCricket or hashtag SAAVINDA. And he says Jansen has a great opportunity here with the bat in the lower order, and South Africa actually need a solid all-rounder in that 8 and 9 role to provide depth. And as we were saying earlier, that is the case. But do you think he's keen to prove himself as that, or just keen to get general runs here and get them as quick as possible, because he is running out of partners here as well?
He is most certainly running out of partners, as Saini's into the new batter, Hendricks, the left-hander, and that is into him. So South Africa literally into him in his midriff with that first delivery. What we have out there are the 2 South African left-arm quicks together. Marco Jansen, it's an interesting question, Voter. Thank you very much for sending that through. There is a debate whether that would be a gap in the South African lineup with Keshav Maharaj, who one would feel has cemented his place as probably the number 8 and is also able to contribute with the bat. The question, I guess, would be whether South Africa would need a number 7 or number 8 that would be able to be a batting all-rounder if one looks at the top order. So it is going to be an interesting situation for the selection panel to see how they work this out ahead of the India series. To the left-handed Hendricks, we have 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, a mid-wicket, so backward square leg, and a man on the boundary at fine leg. And that is into the man at extra cover, and there will be no addition to the scores. Hit crisply by Hendricks. Did not find the gap. 88 overs gone here, 241 for 8. The man gone this morning, Luto Sipamla, edging to substitute fielder Padikal at third slip, an outstanding one-handed catch to make the breakthrough that India A would have been looking for this morning. We'll talk a bit about who else is on the field after this delivery. Once again going through to the extra cover, who is Porel at the extra cover position. So both Krishnappa Gautam and Devdut Padikal on the field, Tsepo, for Prithvi Shaw and Captain Priyank Panchal, who both experienced hand injuries yesterday. So yesterday at some stage with Ishan Kishan off the field, the Indian A team were using 3 substitute fielders at some stage, including a substitute wicketkeeper. So a bit in the wars from an injury point of view, potential, as Saini changes to bowl around the wicket to the left-handed Buren Hendricks.
Ooh.
Oh, that one is just it dropped short, and that is very, very painful. That really hurt Baba Parajit, doing the painful shin dance there for a while, as that one absolutely crashed into his shin, dropped short of the third slip, diving across. Genuine edge from Hendricks.
And I'm just thinking about the proceedings of that last over. First ball, Janssen was on strike, drives it down to middle for single, and left his partner there to face 5 balls. A new batsman facing the new ball, and it was only a matter of time before he got the edge there. So Janssen will have to think about managing the back end of this innings if he wants to be considered a genuine all-round option for the South African side here. It's about managing this half of the innings. If you think of Quinton de Kock, when he used to bat at 7, he always had to manage batting with a whole bunch of different partners and had to harbour the strike, which is what Janssen has to do here. He has to find the right balance between getting runs and harbouring the strike.
And he also has the outstanding Porel, who is just bowled another peach. That is just stunning delivery. Straightening, in fact moving a little bit away from the right-hander as it pitched. So there is still life in this pitch. Janssen and Hendricks, the 2 South African left-arm quicks who are out there batting at the moment, must be thinking that they are going to have a good opportunity on this wicket. It's such a beautiful day here in Bloemfontein. There is a slight breeze coming across the ground. It is going to be hot later on for the players.
Ooh.
Oh, that is another incredible delivery. He is on fire. At first over this morning was a little bit wayward. He was getting his lines and lengths, but this has been, this last 2 overs, incredible.
This is what we wanted to see from Porel. This is the quality that we saw in the first day, and he's just picking up where he left off here. Janssen down the corridor of uncertainty, 2 balls in a row. This man must be shaking. And we have another tweet here from Tim DeLace. Tim, great to hear from you. He says that South Africa already have 2 or 3 possible all-rounders, and that we should leave Marku to become the frontline pace bowler that he can, and maybe just offer a little bit with the bat there, and maybe that's the slot that he fills in, but we'll have to see with the bowling here.
He's trying to get that delivery to perhaps move away from the right-hander, just overthinking it maybe a little bit, the bowler in that instance, or maybe it just slipped slightly. Janssen able to pick up a good 2, not wanting to expose Hendricks, absolutely rightly not wanting to expose Hendricks to Porel, who's been the pick of the India A bowlers over these first 2 days.
Exactly that. That was very good running. They took the first run very quickly, and Janssen also just found a little bit of a gap between fine leg and deep square leg.
as he is in again from the Willows end. Not quite getting the line right at that particular point in time, and it has been a very, very good over so far for them. As we see just having a chat there as he's walking back to his mark. Just line of attack has been excellent this morning from Ishan Porel.
A masterclass display. Even the ones that err onto the pads a little bit straight, I think he's trying to go for maybe even getting a wicket down the leg side there with a little bit of movement that he offers with the ball. But this has been a masterclass bowling display, and I love watching it. Love to watch more of this because it's absolutely fantastic. Look at that.
Another one in that channel of uncertainty, but played far better there by Janssen. He'll have one more opportunity in this over to get the single to hopefully farm the strike. From his point of view, to farm the strike. He's only 4 runs away from what would be a 5th first-class 100. Just getting back to that tweet from Tim Dale-Lace, who is down in Cape Town, and just one feels that Janssen in this A team has been selected for his bowling. His batting has been impressive. What we really want to see is how's he going to do later on, as this just chipped past the bowler, and it's going to be chased down here, and he is going to get 3. That's very good running from Janssen. Keeps the strike at the end of the over. Long chase for Saini down to the boundary here in front of us, and he cuts it off. It just chipped in the air slowly back past the bowler. Janssen doing exactly what he wanted to do, and he moves on to 49. So South Africa A are 246 for 8 after 90 overs. 5 overs have been bowled this morning. South Africa A have moved on by 13 runs with the loss of Luto Sipamla's wicket. Marco Janssen looking for 1 run to get to his 5th first-class century, top score of 87. He will not be eyeing any kind of milestones at the moment. What he will be looking for is to make sure that he's going to be able to bat.
Yeah, the name of the game here for Janssen is just to get South Africa A to a good total. 246 at the moment here. And as we see Lawrence Bailey saying here, if Janssen gets us to 275 plus, that would at least be a decent total to bowl at. And that is exactly right here. Name of the game, just get South Africa to 275 plus. 300 would be ideal, but with 2 wickets in hand, that's quite a big ask. So that a gutsy performance from Janssen would do exactly that. 275 would be the target that he's working to, and as you said earlier, it's about those little milestones. Just getting 10 runs here, then working on the next 10, then working on the next 10.
That's right. He won't even be thinking about personal milestones, which I believe I was talking about centuries. It's actually half centuries. 4 half centuries to Marco Janssen, top score of 87, which, as I say, he will not be even looking at the moment. We're just looking at getting South Africa A to the highest possible score, as that is played down into the gully region and fielded very nicely by Hanuman Vihari, who is patrolling that area. 3 slips, a gully, a man deep on the point boundary man at a sort of between wide, say it's a wideish mid-off, a mid-on, man at deep square on the boundary, and a man at fine leg. Marco Jansen has top scored for this SAA team already with the 49 not out that he does have, signing in for his 4th delivery of the over. Well, that's a great bouncer, well dealt with by Jansen. The technique very good there, Tsepo, in dealing with that bouncer. Any advice if you're looking at this as a youngster in terms of how you're dealing with it? That was a really good example of that. Kept his eye on the ball, watched it all the way, swayed out of the way, and not really bothering him. But really well directed ball from Navdeep Saini.
Jansen has been leaving well as well throughout the day yesterday. Tons of bounces, very, very high bounces that will go for his head. But he's been leaving quite well. He knows where his off stump is. There were a few balls in the corridor of uncertainty, but not looking always to drive and to fling at the loose deliveries.
Once again, that is down to the man at Gully, Vihari, who comfortably takes that one on the bounce. Nice height that it came through to him at, and he has, I think, given over the nominated shiner duties today to Sarab Khan. Sarab Khan there at mid-off to the right-hander who was shining the ball. Now throws that through to Sarab Kumar. Sarab Kumar, who's got the shining duties. Thinking of Khan, who is actually out there at square leg to Jansen. Saini with the last ball of his over. Jansen looking for a single and to keep the strike. He's not going to get a single of that delivery. Punched in short, preventing Jansen from taking the strike, and it's the end of another over. 91 gone, 246 for 8. One away from what would be a very good half century in the cause for SAA.
It goes back to what the South Africans used to say was valuable runs. I remember Faf du Plessis talking about that in selection. It's about when you make those runs and how you make those runs. If you got 50 in the last game on a very flat deck, that was actually a road and very easy to bat on, that would have been one thing. But right here, as top scorer, it's a different story.
He's really batted well, looked really impressive on the drive, and been able to picked up the length ball off the spinner yesterday for his only maximum, which he managed to put into the grass banks ahead of the main grandstand, which is over to our left, looking at it from the Willows end. It's going to be Porel to continue. Hendricks didn't know much about that one outside the off stump, but he gets off the mark with that single down to the man who comes around from square leg. That is Khan, who's fielding out there at square leg to the left-hander. Bit of a chat here between Björn Hendricks and I think Krishna Gautam, who's chatting to him. Yes, the substitute fielder, and not quite sure what that was about. Probably talking about places this evening that they could go out, but they can't, of course, because they're in a biosecure bubble in Bloemfontein.
Bloemfontein. I wouldn't say that Hendricks would be the right man to ask. Not saying that he's not a jawler, but
Porel to Jansen, and that will be his 50 as it played out to the man at a deep point area, and he raises his bats to the dressing room. Go through those numbers for us, please, Seppo.
Very well played 50. Came off 85 balls, so not at a bad strike rate at all. And on top of that, got 4 fours and 1 6, and it was a huge 6 that.
It was.
Has been playing some fantastic strokes and has gotten his half century, top scorer at the moment, and is managing the innings quite well.
that leaves Björn Hendricks with 4 balls to face in this over from Porel. He's going to fancy getting another wicket. That is on the pan. They're going to take the single. Good running, good calling from Janssen, and as he got the pad there, that one just thudding in. It looked like it was actually pitching outside the leg stump, and just thudding into the pads of Hendricks, running out into the leg side, and Janssen calls him through very quickly for the run. That's a leg by to the score. In fact, it's been given. Looks like it's been given as a run to Hendricks. They must have got a slight tickle on that. Umpire Jacobs not signaling anything. Maybe that was why there was a throttled appeal from the Indian fielders. 3 slips and a gully wait for the Janssen edge, which nearly came. Beautiful shape on that delivery.
How on earth did that miss the bats and the stumps? That looked like it was going straight for the middle stump and then just shaped away.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. This is masterful.
That was a tremendous delivery from the ever impressive Ishan Porel. He's setting the benchmark here for the South African seamers for this day's play, and it's really been an impressive display from him so far in this particular innings.
Yeah.
That one not quite as close to that off stump or the corridor uncertainty, just able to tap his bat onto it. Vihari's been doing a lot of work in the gully region this morning. Tsepo?
Oh no, he has been. Marku has been having some soft hands and playing straight to the man at gully, but playing it straight into the ground. So that's a sign of some sort of control. And doesn't look like he's throwing his wickets away, which is a fantastic sign to see. A very mature innings.
It has been a really mature innings from the 21-year-old left arm paceman from South Africa A, and Porel makes sure he's not going to get anything on that, and it is the end of the over. Porel 17.3 overs, 3 for 41, and it is, as I say, a beautiful day here at Mangaung Oval, and it's beautiful, clear blue skies. No chance or no prediction of rain today. You're looking down the ground towards the Loch Logan end. Tree-lined avenue beyond that, which is Horak Street, and around us we have just these the grass banks. An absolute picture as we see spectators coming in for the day on the far right-hand side of the ground, walking towards that Castle Corner area. And just a reminder, you can come in if you are in Bloemfontein. You can come in for 50 Rand, and if you have your vaccination certificate. As we get back to the cricket, Navdeep Saini into the left-handed Björn Hendricks. I bowled him! He has bowled him. That is the side he wants to see. He doesn't have to turn around and see the extended arm of umpire Klumer this time, and that is a beauty of a delivery. And Hendricks has to go.
A peach.
It was a peach indeed. Oh. Björn Hendricks making his way disconsolately back to and just looking at that one again. I think that's something you want to see over and over again. Just looking at it in slow-mo now as he comes in from the Loch Logan end, pitches it beautifully, and Hendricks way too late on the shot, and that is just a cartwheel. Wow, I mean, That is just something else.
Yeah.
Really, really amazing. Simone Biles would have been happy with that.
I was
cartwheel.
literally about
Yeah,
to say that.
I
was
you.
literally about to put up those 10 boards that you see the old school gymnastics judges used to have. But what a classy ball from Saini. But let's just give you those figures there. Björn Hendricks out for 2, bowled by Saini. And that was a peach of a delivery.
So that leaves South Africa A on the brink of being dismissed at 2:49 for 9. 7 overs and a few deliveries into the day's play. Luto Sipamla having gone earlier on to an outstanding catch in the slip region by substitute fielder Devdut Padikal, and now no doubt about this one from the bowler Saini, taking Björn Hendricks' off stump, cartwheeling out of the ground, way past keeper Ishan Kishan, and 2:49 for 9.
Yeah, he must feel redeemed. Must have been some beautiful redemption there after seeing a stump cartwheeling and being given as a no ball. Oh, that was Nagwaswala, but the Indian A team will feel great with that. Oh, it was Saini.
Yeah,
it was actually
Saini,
Saini.
yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
redemption. Much.
Yeah,
Gotta love it when you see it.
you do. That brings South Africa's number 11, Glenton Steerman, to the crease to face Navdeep Saini, and the Indian A pacemen have been on the money up and for it first thing this morning as he's in to the new batter now, and that is a really good delivery into the body of Steerman. He doesn't really know too much about that one. That will be a replay, I'm sure, that Navdeep Saini will want to look at again and again and again.
Definitely just beating the outside edge of Björn Hendricks' bat, beating the stump down to the ground.
Hendricks.
And once again, it's that off stump line. It's that discipline from the Indian bowling attack once again that did that. And even when he changed his line and his length for the left-handed batsman, the quality is still there.
Oh, it's nicely played to that one, shortish and wide outside the off stump by Steerman. But that delivery from Navdeep Saini, the angle into Björn Hendricks late on the shot and just thudding into the off stump. I always think it's the sign of the perfect bowl delivery when all it does is it takes the one bail off and the one stump, and it just left the two sticks standing with the bails, one bail resplendent on top. A sight that is a joy for a fast bowler to see. Is over the wicket again to Steerman, into the body again, almost a carbon copy of the first delivery. That's getting it to pitch at the right length today and yesterday. Indian bowlers have been on the money.
And the pace bowlers especially, a great wicket for some quality pace bowling. Yesterday we saw Kumar holding up one end while the pace bowlers operated from the Loch Logan end. And South African bowlers now, 1 wicket down or 1 wicket left, will also be looking at this, probably licking their lips. Because we're seeing that the pitch is offering movement, the pitch is offering a little bit of variable bounce yesterday from time to time, a bit of jagging in and all that. Absolutely fantastic.
Oh, that is a fantastic diving attempt to that edge from Steerman, that substitute fielder Padikal diving to his right, as that one was edged in the air for quite some time but went fast to the right of the fielder. And got away looking at that again, just squared him up completely and through the between third slip and gully down to the boundary for 4. It was an outstanding delivery.
Oh no, that it was a little bit of extra bounce there, cramping Steedman up for room, and very, very lucky there to bring the South African 250 up for the 10th wicket.
So, yeah.
Indians will definitely have their tail up now.
Oh, they do.
Oh, they even
It's,
brought in a
yeah.
fourth slip now. Yeah.
Yeah, they did. They
That's the
brought in
right
the
move.
fourth slip. Gautam is at first. It's just, yeah. Four slips there was Gautam, Eswaran, Aparajit, and the Padikal, who took that excellent catch to get rid of Luto Sipamla this morning. India on all-out attack to the new batter, Glenton Steerman. It's been all India this morning, Tsepo.
Oh yes, indeed. As we expected, the ball still new, a fresh day, and not a lot of batting to come from the South African lineup. So it's just up to the Indian bowlers to clean up, and we see Porel and Saini just operating on both sides, just to make quick work of this job that they need to do to get it done as quickly as they can. And now they're 1 wicket away.
1 wicket away from their opportunity to go out to bat, as the impressive Porel is away from us once again. That is
Lovely.
just too much onto the pads of Janssen. That is going to be racing away to the boundary at mid-wicket for 4. Captured very nicely there by cameraman Vian as he follows that one. Marco Janssen leaning on the ball and playing it beautifully, just trying a little bit too much maybe Porel in that instance.
Indeed, and we've been seeing him in that way in particular, just getting a bit too close to the batsman's pads, and it takes a good batsman to take advantage of that shot. What a middle shot that was, and the fielder there, the fielder in the deep sweeping on the leg side didn't stand a chance.
Oh, plays that one with soft hands into the gap between third slip and gully, and it is well chased down to the boundary by Iaswaran, who came out of his first or second slip position and restricts the batters to those 2 runs. Good fielding. I mean, he could well have just given that up, but such is the intent of this Indian team this morning, and in fact throughout the match yesterday. They've really shown they're up to it for this match from a fielding point of view. They've chased everything hard. They've really put in an outstanding and disciplined display. The fielding has been excellent. 2 drop catches perhaps aside, ground fielding has been really outstanding. So to Janssen, they're making a couple of changes now in the field. Padikal has come into a deepish extra cover, and there's still a man at that deep point position. Yeah, well played and well bowled. Good cricket there, as the man at extra cover has picked that up. Is going to return it through to the bowler via Navdeep Saini, who is at mid-off, accompanying his fast bowling partner. He's making sure that they're looking after this ball, even though it is only 13 overs old. Anything that is on offer from a swing point of view, the wind today coming here from the northeast. Ball left alone outside the off stump, and there are 2 balls left in the Porel over. The field coming in now to prevent the single from Janssen.
We have a tweet here from Gavin Hoffman. Don't forget, you can tweet us using the hashtag SSCricket. And just to summarize the 2 tweets that he said here, is the South African A side a mix of emerging players and people that are on the peripheries, as in real candidates for the main side? Is that what it is, James? You think that's the case?
Gavin, thanks for the question. That is my understanding of exactly the purpose of the SAA team. As this one is, once again, just feel it looks like it probably just fell short of the fielder, and it really is such a good delivery, just falling short of the man at second slip. As you can see there in the replay, it was one outside the off stump. Janssen hanging his bat out a bit at that. Maybe he was trying to get it through the gap. I don't think so, though. Great bowling once again from Perel. And it bounced just in front of the man at second slip. A bit lucky to get away with that one. Perel looking for his 4th wicket. Not going to get it with the wideish one outside the off stumps. The end of the over, and 259 for 9. Yeah, nearly got his 4th stick with that one.
Nearly. But I think Janssen played with soft hands there as well, so that's probably why it also bounced short. He has been playing with soft hands through that region. He has been, even when he came into bat yesterday, he actually got off the mark with a shot that was actually through there. Maybe that was Zabrea Hamza. But yeah, he has been playing with soft hands, and the soft hands actually helped him out with the ball just bouncing short of the man at second slip.
Thank you very much for your tweets that are coming through on hashtag #SSCricket and hashtag SAAVINDA, India. Always good to get that. As we see, there are 4 slips in place for Saini, who is going to start another over from the Loch Logan end. We have Gautam at first slip, Iyaswaran at second, Parajit at third, and Padikal at 4th slip. Hanuma Vihari in the gully. Well fielded there by Vihari in the gully. Outstanding fielding, right-handed diving to his right. Bounced about a metre in front of him, and it looked for all money as if Steerman was going to get another boundary down into that 3rd man region. So yeah, just looking at those, perhaps cameraman Vian can just give us a close-up of those slip fielders. We'll ask him now. So there you can see the 4 slips and the gully. Ishan Kishan at wicket-keeper, substitute fielder Gautam Iyaswaran, then the other 2 slips as it's Saini again. This one straight to the man at mid-on. That is Khan, who is at mid-on. We have Kumar at mid-off. So yes, let's just see if we can have another look at those slips. We didn't quite get to go through everybody in that slip cordon. So after this ball, we're going to focus in on that and just give you an idea of that slip cordon once again. And it has been a morning of that's belonged to the India A bowlers. Oh, yeah, and taking the single there that just rolls out into the offside. Saini upset with himself. You saw him throw his head back there. Knows that line wasn't quite where he wanted it to be, and that brings Marco Janssen on strike as the slip cordon dispenses with one of the slips, who goes down to the fine leg area. But we still have 3 slips and the gully in for the right-handed Janssen. Iyaswaran at first, Parajit at second, Padikal at third, and Vihari in the gully. And out on the deep point boundary, we have Arzan Nagwaswala warming up in front of Castle Corner. No doubt he'll be coming on first change this morning. Very good delivery again from Saini, just off the that one was not where Marco Janssen intended that ball to go, but he'll take the single to make sure that he doesn't give Glenton Steerman too much of the strike in this over. And those 4 slips are going to be back in business once again for the Indians. Gautam, Iyaswaran, Parajit, Padikal, and at Gully Vihari accompanying keeper Ishan Kishan. Ishan Kishan back on the field late yesterday after some treatment for his back, and we hope that everything is going to be okay for him and the 2 Indian batters that are off the field at the moment. Nicely played into the cover region. Looked like a pretty good shot there from Steerman.
Very good stroke there. Just over pitched from Saini. Looking for the right line though, or that was the right line for his field. I was expecting a shorter length delivery there.
Just a bit over pitched.
Definitely. Shorter length delivery. We saw that Steedman had trouble with that one where there was an opportunity that went through the slip cordon. So I'm expecting one of those to maybe pop up, maybe even now, throughout the over.
So this will be the last delivery of the 95th over, and looking for his fourth wicket is Saini. He's bowled outstandingly well this morning with the second new ball. That is past the man at gully. It's going to race away to the boundary at the wideish third man region for yet another four, and South Africa in the form of Glenton Steerman are putting some runs on the board. Steerman moves to 11 with that boundary with him. Marco Jansen on a well played 57, as we see that once again just playing it down into that vacant third man area for another boundary. Not a bad looking shot actually.
Oh, not at all. I was just saying, or just thinking, Glenton is not going to die wondering here. He's going to give it all he's got. He's going to actually play some strokes, because if he's going down, he's not going down without a fight. And as we said yesterday, fortune does favor the brave, and right now South Africa just 8 runs away from getting to that 275, so very valuable for South Africa, those 4 runs.
Talking about those milestones, a partnership now 18 for the 10th wicket for South Africa A. 275, very close, 33 away from the 300 psychological barrier, perhaps that 300 they would love to get to, as we're going to see spin for the first time this morning. It's going to be the left arm spin of Sarab Kumar, and he'll be coming on from the Willows end, which is our commentary end, and we will try at the end of this over to get to your tweet, Gavin. Thank you very much, Gavin Hoffman, for sending your tweet through.
You have to think that that's a little bit of a little victory for the South African lineup. Getting the spinner in, showing that the pace bowlers weren't able to finish the job on their own, so that is a little victory. Staying in a little longer.
Probably thinking that Jansen is going to have a go. We know that he probably is going to have a go. Steerman potentially as well, who are going to be looking to score off the spinner, and that does present opportunities. A very widespread field. We'll look at that at the end after this delivery. We have got a slip in place, a man at 45, so shortish third man, deep point, deep extra cover, man at sort of typical traditional extra cover, long off on the boundary, long on, deep mid wicket, deep backward square, and he'll take a run any day of any week, of any month, of any year, with that field that far, that widespread.
Indeed. I was surprised that he didn't push for 2 there. Put the fielder under a bit of pressure and retain the strike. Still giving Glenton 3 balls to face, and he can survive. He can hold his own, maybe get some runs.
As the field converges, and they all come in about 40 meters, every single fielder for Steerman on strike. Now a ring field on the offside, but it's a 6-3 offside leg side field now. 2 slips in place to the for the left-handed slow left armour. Oh, that is exactly where he wanted it to be, and just going in the gap between first and second slip, but falling short, so wouldn't have been a catch, but that's exactly why that second slip has been brought in. That ball straightening on Steerman from Kumar, and that Glenton Steerman not going to be wanting to play back too much to Kumar. We've already seen 2 dismissals to spin with the South African batters playing back to length deliveries. Much better from bat and bowler in that instance, and that's the end of the over, as umpire Arno Jacobs calls on the drinks trolley. I'm sure a very welcome drink for the fielders and both the batters that are out there in the field. And we'll take a short break and be back with you soon.
Our broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
Welcome back after drinks. It's been a very interesting hour so far, Tsepo.
Oh, that it has indeed. South Africa starting off at 233 now, 233 for 7, now 268 for 9. That was before drinks. Janssen, top scorer now, 58 at the crease, and Glenton Steedman on a valuable 11 runs. And that brings Nagwaswala into the attack, the left arm pace bowler who had an impressive spell yesterday.
Did indeed. Got a wicket with his first ball to Peter Malan, and he's on the money. First up to Marco Jansen. He replaces the impressive Navdeep Saini at that Loch Logan end. Saini taking the wicket of Björn Hendricks. So it was, yes, Björn Hendricks this morning with a beauty that took the top of off stump and sent it cartwheeling across the turf. Redemption, as you said, Seppo.
Indeed, quality delivery, that quality ball to get that wicket, and that's what you want to see, a good ball, nothing cheap, no cheap wickets.
Into the legs of Jansen, just that one, I think, looks like it was off the pad. Soft signal from umpire Uma is that it is indeed off the pads with the hard signal as well. Into the leg side field, and the field spread incredibly wide for the batting of Jansen.
Ample room on the leg side, even here for Glenton Steerman, the right-hander. He'll probably be looking to try get a shot into that gap. As a fielder now moves in from that deep mid-wicket region, is going to move in a little bit closer, but maybe what the Indians are looking to do is get Glenton trying to play onto the leg side, and then potentially get him get a leading edge to the man there at cover. A big appeal.
Well, that's umpire Uma's going to consult with Arno Jacobs at the square leg position to see whether that was a bump ball or whether it bounced before it hit the no, that to me looks like that is coming off the edge into the slip position. It looks like it was well taken. We're going to look at it again on the monitor, just in slow motion, to see whether that it did in fact bounce first. That does look to me as if he jabbed down the ball after it bounced and went through. Inconclusive in the view from the fielding umpires, which is understandable. Perhaps a bit unlucky there, the Indian fielders will feel, looking at the replay in real time on the field. And remember, the umpires in this match do not have the benefit of any kind of television replays. It was given not out, a definite edge through to the fielder who was Khan at first slip.
Umpire Kuma will not want to see that again. Unfortunately, missing the trick there, but you could hear that there was a sound that Steelman's bat made with the ground that may have thrown him off, so I don't blame him for making that decision. But if it's inconclusive, if you're not sure, rather don't make a call, playing it safe.
I think the question probably asked, and certainly with him going across to umpire Jacobs at square leg, would have been whether it was actually a bump ball. Probably umpire saying yes, he definitely hit it, but not sure in terms of the bounce.
Sure, lovely.
Yeah, that was a glorious shot, played down the ground by Glenton Steerman, who's looking the part at the moment as a batter and not the bowler. And we'll see this again, just playing that beautifully back down past the bowler, and then walking with a swagger as if he's he just played a glorious shot. 273 for 9. This partnership now of a hindrance value to India A, moving on to 24.
That was a classy shot from Glenton Steelman, showing that he can also wield the blade. Hopefully selectors will be looking at this to show that he offers something valuable to the tail, just keeps it wagging just a little bit. And a very, very good single there once again from Steelman as he jumps across the wicket to make sure that he doesn't run in the middle.
They did play that very nicely out into the offside, and he keeps the strike at the end of the over, so he's not wanting to be protected by Marco Jansen at all. Maybe he's trying to protect Marco Jansen. I mean, he wants Marco to have a star against his name at the end of the innings. Valuable runs for South Africa A.
Indeed, I like what I'm seeing here from Glenton Steerman, stepping up, saying that he's not afraid to take on the bowlers. He must feel that he has his eye in the way he's driving, and wants to demand respect. He's not going to die wondering, and that's a good way to actually end with the tail. I mean, just looking at the two bowlers before him, just getting 3 and 2. But those 16 runs, very valuable, and now 1 run away from that 175, so very, very, very valuable runs as we see 3 fielders around the bat here.
Kumar is in again from the Willows End here at the Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, capital of the Free State province in South Africa, and 3 men around the bat, a man at his silly mid-off and 2 slips for that's a really good ball, and Steerman just coming forward, not really playing with any conviction onto that one, and he has been batting particularly well at the moment as Glenton Steerman, and he's looking. One would think he'd be looking to score Seppo here rather than just prod forward and hang around. He's not going to necessarily. I don't think he's going to be able to stay there if he's going to be doing that. Kumar's been far too wily overall in his performance. Very economical yesterday.
He was very economical. Looked like he was difficult to get away. Many batsmen tried and failed. We saw Beshile playing a late one and edging that to the keeper, and also Zabrea Hamza playing or cutting it into the stumps. So it doesn't look like he's exactly just throwing in some balls there, just darting them in to make them to just get through some overs. These are some difficult balls to face, and it looks like Steerman is actually trying to fight there.
Experienced and thinking bowler Kumar. Steerman plays out the rest of that over. That's going to give Jansen the strike for the next Nagwaswala over, which we're going to be seeing from the Loch Logan end. If you consider that, looking at on your screen at the moment, if you consider that both of them are fast bowlers standing together there, Marco Jansen is such a tall man.
He is quite a tall man, quite a large stature, and we mentioned this yesterday. That length will offer some extra bounce because he comes at a higher angle. So that would be exciting to see how he performs here, the left-hander. Offers a little bit of variation, a little bit of a few more options to his captain here as a left-handed tall pace man. So proving to be quite the prospect long term if he continues with this form.
As we were saying earlier in the commentary session, just 21 years old, and it's going to be left arm seamer to left arm seamer. Indeed. Nagwaswala to Jansen. Good delivery, and that line is where he wants to be bowling. One left as much on line as on height by Jansen. Top scorer so far in the South Africa A innings, coming in at number 8. That's perhaps an ominous sign for South Africa A, that their number 8 has got the highest score, second highest score by the number 7, as the wicket would have started to play better for the batters.
With that said, though, we did mention that there were lots of wickets that were thrown away, and as we saw with this last delivery, Jansen knows how to leave a delivery and doesn't look like he's going to be baited into any unnecessary shots as he glances this to the leg side for a single. That's 275 up.
275, which was another psychological target perhaps for the South African team in the 99th over. of the Indian bowling effort, and it's been spearheaded by two pacemen, Ishan Parel 3 for 47 and 18.3, and by Navdeep Saini 3 for 67 in 22. Great performance from the Indian seamers. Stearman waiting patiently for Nagwaswala. Good delivery, good defensive shot, good cricket, and there is nothing more to really say about that one.
A decent shot, but what we can say about Lenton Stearman is the valuable runs, as we mentioned there. Not just that, but staying in here with Marco Jansen. We've seen far too many times that batsmen in the lower order struggle to reach milestones because they run out of partners, and it's always valuable to have someone that can not only stay in but can hold their own. So Jansen doesn't have to harbour the strike here and farm the strike, because Stearman
Sure. Another one that just falls short of the man at slip and just not carrying. That's the second one this morning. As we get a chance to look at that again, high on the bat, and drops down just short of the man there in first slip. Let's look at it again in a bit of slow motion for you as it comes in. Good delivery, high on the bat, takes his hand off the back of the bat, but just dropping short of the man at that first slip position, which is Khan, who's fielding there, Sarfaraz Khan. And that's a very good quick single taken by Stearman. Applause from the sparse crowd and the South African dressing room for that single, and some good work here from our production team to give you those replays once again
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, as I was watching that replay, the soft hands from Clinton Stearman. You mentioned it, the hand off the bottom of the bat to prevent it from carrying. So some thinking cricket here from the tail end, and that's what you like to see. He's not just there thinking about bowling. We thought that may have been a problem now that we enter the tail, but they've come with a plan, and that is quite a short delivery. That's wowee. How did that get over Marco Jansen?
Kishan having to really go up high, as we do have a look at the spectators that have taken advantage of the 50 Rand entry and having to have their vaccination certificates. It's a beautiful day here in Bloemfontein. Just a light breeze that is keeping it a little bit cooler here. You must understand that I do come from Cape Town, live at the coast, so this to me is a very light breeze, probably a gale force for the people in Bloemfontein, but light breeze and a really lovely day, as it's going to be Saurav Kumar is going to be continuing the attack from the Willows End.
He's played a very good role, has Kumar, throughout this innings. All day yesterday he's been holding down the Willows End, keeping the run rate very, very low from this end, and putting pressure on the South African batsmen against this quality pace attack.
Stearman and Jansen doing the best they can to keep the India A fielders out here in this warm Bloemfontein sun for as long as possible today, and they have put together a good partnership of 27. Thoughts will be just let's get to 280 as another fielder comes into a short catching position in front of the batter. I thought it would just be a matter of time before they brought a man in at that silly mid-off and had the man at the forward short leg position, and that has actually come to fruition. That's going to invite Stearman to play a big shot one field. Seppo?
Yeah, no, he wasn't really looking comfortable. You mentioned it, that you were surprised that he wasn't playing any strokes here, just trying to consolidate the side of the innings. But now India showing a little bit of intent, saying, look, you're not just going to sit here and block. We don't just want to stand here in the sun. You either go big or go home.
he's given a ball but short of a length there, probably thinking maybe he could go big, but ball has been tossed up a lot more, so a bit of a surprise perhaps for him on that occasion. Yeah, defensively forward once again, Ishan Kishan keeping without a helmet on now. He's given that helmet to the man at that forward silly point, or silly mid-off position, Parajit. Yeah, didn't think it was going to be long. That though is hit very high up into the air, but evades the two men converging on it from mid-off and mid-on. That's exactly what India would be looking for. Glenton Stearman trying to hit out and go out, but at this stage that one being able to get away with 2 more runs for South Africa A. So a mixture of defence and all-out attack off that last delivery for the South African paceman. Interesting over so far.
Yeah, just looking at the field here, no man on the outer boundary here, so tempting Stearman to go big for the big shots here, and probably going to be going for the stumping, but finding the gap in between the slip and the man at short point.
So the India change in the field there for Kumar nearly paying off. So, but that ball played by Stearman, not quite getting to the pitch of it, and just really putting it up in the air, but evading the 2 men that were stationed at mid-off and mid-on.
Yeah, all he has to do is clear the inner ring. The inner ring that would be here if it was a one-day international. And that's what he did. But at the same time, we're hearing here from David, he just gave us a little bit of a note. If he does go out to the spinner, stumped is probably the likely way to go, because he'll want to be coming down the pitch to send it over the infield, as we've been saying. And yeah, that is a prime opportunity for stumping, and probably why Kishan doesn't have the helmet on. Not expecting a caught wicket here, but expecting to be sharp and to get that stumping ASAP.
Left armer Nagwaswala in from the Loch Logan end. Stearman all defence, so he's got 3 slips and a gully. They may be dispensing with one of the slips. In fact, maybe they're getting another helmet on the field actually at the moment. Iaswaran having a bit of a jog down to the fine leg region.
James, is it me, or is Glenton Stearman harbouring the strike?
He is. He's taking the strike. Yeah, he's actually over the last little while, he's had more of the strike, far more of the strike than Marco Jansen. Maybe something that the South African dressing room may not be that happy about, but he's been doing well so far.
Also has a better strike rate as he takes a quick single off that ball. Maybe trying to put himself in contention, or at least putting his hand up for selectors, saying, look guys, I'm not afraid to bat. I'm not afraid to face a few deliveries. I'm not just going to come in and bowl, and when I'm not bowling, just sit back as a passenger, which is exactly what we want to see.
Yeah, he's really played his part as the dominant partner in this 31-run 10th wicket partnership. He has 21 of the 31 as we're in the 101st over. 100 overs gone, South Africa 280 for 9, 2 balls into the 101st over. Marco Jansen getting a chance now to face up to Nagwaswala, who's going to be coming around the wicket to the right-handed Jansen.
Well played delivery, well played shot, just dropping it down to keep that strike rotating. So very well played.
So, but you think that the Indians, now India A, looked like, I mean, after they took that wicket of Hendricks, it almost looked as if they felt, okay, it's happening now. We're off the park soon. We're going to take the last wicket. They've really been frustrated by this partnership.
Especially after they had the opportunity to get Glenton Stearman out there, and also very cheaply with that edge that went through the gap that is now back there in between the second slip and gully. Their tails were definitely up. The ball was definitely moving, but it doesn't look like Saini just a little bit of confusion there. Marco Jansen standing on the wrong side as
He's going to continue
as
with this.
Nagwaswala is trying to come from over the wicket.
Going around.
He's going around the wicket.
Going
now.
around the wicket.
Okay.
Now.
Ooh,
Oh.
did that miss the inside edge?
It did indeed miss
Wow.
the inside edge. Steerman playing and missing outside the off stump. And it's gone straight through to Kishan as India have a ring field to Glenton Steerman, 2 slips and a gully, a man at point, cover point, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a man down on the boundary at fine leg.
Not a good shot from Glenton. Just fishing for that delivery. Way too much space between bat and pad. That one looks a little bit better.
Yeah, well played there in that instance by Steerman, and straight through to the man at that extra cover position. That's Padikal. He's been on the field most of yesterday and today, deputising for Prithvi Shaw. News of the Indian opening batter is that he will bat. He was warming up this morning with bat in hand. He's just not on the field, as well as Captain Panchal, who has been replaced on the field by Krishnappa Gautam, who's standing at first slip as Nagwaswala comes towards Steerman.
Oh, very well played
Nice
glance
off the
there.
hip, yeah.
There's a fielder in the deep sweeping, and it just got him too
Good
quickly
fielding.
to get the 2 runs there.
Excellent fielding in the deep by I think that's another sub. That was Upendra Yadav, who was on the field for a short period of time. He's now going off the field once again, and there is a bit of rotation. It's almost like an ice hockey match here with the guys coming on and off. No, not quite. It's a very hot day here in Bloemfontein today. Beautiful day. Should be a very good day for batting, and it has been for Marco Jansen and Glenton Steerman.
Indeed it has. And just a quick score update. The West Indies game against Sri Lanka. West Indies are sitting on 235 for 8 in their first innings.
Wow.
And Sri Lanka are still leading there by 31 runs.
So that seems to have been a massive collapse there from the West Indies. We'll have to perhaps have a look at that earlier on in the day. They were well set to score over 300. It's going to be Kumar to continue from the Willows end.
What
Nicely
a drive.
Nicely played.
That was solid. Clinton's got his eye in now, and he is driving sweetly, finding the middle of the bat there. And that's what you love to see. This is confidence from the man at the bottom. Maybe he shouldn't be at 11, or maybe offended that he was put at 11 and saying, now guys, you need to respect me more. Come on, put me up the order, boss. Come on, coach, put me in early.
That was the 3-card trick from Malibongwe Maketa and the captain to put him down at 11 and put Bjorn Hendricks in at 10. Janssen facing Kumar for the first time, I think, in a while. Great delivery, a bit of bounce there to the tall right-hander. Still 2 slips in position, but the short catching men on the on and off side are not there at the moment.
Just thinking about the Indian attack that's lost a little bit of its bite at the moment. Just thinking about Glenton Steerman's possible dismissals. There was that edge that went through the slip cordon, and then there was also the one that the umpire got wrong.
Yeah, he got the edge,
unfortunately,
didn't he?
And maybe the Indians' tails are down now, that they feel that the decisions aren't going their way, and now what should have been an easy job has now become a little bit more tedious, and South Africans taking advantage of that inconvenience.
South African batters keeping the India A team out in the field for a lot longer than they perhaps would have anticipated when South Africa A were down at 239 for 9. But 239 for 9. Sorry, partnership now 34. 249 for 9. Sorry, 249 for 9 when that wicket fell. The last wicket of 249 for 9. That last wicket of Bjorn Hendricks. Thanks, Seppo.
Gotta help out your commentary partner. If you gotta be the stats guy, hey, get the stats up. We just see India.
Good call from Steenman.
He's got his tail up. You can see how he's running. That swagger that you spoke about. I thought they were declaring. They are declaring.
No, they're getting a drink.
Getting a drink. He just looked like he was running off the field like, I'm done here.
He wanted, at the end of the over, he wanted to run up to get his drink. It was, he was just declaring that he was thirsty.
Yeah,
runs out there. So
runs are thirsty work, eh?
I think he's probably got one of those. What's that? They've got drinking out there. Probably one of those pineapple Energiades, maybe. I'm not sure. Sorry, no sponsorship.
Do you even get pineapple drinks for energy drinks?
I don't know.
I've never heard of that flavor.
Probably not. But in the East London area, what's very interesting is with such a large amount of pineapple farms in the area, what does happen is that pineapple juice is used as the base for a lot of fruit juices.
I see.
It's quite interesting. So I won't mention the name.
Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
So down on the eastern coast of South Africa, some not too far. I mean, probably if one's looking at the closest coastal destination to where we are, main destination to where we are in Bloemfontein, East London is probably that largest coastal city, and many pineapples in and around that particular area.
Nagoswala continues his spell with a decent short delivery that's well blocked out by Janssen. He's been playing quite solidly in terms of I feel like I've been saying the whole day that he's been playing a mature innings. Haven't seen him flash at anything outside the off stump, and it seems that neither of the Indians, because they're not bowling that line either. So trying to get him to play, but he's been leaving quite well. So he has a big opportunity here to continue. And we have some word from Coach Dave here, or at least a question from Coach Dave for you, James. When do you think that Marco starts thinking about that 100? When do you think he starts believing?
When he's on 99. I think, way too early at the moment to start even thinking anything about other than getting the next runs on the board and making sure that South Africa A get as many as possible. Their next target would be that 300 mark, which seemed incredibly elusive at 249 for 9.
But now edging closer. You must say that this partnership has been a very brave partnership. Just the manner at which the runs were acquired, just how Steerman in particular has been batting in this partnership has been quite inspiring and quite frustrating for the Indians. What a drive.
Lovely shot once again. Getting his foot down the wicket and playing it through into the cover region for 2. And that he'll be very happy again with that one. 63 now, Janssen, and he's been batting very responsibly, held this innings together to even get them anywhere close to that 300.
Well, not just that, every over he's out there, the ball gets 1 over older, a little bit less swing, past the threats that the opening pace bowlers had of the morning. That has proven to be meat and drink to him.
Shot. Very good shot, and a desperate attempt from the fielder out there, who is Sarfaraz Khan, and really good shot from Marco Janssen. That was a full bunger, I think.
Oof.
Yeah,
a terrible delivery. Nagoswala will not be happy with that.
Not at all.
as you can see now,
looking at it again
in the replay,
Yeah.
didn't pitch the ball at all. It was just there, low full toss, and Janssen gave it the treatment. He's too good a batsman to let that go.
Yes, he's shown that on a number of occasions in this innings of 67, 290. Another 10 runs ticked off for South Africa A. 41 the partnership now between these two. Length from Nagwaswala here, Tsepo, just not been on money, on point for this over so far.
No, and we've been singing the praises of three pace bowlers here, but Nagwaswala seems to have woken up on the wrong side of the bed, not giving that discipline that we saw yesterday, that consistency to put the South Africans under pressure when it shouldn't be difficult to put them under pressure. You've got the bowlers in now, you're into the tail, you have the last batsman in. So this just looking like a frustrating partnership that's just breaking the concentration of the Indian bowlers. But with that said, bowlers have been working, or bowlers do work on their batting, and we're seeing how it looks now. We're seeing the confidence now from both batsmen at the crease at the moment.
A good leave to end the over. 102 gone, and it is 290 for the loss of 9, with Steerman and Janssen at the crease. South African fast bowlers keeping the Indian A team out there in the field. And the chatter has definitely gone from the Indian. Very quiet out there.
Indeed, tails down now, a little bit demoralized, and need something to bring them to life. Just a good bowling performance, and the pick of the bowlers is back into the attack here, just to clean up this innings now. Don't want that score to get to 300, only 10 away, and that seems to be what has called Poral back into the attack.
Yeah, it isn't really a surprise. Thought maybe Kumar was going to be able to get that wicket of Steerman. Ball like floating and moving away from the right hander, but it hasn't happened. Steerman now finds himself up against the nemesis of South Africa in that post-lunch session yesterday, and again having a really good morning this morning. Ishan Paral, 3 slips, a gully, a man at point, a man at extra cover, mid-off. A mid-on, a mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. It's a 6-3 offside leg side field. Good delivery first up into the pads. Not quite where we want it from a line point of view, but he has been the pick of the Indian bowlers.
Looking for something to happen here. Hopefully gonna try to make something happen. We saw something similar happen yesterday when the Indians seemed to lose a little bit of fire when they came back in the second session. We saw a lot of effort from Poral. He actually even fell over. He slipped trying to manufacture something. So hopefully trying to do something similar. Something did come from that. Oh, that's up in the air.
Yeah, that may well be the last. It's fallen short of the man at fine leg, not in control at all. That's the surprise delivery from Porel. Very good surprise delivery from Porel. Watch that again as he's put us in short, and Steerman not in control at all, and goes up, loops up. He's upset with himself, Glenn Steerman, as he should be, wanting to continue batting here as long as possible, and that the bowler really feeling in that instance there was an opportunity to get that catch.
Parajit in the slip cordon looks like he's also doing a little bit of a stretch. We may see a few balls from him. India don't want to see that. They want to get the wicket now. They're getting their premier pace bowler in now.
Good delivery from Porel, but that's equally good batting and running from Marco Janssen and Glenton Steerman as he takes the single. Puts Steerman back at the danger end, though, to certainly the man who's been the best Indian bowler in this innings. One of 4 changes that the India A team made from the team in the first unofficial test between these two teams. Porel coming in for Umran Malik, and he has performed for his team over the last 2 days.
Ooh.
That is exactly why they changed the bowling outside the off stump, and through to Ishan Kishan. There is a bit more chatter now as they see that the potential for this wicket is closer.
It looks like Porel is the man for the job. Closest one to or top wicket taker. Oh no, him and Saini actually have the same amount of wickets. But right now, Porel looking the most likely to come out with a wicket in the end. It's been a hard fight here, harder than it should have been for India A. A big drive there with an outside edge. That's exactly what Porel will want to see, because if he's driving, he's edging, or if he's not middling, he's edging.
That one out to Kumar at a deepish point. They didn't have time for a run. Played with a lot of hard hands out to that man there. Now they're trying to actually give the single to to Glenton Stearman. The field goes out for Glenton Stearman, the man who was at square leg, the man who was at point, have both gone out about 3/4 of the way to the respective boundaries. Oh, it's wafting at that one, which is wide outside the off stump, keeping a bit low. Stearman practices the shot against the end of the over. 292 for 9. Partnership between these two is now 43 invaluable runs for South Africa. Sepa, they're close to that 300 now.
Oh, they very much are. And we have a tweet here from M's Nehemiah Benjamin saying, after all the dismissals of 30, Marco Jansen crossed the half-century mark and is currently, she said, at 67 when the tweet came. But now he's on 68. And yeah, very, very valuable runs. Besides the individual milestones, it's more important that the team is doing well here.
So there is a change of bowling from the Loch Logan end. It looks like it's going to be a change of ends for Saurabh Kumar. Just getting the ball now from umpire Arno Jacobs, a former first-class cricketer in South Africa. Applied his trade down in Abeja for the former franchise Warriors team most of his career. It's going to be the left arm spinner for the first time today from the Loch Logan end. Just a change of ends for him.
For both, or at least it looks like Porel is operating from the Willows end, and right now they just need another bowler to hold up the other end, which is what Kumar has been doing quite well.
Another single for Jansen down the ground, and we're going to see a much more attacking field to Glenton Stearman.
In fact, did we see Porel bowling from the Loch Logan end yesterday?
He did have one short spell from the Loch Logan end. I think his second spell, but he has been bowling bowled mostly from this end. We also had Nagwaswala bowling from the Willows end. Kumar into Stearman. For Stearman, the close field is coming in again. Silly mid on, silly mid on, silly mid off. But only one slip now. Man at backward point for the cut. Oh, in the gap, just to the right of the diving fielder at extra cover. That's Sarfaraz Khan, and they're 3 for 2. Stearman are going to 24. Partnership on to 44. Is it more than that? 44 and 46. 26 to the. If I say ever impressive looking Stearman, he's going to go out now, isn't he?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
That is through the vacant second slip area, just along the ground for another single, and 296 for 9 4 away from that landmark, Tsepo, you were talking about.
Indeed, 4 away. They've been taking control of the innings, have the South African batsmen, and you have to commend them for that. They did get a few lucky breaks here, a decision that went their way, some edges that didn't go to hand, but you have to take that luck. It's one thing to be lucky, but if you don't take that luck, what does it mean really? And you have to commend Glenton Steerman for coming in and not being complacent, not just sitting back, not being a passenger, but actually taking the game to India A and playing some risky shots from time to time.
Oh, that's a lovely shot.
Some flighted shots, some air balls, but definitely controlled in a way.
Yeah, he wore a couple early on from Navdeep Saini, some on good shortish of a length deliveries that cut him in two. There was the one that went to the right of third slip and down to the boundary for 4, a gap which was plugged too late by India A. Glenton Steerman has profited after that. And he is just chatting to the umpire there. He's asking for something potentially from the change room, and I'm trying to get an idea of what he's actually is looking for here. I think he's lost a stud. He has indeed. He's asking the umpire to give him the stud spanner and to be able to change that out. And again, one of the features of cricket that happens sometimes, you get that stud spanner out, change that stud.
Indeed, you got to do what you got to do. But while we're here, let's just get into a very interesting tweet here from Gavin Hoffman. Gavin, thank you so much for the tweets. And he's just asking if there's any history behind the end names. So the Willows End is the Willow suburb here in Bloemfontein. And Loch Logan is named after the waterfront park that is outside the stadium. So just a little bit of trivia there for you guys. Just to give you guys some knowledge. Learn something new every day.
Thanks so much, Gavin, for that tweet. The clock tower is there resplendent at the Loch Logan end of this Mangong Oval. We're looking from the Willows End. To the right of us we have Castle Corner, and to the left the main grandstand, and is a long boundary to the Castle Corner side of the ground. Yeah, clock tower that we're showing you there on that side, the Mangong Oval, and that is the Loch Logan end of the ground. That clock just slightly slow compared to the scoreboard clock. Scoreboard clock is the one that the umpires are working to, as we see Isham Parel. As we pan back, you're going to see him coming in to bowl to Marco Jansen around the wicket this time, and that's a good length to bowl at him, and trying to just maybe trying to force a false stroke to a shorter delivery. Not happening at that particular time, and somebody else is warming up there at backward square leg. Not quite sure who that is. Actually, that
looks like Galvin.
No, it's
or
I think one of the bowler, Parajit, Baba Parajit,
same stretch.
Baba
Could be
Parajit. So he's the off-break bowler, so that's going to be interesting to two right-handers. The breakthrough not happening here for India at the moment. Their best bowler of this innings is in front of us here at the Willows End. Once again, that similar line, similar length, trying to tempt Jansen. We'll talk a little bit maybe about that fielding position at fly third man that's down there. If you can see in your picture right in front of the scoreboard there, we have I think that's Kumar that's stationed down there waiting for that catch for Jansen to ramp it over the slip field. Will he fall for that particular trick? Let's hope not. From a South African point of view, India trying all kinds of things now to break this partnership.
Yeah, you can see a lot of effort here. The consistent line and length not paying off so much because Jansen has been controlling that quite nicely. So trying different things, trying to come across the right-hander to get him to play a shot. If he doesn't edge it, that was very close.
Yeah, it was very, very close. Ishan Kishan holding the pose. And as we're watching this again, just wide outside the off stump, he really has a go at that one. And we've already seen how a number of the South African batters have lost their wickets playing similar types of shots. George Linder, Tony Dezorzi, both falling to similar types of shots wide outside the off stump. Mark Jansen not happy with himself.
No, not the right thing to do. And now he's got himself 2 slip fielders there, bringing that fly third man in, deciding now that's not the way to go. And yeah, Jansen doing the right thing here, not playing at a ball that isn't at the stumps, and just frustrating the Indian bowlers. That's what we're seeing signs of here. Not going back to their original lines and lengths, trying to do something new, trying to manufacture wickets, and just being lulled into this very, very frustrating 10th wicket partnership.
And it's really hot out there. 32 degrees it's going to be here today in Bloemfontein. Really is a warm day. And they have been out in the field now for possibly an hour or more longer than they would have anticipated to be, when it looked like they're going to wrap South Africa up for drinks, before drinks on this second morning.
Oh, no ways!
Oh my goodness. Glenton Steerman has been run out at the non-striker's end off the boot of the bowler, it looks like. This is a massive issue here for South Africa. It rolled onto the wicket. We're going to we have played that for you. You need to look at that one again, to perhaps in slow motion as we look at that again for you now. And played back by Jansen, gets his boot on the ball, it bobbles a bit, and he actually took his bat out of the crease rather than leaving it in the crease as the ball was in the air, Glenton Steerman. And that is now, with lunch just 7 or 8 minutes away, is the end of the South African innings in the most bizarre fashion.
Yeah, hashtag brain fade is exactly what I was thinking there. It was literally one moment in a lapse of concentration to let the South Africans fall 3 runs short of that 300-run milestone, but still very, very well done. We'll just give you a summary of the scorecard.
Watching that again, he puts his bat in, then he lifts his bat up as the ball hits the stumps. So it really was lack of game management concentration from Glenton Steerman there, not actually watching the ball. So let's just watch that again. He's walking down there, he sees the ball hit his foot, puts his bat in, and then as the ball actually goes towards the stumps, he actually lifts his bat, and it then hits the stumps, which makes it taking his eye off the ball, which is something you cannot do in cricket, whether you're batting or whether you are in fact at the bowler's end. So Steerman, 27 off 47 balls, a really, really good innings from Glenton Steerman, comes to a bizarre end as South Africa are all out. South Africa A are all out for 297 and on the stroke of lunch, and that I think will be lunch. And so just after the break, we will be joining you again for the India A innings.
Don't forget that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. And welcome back to the Mangaung Oval here for the second test, the second day of the second test between South Africa A and India A. The South Africans dismissed for 297 and will now be in with the ball. My name is Tsepo Taylor. I'm sitting here with David Midgley. How are you doing, Dave? How do you feel about the last session's play?
Tsepo, any idea of how the day would have panned out, particularly in that first hour, was thrown out very quickly. I think South Africa would have never bet any money on the 9th wicket partnership being as effective as it, or 10th wicket rather, being as effective as it was. But really a good performance from Marco Jansen. He deserved 100, and in quite calamitous fashion, Glenton Steerman was dismissed late there before lunch.
You say calamitous, I think comical. Literally a lapse in concentration, and at the moment when he lifted his bat, the ball hit the stump. So definitely you need to go watch that replay when you get a chance, because you don't see wickets like that all the time. That could probably trend on YouTube. And speaking of YouTube, if you're watching our stream on YouTube, welcome. If you're watching our stream on SuperSport, welcome. And if you want to be part of the action, if you want to be part of the conversation, please do tweet us with the hashtag SSCricket or hashtag SAAVINDA, and we will read out your tweets and get you part of the conversation. We're just seeing
Shaw's
in, yes.
So he was injured in that first innings, in which a dropped catch from him diving across first slip meant that he was injured, and we saw that he was off the park for, immediately after that, from the drop catch all the way through, and we did ask the third umpire about whether or not he'd be eligible to come out and open the batting with his captain Priyank Panchal, and the green light was given because it's an external injury.
Indeed.
3 slips and a gully in place.
His partner also injured in the first day, also a drop catch. It was Captain Pranchal. He's on the other end. He's okay. It was just was it a split finger or split
finger? Yes, I think
webbing?
It's a split finger.
Okay, I
Hendricks
see.
To begin from the Loch Logan end. So your opening pair are Prithvi Shaw, who was probably a bit frustrated with himself getting dismissed shy of 50, but Captain Panchal 4 away from his 100 in that first game, and he'll be wanting to remedy that. Lovely shot.
Wow.
Lovely shot down the ground. He's just been on the front foot, punched it, and Captain Peter Malan is going to collect that down at the long off boundary as they get through for 3. Not a bad way to start the innings.
A perfect way to get off the mark with a scintillating drive there from the opening batsman. Shaw gets himself 3 runs and gets the captain on strike. Is he taking guard on leg stump? Is that
leg stump? It is. He'll probably take a second guard.
Yeah, definitely.
A lot of players these days you'll see will take 2 guards, because they will start on one and then trigger out to another. So they want to make sure that they're ready to go. Panchal just doing a bit of gardening just to see how things are. Your slip cordon are Kreshile, Arvia, Hamza, Reinhard van Tonder, and George Linder. In the gully, there's a man at mid-off, a man at point, a man at mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, and fine leg. Get a little bit straighter that time. He just tucks it off the pads.
There's also a man at fine leg that was just hiding behind the stands there. Looks like Glenton Steerman is there, and he's also warming up. Sipamla also doing a little bit of some stretching, maybe just saying, Captain, just so you know, I'm here. If you want to give me the new ball, I'm your man.
Yeah, we were talking in our build-up to today's play, Tsepo, around the bowling combinations that we might see. And Björn Hendricks is going to be partnered by Glenton Steerman.
Decent line and decent length.
You don't want to run your captain out. You don't want to run your captain out in the first over.
Don't want to take an unnecessary run there. But yeah, expecting a left-handed, right-handed combination here with Björn Hendricks and Glenton Steerman. And you have to say Steerman, before his dismissal, definitely earned himself a new ball start.
His dismissal was one that he would have appreciated in replay. I mean, being dismissed, no, but making sure that he kept his eye on that, because his off-peg was considered for the South African tumbling team, I'm sure. And that's exactly what you want. Castle, disturb the furniture, clean him all ends up. To use those...
Is this Hendricks?
Cliches. Yeah, Hendricks dismissal.
Oh, I thought I was talking about Steerman's. The comedy of errors, that one.
Both of them
Yeah.
interesting, but for completely different reasons.
Truly.
Couple of cracks seem to be forming.
Indeed. A
And,
little bit of grass in them as well. Just a little bit of green veins on both ends of the pitch. That one very straight. A little
bit of fielding there.
A little bit of a misfield, in fact, from Marco Janssen there.
He deserved for their Shaw.
Indeed.
But the Titanic sized, not width but height. Marco Janssen. Janssen really deserved 100.
Yeah. Oh.
It's such a frustrating thing, because we've seen in the past, if I think back to Timba Bavuma being dismissed shy of 100.
Wasn't it Morne
Morkel at the other end?
Yeah.
Morne
Morkel got dismissed.
Morkel was dismissed, yes. While stranded is probably the better word. Hendricks.
Knows the call as Dezorzi picks that up at point, and the first over going for 5. India sitting on 5-0.
So Steerman makes his way out from fine leg. A couple of fans that have joined us after lunch here, all enjoying the shade underneath one of the chalets at the Loch Logan end. It's really cooking, Tefel.
It is baking, my friend. I see no clouds. There's a few big amounts of clouds there over the mountain, over the horizon. But other than that, blue skies, my guys. Not seeing anything at all. No clouds at all. It's going to be a tough day in the field. But that is nothing new for cricketing fans.
Hashtag SS Cricket if you want to get in touch with us, and maybe just hashtag that last one from Tsepo, blue skies, my guys.
Hashtag blue skies, my guys.
That should be, the hashtag for summer.
Yo.
Blue skies, big vibes.
Yo, don't even get me started. December has just started. Don't
Today,
do that
yes.
to me.
It's also World AIDS Day.
Oh.
So we'll
raise a little bit of awareness there. Still in a big fight as Glenton Steerman comes in for his first ball of his spell. Oh, a little bit of shape into the right hand there. Not a bad way to start.
These two began the last game as the opening pair, but it was really Marco Janssen and Luto Sipamla with the second new ball in that game that really made an impact almost immediately in that first game. So Steerman and Hendricks, season campaigners, well over 50 first class games under the belt. Just drops that onto his toes really, and he gets 3 for 1.
Now, just thinking of the last game, a player that left a lot to be desired was definitely Glenton Steerman.
Particularly with the ball.
Exactly. Not getting any wickets and conceding, was it over?
It was 90 runs,
91
runs if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
That's not pretty reading for Glenton Steerman, and his quality has been in and amongst the SA selectors' brains. Been top of mind. Almost had a debut for South Africa. I believe it was against the West Indies before he got injured. Oh, spanked. That delivery got the treatment it deserved. Way too short, way too wide. Sent to the boundary.
Yeah, he's just erred with his length there, did Steerman. I think we must give credit to Steerman. He came in when most weren't able to bat with any amount of proficiency, and as much as his dismissal was unconventional, I think he still must be given credit for his partnership with Marco Janssen. He came in when you almost felt it was inevitable that India A would wrap up, and he really just grafted.
Yeah,
Just pulled out of that one.
At 249 for 9, you thought that South Africa could be lucky to get to 275, but 297 with the manner in which they went about their business, Janssen and Steedman. Oh,
Much
lovely
better.
delivery
Much
there.
better. He's just come back there with a better length. Deserved a follow-up worthy of that. So Van Tonder, rather Erwin at first, Hamza at second, Van Tonder at third, Björn Hendricks in the gully region, which means that George Lind is relegated to the mid-wicket region. De Zorzi in the covers, Milan at mid-off, Marco Janssen at mid-on.
Ooh!
That narrowly missed the bat, Seppel.
Oh, by the barest of margins.
Just a lovely Cricket World Cup reference there. The barest of margins.
The barest of margins. And we just
and
see
that
a
was
replay here.
wonderful.
Very, very, very close. Gonna see it in slow motion as well. Oh, look
it
at
just
that. A little
Angled
bit of,
in and nipped away. Just enough. Too much, really.
just too much. That's what you'll have to see with the new ball. Ooh! Yes, this looks like we're looking at the replay of the last ball there.
It was Control C, Control V, literally copy and paste.
Oh, wow.
Wonderful way to round out that over. 1 over gone. 2 overs rather. There you go. Scorecard is updating now. 2 overs gone. 10 without loss. These two, 5 is far too much per over, but 2 wonderful deliveries there.
Yeah, indeed. Just the bowlers erring with their lines with some of the balls here. What you'd want to see is you'd want to see sharp, consistent bowling. You'd want to see high pressure, at least from one end. But right now we're seeing 5 runs from each end. We're just
Lovely replay there, but Groundsman, as you can see, is now in the park. They're really not happy with the footholds of the fast bowlers. We saw that Porel was unhappy from the other end, but the same end rather, but the other side of the strip, around the landing points there. And essentially, what he's got there, if you're seeing it on your screen, he's got a piece of railway that's been welded to a metal pole. I suppose it doesn't have to be pretty; it just has to be effective.
it gets the job done.
Just flatten that out. Obviously, with a bit of moisture around, we're seeing that maintenance being done. So the groundsman's just making his way off the park. Shaw over his bat. Off the hips there.
Yeah, just making it
And
way
4.
too easy for the Indian batsman. A terrible line and terrible length. No one at fine leg to cover. We're just going to...
But then you got to ask the question: where's Glenton Steerman if he's not at fine legs?
he's not as fine as...
He's not as fine as that last delivery.
Yes,
was.
exactly.
Okay, cool.
Exactly, and not bowling to his field. And we're just going to see that delivery again. Yeah, way down the leg side there. Nowhere near that leg stump. So that's not what Björn Hendricks should be bowling.
You also don't want to waste the new ball.
Exactly. It needs to be high pressure at this point.
Much better. And you can see the applause just at the bottom of your screen there from Sinatemba Kreshile, just applauding above his head.
No, there's no doubt that Björn Hendricks can bowl a good ball, but starting the over with a boundary ball, a freebie just like that, takes the pressure right off the batsman. And I mean, Prithvi Shaw can just stand there now and block out the rest of this over without any pressure.
Mark Jansen having a lovely conversation with Honor Jacobs between the square leg umpire and the mid-wicket fielder. Oh, he's just over-pitched. It's full and wide, and Shaw's quality, he's not going to miss out on that. He punches the gloves of his skipper. It's really Just not good enough from Hendricks. He's been the victim of 2 boundaries in this over. As we see, De Zolze has to do the collection work. Not easy when you have to go through the covers and you've got spikes on. You're at risk of puncturing hole. So one fan out there under the
Chilling in
tree,
the shade.
avoiding the sun.
Now, just too many freebies here from Buren Hendricks, the experienced campaigner. You'd be hoping for a little bit more consistency, much like we saw with the Indian bowlers, hitting that line and length, and we're just seeing shots of Marco Janssen. Maybe he could come into contention with the new ball here.
Was that Mr. Umpire's probably going down the leg side.
Oof, that's not a bad appeal from this perspective. Maybe not pitching, or maybe pitching outside leg, and not really convincing the umpire.
Yeah, umpire. Tuma. Logan here. Not interested. He was under pressure in the first game from the Willow's End on a completely different strip, but there was a number of appeals which he turned down. Seriously experienced campaigner, over 100 first-class games.
We're just seeing the replay of this delivery here. Yeah, it looked like it might have just pitched outside leg. And this next delivery, wow, another boundary ball. Way too close to the pads, and it was just easy pickings. Just clipped it off his pads without any protection there in the deep. Fine leg wasn't anywhere near that, so it was just too easy.
Not giving himself anything to really put pressure on these two. There's 3 boundaries in the over now, and he's really got to make sure that he sorts things out. There's a conversation now as Sipamla hands the ball back to him. Marco Janssen warming up at mid-wicket. Better from Buren Hendricks. Better length.
That was one or two balls that were at a good length, and there were 3 freebies in this over. 12 off this over. That would have been a good over in a T20 chase, as India are sitting on 22 for 0 after just 3 overs. Look at that run rate, eh? Yeah, 7.3.
Seeing Marco Janssen from the Willow's End, shining the ball, working hard on it.
Making sure that he's top of mind of
the skipper.
Yeah. Just so you know, I'm also left-handed skip. Just saying.
Just throw it out there. Kookaburra turf in the hand of Glenton Steerman. Still a new egg. He's got to work hard with it. Has to create pressure. Previous 2 deliveries from Glenton Steerman before that one. Just beating the bat. That one slightly straighter this time. He's just having a word with umpire Jacobs there, Tsepo. Maybe just saying, can we clarify where the line is, please? Take away the dirt.
Looks like the pitch is just deteriorating there. A few foot marks are on the crease. On both ends, in fact.
Steelman. To Shaw. Punch out rather. Straight to one. So there's obviously a plan here at Tsepo with punch out to bowl straighter to him on his pads, and then maybe give a bit of width to Prithvi Shaw.
Just enlighten me, please, David. I see 3 slips and a gully, but the line that Steerman is bowling is towards the pad. So does that scream an edge is coming very soon with this new ball?
I suppose there's always something from the new ball. Oh, he's got him. Surely.
Oh!
He nicked it. It's a no ball. Oh no, he's nicked it. It's died on its way through to Koshile and umpire Jacobs after clearing the line, Seppo. Clearly pointing out to Steerman that he was over the line, and it didn't matter if Koshile had caught that.
Oh, that's not what you want to see at all if you're a South African fan. The one delivery that looked like it could be dangerous just turned out to be a no-ball delivery. So the first
look
extra
at that.
of
You
the
can
day.
see it now on screen.
Oh, it's a big one.
The no ball there.
That is a big one.
Wonderful work here from our production team. Oh,
he's just overpitched that. Open the blade did Panchal, but
Better line though. Happy with that line on that fourth stump line. Just the length, as you said, overpitched.
I think Tepo, what we saw was the plan. In, and then the
and then
one that
out.
goes away catches the edge, and that's exactly what
I see.
we saw there.
So just
not really
lulling
carrying.
them into the leg side deliveries, and then just getting the one that gives a little bit of movement on the outside. Some thinking bowling there. So 3 slips in action then. Still part of the plan.
Steerman using a bit of a sweat there to try and shine on the ball, and catching men in place. Well driven.
Fantastic drive through the covers. And that's going to the boundary all the way for 4.
Chase in vain there for captain Peter Milan. He's overpitched, has Glenn Steerman, and it all comes back to that dropped one. As you see, he just leans into that and hammers it through the cover. The glorious shot, but it came as a result of the drop catch. It plays in the mind of players, and so immediately he's going to be searching for that next opportunity to catch the edge, and maybe you err a little bit on the length there. Steerman, Panchal.
Fantastic.
Oh, bit of aggression there, Tsepo.
Fantastic. That's what we like to see. Nice on a sporting wicket to see a good competition between bat and ball when the bowler just stares the batsman down.
Marco Janssen wiping. I don't know what he was wiping. Maybe sunblock off his chin. I'm not sure how he'd have sweat on his chin.
Have you never sweat on your chin, David?
Never.
Not even once?
Not in my life. Bearded, my friend. I keep cool that way.
Oh, sorry, clean-shaven man here.
Yeah.
Or
sure.
they call me Babyface Taylor. That's better.
Much better delivery. Good way to end the over. 3 gone. Rather 4 gone. 27 for the run rate at the moment is 6.8. Outrageous for this time with the new ball. You always expect Tsepo,
Yes.
as we see Steerman here.
Now we just want to have a look at if it wasn't a no ball, if that would have been a catch. It looks like it was a clean catch from Krishile there, but unfortunately a no ball. That's not what you want to see as a bowler, not at all.
Surprisingly, Glenton Steerman didn't celebrate before he looked back at the umpire. If he had celebrated and then looked back, I would have been more convinced that it was actually a catch. But maybe he wasn't sure either. But like you said, it was a clean one in the end.
Could have just been that no ball that you hear umpires do from time to time. Bjorn Hendricks continues. A big appeal here, but probably pitching outside leg.
Loud from the men behind the stumps. Possibility of a dual sound as well. Umpire Tuma nods his head to Bjorn Hendricks to say, yeah, not out.
We're just having a look at that. Yeah, no, very much outside leg. And hitting also quite high on the pad, so nah, not convinced with that shot. Decent start to this over. Hopefully another dot ball for the South African bowling.
Oh, a bold.
There it is.
Rip snort of a bouncer. Goodness me. It was a wonderful response there from someone.
Yeah, that got the crowd going off that bouncer. I think they were keen to see the first bouncer of the day for the South African lineup, that is.
6 fans obviously taking an afternoon off under that chalet towards the far corner. I'm sure we'll show them in a bit. But lovely to see from Bjorn Hendricks. He's not afraid to bring out the short ball, particularly with the new ball against Shaw.
It's all good and well that you can bring out a short ball.
That turning in the hand of Prithvi Shaw.
I mean, most pace bowlers will probably bring out a short ball, but whenever we see short balls, it seems like it's a defensive action, or it's a lack of consistency, and it's just something that you just want to, get through your overs with.
Right.
It doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of confidence, a place of control. So I'm not very encouraged by that ball. You'd like to see a little bit more discipline here.
I liked it. Good to see a rip snorter of a bouncer. This is a much better over. Much better over from Björn Hendricks. He would have had the conversation with Captain Peter Malan to say, Skip, I know that was not my best. Give me another one. I'll make sure I remedy the situation. But really good stuff here. Terribly focused is Björn Hendricks. You can see it on his face. He'd really just love to pick up a wicket here. Hendricks to Shaw. Again a delivery that Prithvi Shaw is defending.
Better lines and lengths. Would have loved to see this over as the first over. As a if you were a South African fan, or just as a bowling fan, you'd like to see a good competition here between bat and ball, and just the first few overs just made a little bit too easy for the Indian batsmen, because I'm sure, Dave, you'll agree with me that it's very important for the South African team to make inroads early with the new ball, because once that shine goes off, it becomes more and more difficult.
That's gone between bat and hip, over the top of middle stump, and it's gone for 4.
Wow.
That's an edge, and Krashila was flat-footed, but it would have taken an absolute screamer of a catch for him to take that. He's a little bit... Yeah, just have a look at that. It really just jagged back off the wicket.
Oh, lucky boundary that. Unfortunate for the bowler, after having such a fantastic delivery. The keeper just, as you said, caught flat-footed. There was definitely an opportunity there, and possibly an opportunity missed.
Positive signs, though, for this bowling pair. They've both induced an edge, and so they'll want to be encouraged by this. So you're seeing Marco Janssen there, just trying to help his teammate just fix, look after the ball after that last one. We also see umpire Kuma looking like he might be giving a bit of a haircut to Panchal's bat. There's obviously some fiberglass tape rather, that's come apart. And you obviously he's just making sure that umpire Kuma can replace his scissors. Scissors are not only for the fiberglass tape rather, but also for trimming the ball. It's well bowled.
Oh, quick single. Well run as well. Well played that shot. Yeah, last thing you want on your bat is fiberglass just hanging out. I imagine you play a shot, you miss the ball, but your fiberglass makes the sound. That's a wicket right there.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be dismissed after having edged the ball, but you really didn't. Steerman now to Shaw. There's 3 slips in place. Gully as well. Just the one man out at fine leg. It's Luto Sipamla because Björn Hendricks is actually in the cordon at Gully.
Hands trusted. Reflexes trusted.
I don't imagine that. I'll tell you after this delivery.
Oh.
I don't imagine that if there is a wicket here, it will be as a result of a build up to something. I'm not seeing from either of these two that they're building towards something. If there's a wicket here, I'm not saying that the Indian A team are on top here, but I do think that if South Africa A get a wicket here, it's likely to be against the run of play. But it is still very early. We're only 5 overs into this innings. with 4 balls remaining in the over.
Too easy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, David. That's the thing. It's just too easy. Too easy for these batsmen to get runs. They don't look like they're under any sort of pressure. There were only 2 balls where it had us on the edge of our seats. There was potentially a wicket here from Glenton Steedman, and those were the 2 balls in not the last over, but the over before. So that's not what you want to see, especially with the new ball. The score already at 32, or it looks like they ran at 33 for 0 after 5 overs.
I'd love it if it was 33 for 5. Quick single here, he's fallen, and that should have been around. There's an opportunity here, perhaps, for overthrows, but Captain Panchal was sent back by Prithvi Shaw. Tony Dzorzi was the man in the field there. Goodness me, that so nearly, Tsepo, could have been that wicket you were looking. You just really just would love to have a wicket here for South Africa. They really would just break that they'd love to break that partnership. 33 from 5, going along at 5.7.
You must feel that that was an unnecessary run, an unnecessary attempt. It looks like Panchal is trying to stamp his authority on this game with some quick singles to get that scoring rate, that strike rate way up, and to decrease that deficit as quickly as possible to generate a lead. But it seems a bit unnecessary. 5 overs in, don't need to rotate the strike so hard. Doesn't look like they're under any sort of real pressure to rotate the strike, but maybe trying to be a bit more proactive, the Indian batsman. Oh wow.
Shot. He's just gotten up on his toes and helped it on its way to the boundary. End of that over. Steerman has bowled 3 overs. 0 for 16. Tsepo, I think the South Africans are trying too hard to find the wicket. I see some fans enjoying the shade there, but are South Africa trying too much for the wicket? Is it rather a case of bowl the lines and lengths and then the wicket will come, or do you look for that wicket delivery?
David, we watched the Indian bowlers bowl. We watched them operate. What did we see with Porel?
Consistency
outside the off stump.
Sure. And then the
maiden
variety
overs.
ball.
Then after the maiden overs, we saw wickets. That's all. You don't need to be thinking outside the box here. You have a new ball. You have skilled bowlers.
Down the left
Just
side.
bowl with some line and length. It's as simple as that.
You've got to bowl just over the top of off. I know it's not as cut and dry as perhaps we're putting it out there. There's many permutations, but you have to think, Tsepo, that basics first done well has to be the plan of action here.
Look, David, 2 things you need to be doing as a bowler is either taking wickets or not conceding runs. And right now,
6 to the over. I mean,
6 to the over.
That's more than you would expect from a one-day game.
And no wickets either. That's the problem.
There is plans in place. We're not presuming that there aren't plans in place. I just think we're not privy to that, and so we have to kind of go with what we're seeing, and what we're seeing is too many boundary balls.
No, look, David, if there's a plan in place, this execution it's not a professional standard. Like, you shouldn't be conceding 6 runs and over with the new ball. You know, you don't have. Watching Test cricket,
You got to bowl to your field.
you've got to bowl to your field. 3 slips and a gully, balls going down the leg side.
Shot.
Very good shot that. It just doesn't make sense to me, David. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't see the plan.
If only Bjorn Hendricks had gotten a faint touch, a fingertip, if you will, on that, he might have had the Indian captain the way that Clinton Steerman was run out at the non-striker's end.
Please
but
excuse.
you shouldn't be begging for wickets.
Exactly,
or trying
you're
to-
clutching at straws here.
Sure,
Excuse the
sure,
pun, but
sure.
it's just not. I just don't see a clear plan. That's the problem. Like, I want to see some good cricket. That's what we all want to see.
Can
We want to see bowling to the field, and it doesn't look like we're bowling to the field. These slips are just standing there to be in the sun.
Hendricks now to Prithvi Shaw. Again on the hips of Prithvi. He seems comfortable with that.
That's going to go down to the fine leg boundary, where Steerman does the fielding. Deficit 259. Priyank Panchal 14. His partner Prithvi Shaw 23. This partnership worth 38, obviously. First wicket yet to fall. Arvia, Hamza, Van Tonder slips 1, 2 and 3. Jortlander at gully. Zozi at point. Alan at mid-off. Sipaml at mid-on.
You know what would be interesting, David? A leg slip. To these lines and lengths, a leg slip would be crazy. That would be a maverick move. Not exactly what I'd do with the new ball, but at least he'd be bowling to the field a little bit better. And
we saw in the first 4-day game that umpire Tuma was actually not too pleased with Marco Janssen in that instance, moving his way into the danger zone. But we just saw the notification from umpire Tuma that he's just giving a gentle reminder to remain out of the danger zone. Quick single there. End of the over. South Africa searching for that wicket. 7 gone, 39 without loss. Steerman will continue now from the
Indian batsman
Willow's
looking.
end.
Oh, sorry about
Go
that,
for it.
David. Indian batsman looking very, very comfortable. Don't look too challenged. No balls rearing up. No balls looking like it's out of their control. There was the few edges. There was the one inside edge that completely beat Kleshele, running to the boundary, and there's one outside edge that was unfortunately for the South African team a no ball. But other than that, not too much pressure here, so Indian batsman in cruise control, sitting pretty at 39 after 7 overs.
So something we've seen, Tsepo, is the South African coaching staff moving around the field at various points in the day, perhaps looking at some angles of where the field is, how effective their plans are. Swinging into Panchal. It's a lovely delivery from Glenton Steerman. Just coming back into the right-hander from, or through the air, the movement there. Now the plan begins once again. Arno Jacobs, the umpire at the Willow's end, just showing Panchal how he should play a late cut there.
So David, please enlighten me. Maybe I'm not seeing the forest from the trees here. Maybe I'm just...
Hold again, just get someone who's toes, and there's a shy at the striker's end. A bit of awareness there from Reinhard van Tonder.
I'd like to see that. Now, just enlighten me. What do you think the plan actually is here with these lines and lengths? It doesn't look like the South Africans are aiming for that outside off-stump line. Lots of balls going towards the stumps, towards the batsman's body. Do you think it's a case of maybe studying the batsman that they're bowling against, or is there some sort of big master plan here?
Steerman into Shaw. His defense that one. There's clearly a plan here with Panchal, at least, that I can assess. It's the couple of deliveries into the pads, and then the away one. It has been difficult to string a plan together, because you have to string a plan together through a series of deliveries, and so it has to be patient, but it has to be effective. And I think too many opportunities for a boundary to get off track, and again that length to Shaw in his hip region. I think that's also something we should be aware of, is the
The length.
to Shaw as opposed to Panchal. Panchal gets a much fuller delivery, whereas Shaw is a slightly back of a length delivery. Shorter. And I think if Steerman can get a wicket here, really against the runner play, 40 without loss, he might be dancing in the proverbial moonlight. Oh, there's the away one. Well watched though by Shaw. But that's the away one. He wants Shaw to play with a slightly straighter bat, not angling the bat open towards the cover region, but rather showing us the maker's name, and that's when he's hoping to steal the edge. These two put on 80 together, Tsepo, in the first.
Oh, so the
First
halfway
game.
there. So the halfway there in 7 overs. That's
There's exactly
that's
what
a
you
little
want.
bit
You
better,
come back
that.
in, it's a leading edge that goes out to point. Collected by Dozozi. That is the end of the over.
just 2 off it. That's a much better over from Glenton Steedman. Just getting 2 off that over. Keeping that consistent line and length, making the batsman play. Maybe not peppering that 5th stump line, but definitely getting the batsman to get bats on ball and then maybe lulling them into a shot that they shouldn't play.
And this is how plans begin.
Hopefully.
Change of bowling. Luto Sipamla from the Logan end. Sipamla proving the golden arm in the previous game, picking up crucial wickets.
This boy is talent. I can remember when he made his South African debut. I believe it was in a one-day international. Makantini in the commentary box losing his mind, saying, "Yeah, this guy's the real deal. He's got the pace, he's got the power, and he's quite an exciting prospect."
Also having a really prolific first-class season.
Indeed.
Part of
Ooh,
that
Lions.
Lions team that is ripping through everybody, tearing through.
that quartet is power. That quartet is just pure power.
Sasanda Magala, Dwan Olafir, Malusi Siboto, and
Sasada Magala.
the man who's here, Lutus Apamla, is the fourth in that
but-
quartet, yes.
Oof. Big.
Bowling a lot of fire. 2 out of the 4 have been in the South African setup recently, in one way or another. Good start by Sapamla.
A nice full delivery, that.
And Shaw not really able to get that one away, balancing, going forward and not overcommitting, particularly with that type of delivery. If you overcommit with your balance, your head is further than your knee, that's when you lose the line of the ball, and that's when you get dismissed leg before wicket.
Insightful stuff.
Deep point on the offside. No ball there, but he smashed it straight back at Sipamla. This is going to run away to that Loch Logan boundary. Peter Milan's going to have a lot of work to do here to keep it in. He does reel it in, but they run wonderfully there, and they'll get 3 there. But with the no ball as well, so essentially a forward there, Paul.
Essentially, he gets a 4 and an extra ball. So 3-4, 4-4-3.
Panchal dismissed 4 short of his 100 in the first game. Prithvi Shaw shy of his milestone. These two really going along nicely in the first game before there was a dismissal. I believe it was George Linder, the first ball after lunch. But work to do here for the South Africans.
Oh,
so well bowled.
lovely.
That just came back. What a bit of movement there, Tsepo.
No, that was perfect. That was perfect. Just peppering that 5th stump line, just going over the off stump, or just seeing the no ball call there. That one was a very close one. Very, very close, but a good call in the end because there's nothing behind the line. Actually, no, not as close as I said. Nothing behind the line at all.
But good call, though,
Good
by
call.
umpire Kuma. But that's the experience of a man who's had 100 games under his belt.
Indeed. Oh, fantastic line and length. Now that looks like he's bowling to his field. That looks like at any moment, if it jags off a crack, if there's a little bit of movement in the air, it could catch a faint edge. And
Are you impressed by Luto's foray into the national team? Particularly, he hasn't stretched his legs yet in Test cricket, but certainly in the white ball stuff, he's been impressive. Or what do you make of it?
no, I think he's still a prospect. I believe he still has a lot to learn before he becomes quite prolific. But there's tons of promise there. He shows discipline, he shows power and pace, and can be a real handful for most batsmen, and that's exactly what you want from a bowler. Really gets everybody excited, really. He shows up, might not always be the top wicket taker, but he pulls out a decent performance as a role player.
So I think it's going to be more and more difficult for these South African fast bowlers to get some purchase as the day goes on. Pitch is probably going to flatten out or so.
Indeed. Oh, fantastic delivery that.
Just the one coming back into Shaw, and he mistimes that one out to the fine leg region. 23 years of age, Lucha Sapamla, real prospect. And there are a couple of prospects in this South African A squad, particularly the younger players. We
Indeed.
think of Marco Jansen, who, had a wonderful performance with the bat.
Reinhard van Tonder, maybe not a prospect now, but he's had a decent domestic season.
Sapamla to continue. Oh, he's driven that hard, but there's going to be a bit of work here for George Linde, who's running around from the point boundary, but it's going to be in vain as that one goes to the boundary. Van Tonder was the man in the covers who let that go through to Linde, but he was nowhere near it really.
And that's the 50 up for India, 50 off 9 overs. And
Good
we're
shot
just
for
going to
the
have a
replay.
fantastic
Good
drive
shot
that.
for the pitch vision replay. Yeah, he just leaned into that one, and unfortunately for the South Africans, a bit of a pressure release there at Seport. It was a good over, and it deserved slightly more.
Yeah, just
finish out
a
at
little
least.
bit too much width in the end there. The one loose delivery to get India to their 51 off 9 overs. Only 56 balls in the end there, so, and just under an hour to get there. So, yeah, unlucky after building a decent amount of pressure. The first no ball was also not good for Sapamla, but yeah, still getting into his work, still getting into his stride.
50 partnership as well.
Because it's the first
Yeah,
wicket,
sure.
yes.
But coming off 56 deliveries, Panchal providing 21 and Shaw 28, just the two extras. And deficit now under 250. Steerman to continue from the Willows end. Again, that's that one into Panchal, or Shaw rather. I have a feeling that couple in and then one away. Van Tonder speaking Afrikaans there, surely to his members in the slip cordon. Maybe some plans being discussed.
Got to keep it that way. Maybe just speaking Afrikaans just to get the batsman uneasy. Could have just been saying eiers en hoender, just saying eggs and chicken.
Steerman in again. Again, it's exactly the same delivery.
Exactly the same result.
I'd want one more in that line and length. One more. And then the away delivery. Because Shaw doesn't look all that convincing in that last shot. Just fends it away, really.
No, it doesn't look too bothered either. I'm not sure he looks like he's under pressure at all here.
What would be a visible sign of pressure for you for an Indian batsman? A mistimed shot, a false stroke? Isn't that a win, though, in terms of the bowling?
Yeah, a mistimed shot, and also something on the outside, very close to the edge as well.
There you go. 2 in, 1 on off stump, And he just defends that out to the point reach, and they get through for one.
Straight from the middle of the bat, though. So to me, pressure looks like you're mistiming the ball. You're not striking it exactly where you want it to. If you're defending it, if you're fending it off your body, you're taking pressure off yourself. And it's difficult to score if you can't hit the ball. And that's what pressure looks like to me.
No gully in place. And just gets up on his toes. Does punch out to punch that away out of the deep point. I can't. It's too juicy a half volley to ignore.
Indeed. But the balls have just been middled. If I were a batsman, I'd like to get bats on ball, like to connect as often as possible, because sometimes all you need to do then is just find the gap. Right now you're getting bat on ball, now you just need to find the gap.
Marco Jansen just geeing up his fast bowler here. He thinks there's something in the offing. Punchal again facing up, or Shaw rather, again in that same pad delivery on his height of about his knee, which is about 3/4 of the way up the stumps.
Okay, so there's definitely a plan to bolt to the body of the Indian batsman.
Particularly Shaw. That fuller, straighter delivery.
But Dave, if you see that most of the deliveries are going towards the stumps, would you not have maybe someone in short under the lid on the leg side?
It's not short. It's not short enough to deserve somebody in the...
Touche.
But if you're going to have a mistimed leg glance, that's precisely why George Linder is there at a close-ish mid-wicket. End of the over. 53 on the board after 10. So the maths for the rate achieved is very simple. See some...
congratulations to Priyank Panchal on achieving 7,000 runs in first-class cricket.
Some fans appreciating the cricket here. Making sure they make the most of it. If you want to come down, 50 Rand and proof of vaccination. So really well done by Indian skipper Priyank Panchal. Let me see, gets a fist bump from his partner. It's his 100th first class game as well.
Oh wow. Milestone after milestone.
Yeah, he's a seasoned campaigner. Really is just wonderful that he's been able to put in the hard yards at a domestic cricket, and it's borne some fruit for him. So Pamla Luto giving him a surly look there, a scowl if you will. It looks like Arvia is considering doing push-ups here at first look. Not sure, maybe he's just stretching out his calves, but he's in the push-up position.
You know what they say, sun's out, guns out, eh? Gotta get...
A lot of the South Africans, speaking of Sansa guns, a lot of the South Africans actually have longer sleeves on, or a sleeve of some kind. George Linder, Reinhard van Tonder, Zubair Hamza. More guys going with long sleeves these days in the field than you would have traditionally seen, particularly in the 90s. You think of those three-quarter shirts that were popular in Australia, and I think of Andrew Hall,
ones. Yes,
that had the three-quarter shirt. He preferred it, actually.
Yeah, no, I think it could just be precaution against the sun, possibly. Might not be looking for warmth, but hey, you don't want to get sunburns on those arms too much.
Yeah,
so
particularly if you can spend long hours in the field. 31 degrees in Bloemfontein, really warm day yesterday.
Hey,
so
it's
it's
hot.
going to
Yeah,
be hot
cheers.
again today. That's the one there. Goes out to the man in the deep. So just after lunch on day 2, and really a scorcher out there. But we spoke about the day being for batting. The pitch leveling out somewhat. Wouldn't say flat yet. Certainly not out of the realm of a sporting wicket. Oh, that's just come back and uncomfortably hit him. It's actually been trapped in the pad. You see as he dislodges it.
Ooh, oh, looks like there's an injury here. Looked like the impact wasn't comfortable for him at all, as we just see the replay.
Yeah, he really didn't like that one. It one that spat up off the deck here. We see that while the physio just comes on to treat him, but
Yeah, look at an inside edge that just smacks him on the tummy.
he doesn't have the most enjoyable time of things in this game.
No, not at all.
In the wars, first damaging his finger early on day one, now receiving some treatment from the physio, as you can see there. So there's going to be a brief delay in play. Luto Sapamla looking to get on with it at the top of his mark.
And while we have this delay in play, don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the city of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
He seems a lot better now that he's received some treatment from the physio, so pretty sure we'll continue.
And that's good to see.
We're just having a look at the... Sorry, Tsepo, if we're having a look at the ball, I was just trying to see if there was still the gold writing on it. Umpire Kuma just dismissing the Indian A bowler, rather the spare man, so to speak, just to say he's not interested in a drink. He was offered it, but we're not far from a drinks interval. Remember, these teams had their session changed because of the final South African wicket. So we came back early from lunch, or earlier than perhaps was expected. But this is going to be a key delivery, Tsepo.
Yeah.
How Sipamla follows up is crucial.
Yeah, David, you asked me what pressure looks like, and that's it. Making it uncomfortable to be out there as a batsman. That's exactly what you want. A decent body ball, just to rattle the cage a little bit, so that you can just stifle the runs and slow down that run rate and get a little bit more control into this game. So a decent over here, decent spell from Sipamla. A little expensive for his 2 overs after the first over that had a boundary and that no ball, but has come back well. Oh, very well fielded.
So the question, Tsepo, is we've seen a slightly expensive foray from Sipamla in his first spell here. 2
Maybe
overs
just the
bowled,
first over.
11. I mean, if you look at it overall.
Yeah, yes.
And you've told me that he's put pressure on these two. So you can still concede runs, but be putting pressure on.
No. Let me just make sure that
Just to clarify that.
I've made myself clear. The first over was a bit unfortunate where he got punished for 4, and he also had that no ball that had 3 runs, which basically had 8 runs off the first over. Second over, a few runs, that's fine. Maybe from 8 to 11, that's 3 runs. But one of those deliveries made it very uncomfortable for sure, number one. And then after that, no major runs were conceded. And that's what I want to see. I don't want to see lots of runs from a bowling perspective. I want to see tons of pressure and make it uncomfortable for the batsman. So, yes, conceding runs from time to time is fine, but not big runs. 8-run overs, 2 overs in a row. That's not ideal if you're looking to put pressure on the batting team.
Steerman will go again. Just cut that away, and that's exactly why that man is out there for that shot.
And also bowling to your field, that's also important. Like what Steedman did there, short delivery. Yes, it was cut, but there's a man at deep point, and if he misses, if the batsman misses, then the slip cordon are in play. The slip cordon are in business.
See, a few more fans making their way in. Good to see. Fans, if you want to join us, please do, and if you can, give us a wave. You spend just 50 Rand and prove your vaccination, you can come watch quality cricket. Kashile not convincing there. He was through that one before cleanly taking it. Faint sound, but not really anything convincing.
No, not anything convincing. You would like to see that that ball gloved and then actually caught. If there was an opportunity,
and she had dropped it, I think he'd be all the more frustrating. Sure.
Yes. So just a little bit of focus here and a little bit of urgency from the South Africans would make this a little bit more of a competition.
Again into the pads of Panchal, but it's a no ball.
Oof.
Maddening. We saw 7 on day 1 from the South Africans. From the Indian A rather team, but it seems almost endemic. There's 3 so far today. Oh, James, you've got to sit. You've got to sit. Oh, sorry. Sit down. Sorry. 56 without loss. South Africa still in search of that wicket. 57 rather. The score is just updated in front of us. Steerman again on the pads of Panchal. This time Marco Janssen collects it at mid-on. Don't forget, if you want to tweet us, hashtag it #SSCricket or hashtag SAAVINDA. It's India without the second I.
Yeah. So close. So close. You're one eye away from becoming India. Beautiful! There it is. Bowling that line that gets the batsman playing Panchal playing a shot that he really shouldn't have played in retrospect.
And, 3 words, Tipple. There's the plan. I realize one is contracted, but there's the plan. He's gone in, and there's the one that just hangs out. Look at that lovely line and length from Glenton Steerman, just hanging the. He's just trying to have a proper drive at that Panchal, lured into a false stroke, and the Indian A captain is gone. South Africa A have their first wicket.
Yeah, and you could see just a little bit of movement in the air. Taking it away from the right-hander and playing very hard at that and getting dismissed there. So well done from Glenton Steedman. That's the plan that you were saying, David. You were right. In, and then out, and that ends. And that ends Panchal's innings, or 24 of 32 deliveries.
Yes, the new man making his way out to the wicket. You'll see him there. Yeah, Swaran, if that is the case. Yeah. Number 2 on his back. Scoring 100 in the last game, Seppo. He'd love to replicate that.
Oh no, without a doubt. It was on a flatter deck, must say. This one's doing a little bit more movement. Glenton Steedman showing that he could extract a little bit of movement in the air there, which is good. You could feel a little bit of a breeze coming in, so that might have helped out the South African bowlers, and just getting the figures for Panchal. 24 of 32. Bold Steedman caught by Sarel Arvia. 4 fours in that innings there. Free flowing almost.
Absolutely. And what we also saw there, you saw on screen the extra members rather of the Indian A team bringing on drinks again, and umpire Tuma waving them away. He's not happy with them. Obviously there's concern around
Overrate.
the overrate, number 1, and the number of delays we saw. Obviously
Panchal having his bat trimmed. We saw some treatment for Prithvi Shaw when he got hit on the elbow. But some concern around time. Abhimanyu Yaswaran, 66 matches, 1850s, 1400s to his name. He's averaging 44.
That's big.
In first class cricket, but 4,500 runs. Averages 44 and still can't get a look in at the Indian squad. That's a hard pill to swallow. It must be a hard pill to swallow.
Oh, indeed. And what he's going to have to do is just keep on plying his trade, get that average up, and knock down that door even harder. But some seasoned campaigners there in the Indian setup, it's going to be difficult to dislodge the captain. No, to dislodge Pujara at 3. A big appeal there.
Got him!
And he's got him!
So, Glenton Steerman is going to be on a hat-trick for the start of his next over. Umpire Arno Jacobs raising his finger into the air. Yaswaran, 100, then a duck. That is
sounds
just
familiar.
cruel.
I was just seeing a replay of this shot there.
Trapped
Yeah,
in
you
front.
could see that
Stone
off
hit.
stump was very much exposed as Yaswaran leaned back into his crease. So very much not a good way to go. It did look a little bit high from here on the replay, but the impact was in line and you could definitely see the stumps. Looks like we're probably going to be going for drinks now after that wicket there. So after that, Glenton Steerman is sitting on a hat-trick. Swaran goes without troubling the scorers too much. 0 runs off 1 ball, a golden duck, and LBW.
Second delivery, didn't he? Was
No,
it a
it was
golden
one.
duck?
Golden
it was a
duck.
golden duck.
Golden duck.
One. It was 2 minutes that he was at the
Yes, 2 minutes,
So
1 ball.
a minute there, and then 30 seconds, and then
It's
another
30 seconds to arrive, 1 minute to stand,
Horrible.
30 seconds to go back.
Horrible.
That's not lacquer. Don't forget that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020. And we're back here at the Magaung Oval. South Africa A have just struck here, getting 2 wickets and 2 balls from the bowling of Glenton Steerman. The first one, Captain Panchal getting an edge to the first slip Sadal Advia, and the second one, the very next ball, Yaswaran, the Centurion in the previous game, went out for a golden duck in this game. And James, Sounds like a familiar story, getting a century in the first game and getting a duck in the second.
Well, at least we have some consistency. Same wasn't to be said about the opening salvo from the South African bowling attack that we saw, but Glenton Stearman putting that back impressively as he's got further and further into his spell, and certainly deserving of the wickets that he's got.
Oh, Lutho Sipamla into the attack now, continuing his spell from the Loch Logan end, and not a bad delivery there, James.
No, that's it's been a consistent delivery in terms of bowling to Prithvi Shaw. We've seen that shot a couple of times for sure, where he's been playing it into the leg side, perhaps not intending it to go to there, but he's trying to hit the ball quite hard. It looks like play with some kind of force to a ball being bowled like that. So
we just saw some sights there of Sadal Advir doing some star jumps, trying to get a bit warmer in this heat, as this one given a little bit of width and sliced to the man sweeping on the offside. We have a tweet here from Tim Dale Lace saying that Glenton Stearman is now on 199 first class wickets, and also
Sure.
these are his first wickets at the Mangaung Oval.
well, now he probably, that may have been sent before he took his second wicket, which means that he might have, if that was his first, it may be his
What?
second wicket, which would have got him to 200 wickets in first class cricket. So we'll have to have a look at that. I've got those stats to have a look at, so we'll update you on that as we get the information of Glenton Stearman, who is of course now on a hat-trick.
So Pamela continuing a decent line and length. Just blocked that one, did Vahari off his first ball there.
So that
Decent
wicket of Iaswaran was in fact Glenton Stearman's 200th wicket
Oh.
in first class cricket, and he has the chance to take his 201st and a hat-trick with the first delivery of his next over.
Big
And
things.
big breakthroughs for the South Africa A team, who, it must be said, before this tightening up from Stearman, were under the cosh.
No, I couldn't agree more. Not a good start from the South African bowlers. I was even told to just calm down now, because it was very frustrating to watch from a cricketing perspective. You'd like to see a bit of pressure from the bowling side, so the batsmen don't just get easy runs. You want to see them earn those runs, and I do not believe that was the case. But the key is you got to rein it in. And that's definitely what Stearman did, just steering the innings just a little bit into the South Africans' favour.
Good,
Fantastic.
another really good delivery to the new batter, Anuma Vahari, and Lutho Sipamla. You were describing earlier Tsepo as being impressive of that first over, where yes, he did have that the one that was driven through the covers, but he's come back incredibly well, and he's now into his third over, nearly finished now, only 12 runs conceded now, and he's certainly hitting the lines and lengths that one would want him to hit.
A lot better. Looking like they got the blueprints here from the Indian bowlers, just outside that off stump line, make it difficult to bat. And that ends the 13th over. India A sitting on 58 for 2, and you'd expect that Glenton Stearman would continue his spell here and maybe get that hat trick.
Well, it's we can have a look at the records, and if Stearman will be bowling from the Willows end. He's got 3 steps that have changed the field as he's in to shore.
Not a bad hat-trick ball. At least it wasn't a loose delivery at all, but still the pressure on the Indian A team as Shaw just drove that to a short mid-on.
Yes, South Africa A now getting their way back into the game and following the formula that the Indian bowlers found so successful in that post-lunch session yesterday. And it has been a very good session again post drinks for South Africa. Glendon Stearman, who feel that he probably would have finished the spell in that over had he not taken those 2 wickets. Because he's bowled, this is his 7th over on the trot from the Willows End, and probably due a break pretty soon. It's hot out there today, 31, 32 degrees.
Indeed, but it looked like he was getting better and better as he bowled more overs, which is a good sign. Maybe just getting into the swing of things, getting himself warm. Oof.
In the air past third slip and rolling all the way down to the third man boundary.
Not a bad shot from Prithvi Shaw, just opening the face of the bat as it goes down there, and fielders are going to have to fetch that one. We're seeing the replay here. Just threw his hands at that and just opened the face ever so slightly to beat the man sweeping on the offside. A deep backward point.
But Stearman and you and Dave were describing how he was managing to get that ball that was coming into the pads or just outside the off stump, just getting the ball on the line, and then the one that went away, and he's really been bowling exceptionally well.
Another good delivery there. Soft hands to just beat the man at third slip and get himself 2 runs. That's smart batting from Prithvi Shaw.
Yeah, really smart. I think he's sort of working out what Stearman is intending to do at the moment. It's been facing him for quite a significant portion of time. And Panchal, the man who was out in the previous Stearman over, first man out, caught very well by Ervia at first slip.
And there's the ball going into the right-hander.
Yeah, that's been the line of attack from Stearman. He's been bringing the ball in, bringing it in, and then taking that ball away from the right-hander. And the one that did get Captain Panchal, the one that moved away slightly on the drive, couldn't get to the ball, and a good sharp catch at first slip.
He's really middling the ball, is Prithvi Shaw,
Yes,
the
isn't he?
Delhi Capitals man.
That hit with intent out to the man sweeping at point, and that's what that guy's there for. It's been a fielding position which I think is quite strange. It has meant that the runs are not coming.
Just some more sights of some fans here. The picking up, more and more fans are coming into the stadiums, just chilling in the shade, watching some cricket. Feels like a South African summer, truly that.
It is. South African summer is most certainly here in Bloemfontein. Beautiful weather today, 32 degrees out there, a slight breeze for the players on the field, just maybe helping to keep those temperatures down. But now it is the case that Glendon Stearman has meant it is a bit more of a cauldron for the Indian batters.
Very well played shot. Tons of control there.
Yeah, Sipamla though looking good that he's getting those lines and lengths right. I mean, I heard you talking earlier on, and we were mentioning lines and lengths a lot in that session. It's about that discipline and control.
And that's how you build pressure. It's difficult to score runs there, but as mentioned, Prithvi Shaw is not just India A batsman. He's a IPL batsman, plays for the Delhi Capitals, so He'll be keen to make big runs here. Has the ability.
No, he's not going to want to run there. Wisely sent back by batting partner Vihari as India A stay on 65 for 2 in the 15th over. South Africa now getting that run rate, which at one stage was hovering around 7 and over after the first few, back down into what looks a little bit more like the 4-day match run rate. 4.5, still a fast
Still
run
quite
rate.
fast for 4-day, but a little bit better, as you said, a little bit more palatable if you're a bowling side.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. That's one of the most classical shots in cricket, the on drive, beautiful balance from Shaw as he plays that one down the ground for another boundary, just over pitching slightly on the line of middle and leg stump.
Fielders have to fetch that one. Luta Sopamla for the second time today getting driven, and we're going to see that drive now. Fantastic on drive. Vihari getting out of the way, but it looked like it might have been over pitched just a little bit, just a tad.
It was on the up almost when he played that. A really good looking shot as we're commentating here from the Willows end, and Luta Sopamla bowling from the Loch Logan end. He's got him!
And
He's got him!
a lovely reply.
Well bowled, Luto Sopamla. He deserves that wicket as well. He's been bowling really well in those channels, and India A lose their third wicket with the score on 69.
Oh no, you said it. You said it, James. He has deserved that wicket. He's been doing very well with that consistent line and length. One over pitch delivery got Prithvi Shaw to get that boundary, but then the very next ball, that's a fantastic reply, and that's what pressure looks like. You may look like you've released the pressure with a shot like that, but the fact of the matter is afterwards, they're coming back and they're coming with fire. Fantastic delivery, dismissing Shaw for 42, and that's Luto Sopamla bowled and caught by Beshile.
So the Eastern Cape combination working there, and the man from Port Elizabeth and the man from East London combining as Shaw is gone for those 42 or 54 balls, 6 fours with the score now 69 for the loss of 3. And when one considers that a number of overs ago, batting at about 5 and over, India A were sitting, it looked like a pretty score of 57 without loss, bringing it back. As the new batter at the crease is Baba Aparajit, has come to the crease with number 44 on his back. The middle order batter also had a bit of a chance to bat in the previous.
Arvia is constantly. I think he's getting his steps in. Did you see he was
maybe
he was doing a bit of a run there and then checked his watch straight after that, showing Zabir Hamza just being like, "Look, mate, you need to catch up to me. I'm here, my man."
Luto Sopamla successful in.
Oh, fantastic. Now that is discipline line, discipline length. Constantly the batsman playing the ball on that fourth stump line. That's what pressure looks like, James. That's what pressure looks like.
That is exactly what pressure looks like. Seems like I can't tell my fours from my fives either. Sepa has Parajit with 55 on his back, and Anima Vihari with the 44 on his back. And but looking at the scorecard now, it looks very different than it did a mere 3 or 4 overs ago. Another very good delivery and sharp fielding in the gully backward point region by George Linder. And at the end of the over, 14 gone, 69 for the loss of 3. Success in that over for Luto Sopamla.
Indeed, and we even have a tweet here of appreciation for the young man from Tapiwa Claude Jr. Saying that Luto's bowling with some rhythm and he needs to be patient on that line and length, and that's exactly what paid the dividends in the end, what got him that wicket.
Did indeed. That tweet came through 9 minutes ago before that wicket, and India A, both batters now yet to get off the mark. as we have a change of bowling from the Logan end to be expected after Glenton Stearman's marathon spell of 7 overs, 2 for 30. It's going to be Marco Jansen, the hero of South Africa's batting innings. 70 not out for the young right-handed batter, left-handed bowler from hailing from upcountry here in South Africa, but now plying his trade with the Warriors in Gqeberha. Yeah,
And
so,
before that, in a T20 series, it's a very good one. You might have heard of it, the IPL.
the IPL.
Yes,
yeah.
he was
I
playing
have
for the
heard of that,
Mumbai
actually,
Indians
yeah.
and literally burst onto the scene. Apparently was a bowler in the nets for Virat Kohli,
Right.
or for the Indian team
Yes.
that Mumbai Indians brought through.
The young man who has carried the batting innings of SAA for their 297 has the opportunity now to get further breakthroughs into the Indian A batting lineup, now at 69 for 3. Who would have thought at 57 for no wicket, going on with a fair lick, that they'd be in this position?
Look, not going to lie to you, James, as this one tickled to the leg side to get Vihari off the mark. All that the bowling team needed to do was put a little bit of pressure on India A to actually get a real game out of this now.
Yeah.
A few too many runs conceded at the beginning, but now it looks like the balance of the game is a bit better. Then we just got some word from Dave here that Marco Jansen followed the same path that Jofra Archer followed. Started off as a nets bowler,
Right.
and got picked up like that and made his way up into the big leagues.
That is a very good way to do it, by the looks of things. That's a very good delivery.
Oh,
Oh,
really
sharp
feels
into the gully. That's a really, really good work in the gully. I think that is it's Hendricks in the gully, Bjorn Hendricks, really stopping that one incredibly well on the bounce. And that's when you want your fielders to back up the bowlers.
And we're just getting a shot of Jason Smith on the field.
Okay.
12th man for today. We'll see who he's coming for. It sounds like he's coming for Glenton Stearman.
That makes sense.
Just giving us some break after, as you said, that long spell that he had of 7 overs.
Oh, that's the best one right on the spot by Marco Jansen. That's where he wants to be bowling. Get the batter to play, get them to play, get it into coming into the batter, and then perhaps the one that goes away. Those 3 slips are waiting to snaffle up. We've got almost 2 first slip, second slip, and a 4th slip with a man at a backward point region. 4th slip gully. It is more of a gully than 4th slip. Another one on the spot. It's on the money where he wants it to be now. The pressure's been created, and want to make sure that continues. So.
That one just it's nice the angle that being a left-handed bowler generates here against the right-handed batsman. The balls that come across the right-hander could get those the slip cordon in business.
Oh, another very good delivery, and well played by Parijit as he just played that out into the offside. And bit of fun being had here by the slip cordon.
That's Hamza and Ervia.
Hamza and Ervia sprinting there between the overs to get down to the other side.
It's to get those steps in. It's all about the steps.
He's watching it. Look at his watch all the time.
And now he's walking around.
Kashilin.
Hamza also walking around. You gotta love the show that we're
yeah.
seeing here from the slip cordon.
It is nice to see that the byplay happening between the South African A players. As we would say here in South Africa, a lot of gees on the field there.
Yes, the Afrikaans word for spirit.
more good bowling from Luto Sipamla, and can only agree with Tapiwa Klo that he deserved that the wicket, bowling really well.
Indeed. Just a quick update at stumps. Sri Lanka were 46 for 2 in their second innings, and that's at the end of day 3 at the second test, and trailed the West Indies by only 3 runs.
And what is typically a very spinner-friendly track at Galle in the south of Sri Lanka. Well played, and again, nice line outside the off stump. Luto Sipamla bowling to a 6-3 offside field. Bowling to his field he has been since that first over, into his 5th over now. 1 for 16. Sipamla has been impressive. Sepo, really, really good to see him hitting his straps, and his overall really looking like he's potentially going to take more.
Now you can see why he's been quite a handful for the domestic batsmen here in the South African 4-day series. Those consistent lines and lengths, and those balls that can also harrow the batsman, make it difficult to be out there in the middle. He specializes in that.
Thanks very much to all of those you sending in tweets today. Hashtag SS Cricket, hashtag SAAVINDA.
Oh!
Yeah, another squares the batter up. Vihari's going to get a boundary for that. And teapots from Luto Sipamla, which is understandable, as that went through the slip cord and all the way along the ground, it must be said. But squared his man up, and really a very, very good delivery yet again from the South African paceman.
And continuing the foot race between Hamza and Sadal Arvia as they both chased that ball, and we're just going to look at that again. Yeah, as you said, James, squaring him up. Yes, it did go along the ground, but he didn't look comfortable playing that shot, and that is what pressure looks like. That is exactly what you'd like to see from a bowling perspective. India just under the cosh a little bit here. Have to
another good delivery.
Have to just manage the rest of the session and do a little bit of control here.
Yeah, they've been, I'd say, stuttering after that incredible start. They really took full toll on a South African bowling lineup that was not hitting lines and lengths to begin with, and after that, really those 2 wickets and 2 balls by Glenton Stearman, after he built up the pressure, and followed up by great bowling from Luto Sipamla.
Getting the field, everybody shouting, everybody oohing, everybody eyeing, and that is a sign of a confident fielding team there. And that ends the 17th over. And we're back here. Just sorry about that. Just missed the first ball. It was a dot ball. Didn't miss much as Marco Jansen continues his spell here from the Willow's End.
Oh, that's a nice surprise bouncer. Hello, Mr. Vihari. That one. And so a tweet coming in here, which is saying this could be a very good test for the middle order of Vihari, Safras Khan, Parajit, and Ishan Kishan in due in next. Should another wicket fall in this pre-tea session, we have about 35 minutes to tea.
I'm just erring on his line there, just a little bit too close to the pads, Jansen. But
Yes.
there's coverage out there at fine leg.
The good thing is in his first over, still being able to apply the pressure, keep the batters honest play, having to play the deliveries, nothing loose necessarily in that first over that's going to suggest that the pressure isn't going to be maintained. You've spoken a lot about the pressure, Tsepo, and that really is what got the wickets for Steelman.
Yeah, you need to build the pressure to get the wickets going.
What a delivery that is!
And he's got him.
He has walking. That is an incredible delivery, rearing up off a length. Wow, that came from absolutely nowhere.
Goodness
Wow.
gracious
And a
me.
great catch by Luto Sipamla. A great catch by Sinetebe Oshile behind the stumps. It fairly crashed into the gloves.
Yeah, you could see that angle from the left-handed bowler going across the right-hander. You'll see it now as Jansen just comes in, going across. Vihari believed that he was in for all money here with a big drive, but unfortunately for him, gets a thick outside edge, and Kleshile is in business, and that is the end of, sorry, no, not Vihari, but Aparajit. And he needs to go back to the dugout without troubling the scorers. Another duck for India as they sit on 76 for 4. Did not expect this, eh?
No, this came out of absolutely nowhere, as it is going to be the Ishan Kishan making his debut for India A, coming to the crease. A very exciting left-handed batter, and what a reward for Marco Jansen in only his second over. That was a venomous delivery.
Fantastic delivery. It looked like it was in the slots. It looked like it was on the up. But unfortunately for Aparajit, a little too zealous there, throwing his bats at it. But it was literally just outside that fourth stump line, literally in the corridor of uncertainty. And unfortunately for Aparajit, had to go without troubling the scorers. Faced 7 balls, but got no runs for it.
Yes, so Marco Jansen in his sort of 7 or 8 balls before that had been attacking the off-stump line, had been keeping that ball coming into the right-hander, and that one just on that on a length or just short of a length, with Parajit attempting an expansive drive. What a great catch behind by Oshile.
Oh, definitely. He had to be sharp. That was rising and rising and rising, and he had to get hands on it. But that brings to the crease Ishan Kishan.
Yeah.
Has got himself 2,665 first-class runs, a best of 173 from the left-hander, and he just blocks the first ball out.
Nice and compact from Kishan, as we would expect it to be. He's very accomplished young player, and a man who I first saw actually in the Netflix documentary on the Mumbai Indians.
Oh, wow.
Brought into the team there a number of years ago as a youngster. Very interesting to get some background, some of his background there.
Lovely drive.
Oh, and good fielding in the covers. I think that's is that Linda in
Yes.
the covers. No, it
No,
wasn't
no,
actually.
Fantona.
Sorry, Fantona in the covers. He's been at slip for most of the time. Third slip. Really good fielding in the covers. Kishan not able to get off the mark. The end of 18 a successful over again for South Africa A, 76 for 4. Whoa.
I mean, look at the bowlers that are in operation at the moment. Pamla and Janssen. We said in the last game there was a spell of 10 overs after they took the second new ball where they put big pressure on the Indian team and got big wickets. And we're just seeing some shots here of the South African coaching staff.
Yeah.
They did this yesterday as well, just walking around. Looks like they're having a walk around the field, discussing things, discussing the plans.
But they're not like looking at their watches like Cyril Arias. I don't think they're like checking their steps necessarily.
It's not
but,
necessarily for the steps.
Joseph Palmer again from the Loch Logan end. That's a good
Fantastic
good shot,
fielding.
but great fielding. You can hear the appreciation from the South African A fielders for a great piece of work done there in the deep by Tony DeZorzi.
And appreciation from
really.
his captain as well, Peter
Yeah.
Malan, coming from the mid-off region, just giving him a pat on the back. That would be fantastic to see the camaraderie. And as you said,
Yeah.
James, got the crowd going, got the field going, and got
Yeah.
the energy up with that type of fielding.
After being 57 without loss, India A 76 for 4.
Oh, once again, building pressure on the batsman. No release shots here, no release balls.
No.
Losing wickets and not scoring any runs.
How impressive after that opening few overs, probably the opening 7 or 8 overs of Glenton Stearman, Luto Supamla, and now Marco Janssen been. It's really been very much in line with what we saw from the India A attack. Keep it tight.
And you have to say, James, in the larger context of this, in terms of South African selection, the likes of Pamla, Janssen, even Stearman, showing the value that they can add to the team. Stearman, not just today with those 2 wickets that shifted the momentum of the game completely, but even the runs that he scored, even shifting the momentum of the game just a little bit. So it's about these moments. It's about taking the right moments and taking the right opportunities.
Glenton Stearman, experienced campaigner, 29 years old, but you have these 2 youngsters, Sipamla and Janssen, looking incredibly impressive and very good for the future South African young fast bowling stocks, a country that is known to produce good, strong fast bowlers.
And not just that, we're seeing a lot of discipline here from Sipamla. Not too many balls straying on the onside, and the ones that do are backed up by the fielders, which is exactly what bowlers want to see.
Exactly.
Fielding that backs up their bowling, keeps their figures looking nice, neat, tidy.
Yep. And as a captain, Peter Malan, I'm sure he doesn't have that much on top. He's got more than I have, but he's got doesn't have that much hair on top. We've been pulling it out after the first few overs. And now it's certainly he can be confident that the recipe is there. If the recipe was there, I think just 1 or 2 ingredients may be missing, which they've now put together.
Indeed, and just from the Indian perspective, tons of pressure now put after a decent start from Sean Panchal. What's the name of the game here for the Indians? Just soaking up the pressure?
Well, your first target now is to get to tea without losing any more wickets. 25 minutes to tea. You've just got to consolidate now. Nothing fancy. No
brash.
expansive shots. We know that, and it showed again with the dismissal of a Parajit, trying to play a forceful shot on the up. The bowlers were on top at that stage. We saw that happen in the South African innings. Maybe questionable shot selection. I won't use the word poor because I think that's perhaps unwise. But I think questionable. But under the circumstances, with the pressure that has been created or was created, certainly in the South African innings, a couple of those shots there to try and create to take the initiative away.
We just see George Linder was warming up just a little bit, so we might see an introduction of spin
Probably
a little bit later.
before tea.
Maybe get a few overs. We saw Parajit do something similar there. Got his first over just before the end of the session. As Janssen comes in here, this one kept out very, very solid with solid 4 defensive shots.
Nice from Kishan, nice from Janssen. Now the left-hand, right-hand combination, possibly sort of making it more difficult for the South African bowlers with if there is going to be a change of strike, just to get those lines and lengths worked out to the different batters. I would sense that Luto Sipamla not far from the end of his spell. A 6-over spell from the Loch Logan end, very successful.
No, he did exactly what he needed to do there. Just get the flow of the game just back into the South Africans' favour.
And that's exactly what we saw Ishan Porel do. You consider that South Africa yesterday, losing that early wicket with a score on 4, you then had a partnership of 72 between Ervia and Fantona, and once that wicket fell, then it was pretty much floodgates open.
Trying to be all cool, but pulled it off in the end there. Just one strain down the leg side, but not too bad, not too difficult for Kweshile to pick up.
Marco Janssen looking for the prize wicket here. It would be for South Africa A of Ishan Kishan, away from us now.
Was that a no?
Our fellow commentator here is giving us some advice as to perhaps problems with the insect population here in Bloemfontein. We know earlier on today that we had Ishan Porel had to pull up because he got an insect down the front of his shirt.
Oh yes.
Yeah. And it does appear as if certain insects may have found themselves somewhere onto the body of Sorrel Ervia.
Ants in his pants, as we like to say here. But it's nice to see the energy in the field. It's nice to see that they're enjoying themselves. We saw something similar from the Indian camp as well. Love to see smiles on the faces of the fielding team. Love to see the camaraderie and just fooling around.
And spirit is good in this South Africa A camp, and why not?
They're on top of the game at the moment, eh?
Yeah. Just a slight change of length there. Very good delivery. Kishan with that is off the mark, down to the man at fine leg, end of the 20th over, and India A 77 for 4. Remember Dave saying in commentary that they were 53 for without loss at the end of 10, so only 24 runs in the next 10 overs, and run rate down to 3.8 from that 5.3, so a massive turnaround and 4 wickets.
Oh indeed, it was a turnaround. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
And we do have no, we don't have a change of bowling, so a change of line for Luto Sipamla, coming around the wicket to bowl to Kishan for the first time in this innings, as the Hardy Das, the Ibis Hardy Das, are competing with us as they fly overhead. Sipamla have been incredibly impressive in this innings so far.
Oh wow. Okay.
Very nice.
A line towards the body of Ishan Kishan. Must say, Ishan Kishan's name is very fun to say.
It is, just it rolls off the tongue very nicely,
really
doesn't it?
does.
Yes, it's
Ishan Kishan. want to do something like that as a parent. Just give your child a name that rhymes with your surname.
You're having a lot of fun with Zubair Hamza though yesterday as well.
Hamza.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I
Hamza's
thought
a
so.
nice name.
It is. Yeah. So we see Luto Sipamla once again away towards us. On the Loch Logan end. Kishan looking like he's got a lot of time to play his shots.
Oh, he doesn't need to rush, as you're saying, James. Right now, what's important for these teams is that, or at least important for the Indians, is that they just stay in until tea. They don't need to do anything extra. They don't need to be brash. And South Africans must just make sure that the Indians don't get too comfortable. You need to just make sure that
keep
they make
the pressure
moves.
on.
Yeah,
Keep the pressure on. Marco Janssen 1 for 3 off 3 overs, and Luto Sipamla now in his 7th, 1 for 21. This has been, after the first probably I'd say 8 overs, this has been a really disciplined bowling performance.
indeed, and it's from both ends, which is also very good. What could have helped, I think what helped Lenton Steerman was when Sipamla started his spell from the Loch Logan end, to just add pressure to the Indian batting lineup, and that's where the wickets come from. If the runs aren't flowing, the pressure's on, and then you start to see brash shots like what we saw from Aparajit against Marco Janssen.
That is a good shot. That one just put in short by Luto Sipamla, and a batter of the quality of Ishan Kishan is not going to miss out on that, and some of the shackles broken with that.
And we'll just see a replay of that. Short and a little bit to the leg side, and Kishan just has to pivot and send that to the leg side boundary. A very, very well played shot, that.
So that boundary taking India A to 81 for 4. Kishan's first boundary, and the first boundary for quite some time. He's still batting to 2 slips a gully point, extra cover and mid-off on the offside.
And that's exactly what the Indian batsmen will want to do. They'll want to wait for the loose delivery and just attack then, and not force anything, not force the agenda. Just let it happen, because bowlers can't be consistent forever. There will be a loose delivery from time to time, even from the top bowlers. So attack that one.
And this has been the last 10, 11 overs have been really good fast bowling display from the South African A quicks, Steerman and Sipamla and Janssen leading the way. Very good delivery. 3 balls in that over that had almost the identical result. Seppo coming forward, playing it out to Janssen at mid-off. Good length deliveries, good line, and well played by the batter Kishan. And couldn't agree more with one of the tweets coming through here from Sean, saying it was an absolute gem of a delivery from Marco Janssen. He joins the wicket-taking procession and gets that.
It's change of bowling we see here now. George Linder coming into the attack, just to lighten the load of Marco Janssen from the Willows end. He had a pretty decent performance in the last game.
First match, 2 wickets. Probably on that flat track. If we look at the pick of the South African bowlers in that particular match, 2 not going for more than, in fact, going for about 2 and over as well. We'll get those numbers up now just to share them with you, and did manage to create a little bit of pressure after the Indian batters did get ahead. And with that innings of 308, taking 2 of the 4 wickets to 4.
left arm around the wickets, and that was a loosener to get the game, to get his spell started. Right there on the pads, going down leg. A very, very easy delivery for Vihari to dispatch to the leg side.
Yeah, it certainly looked like a loosener there from George Linder. Remembering he went for 6 runs. Yeah, good shot there to the leg side from the batter Vihari. A bit of release of pressure first up from George Linder. But remembering that in the 1 over that he did bowl, in his first over went for 6 in the first match, and then after that really tightened things up significantly. Which is
There it is. That's the line, that's the length.
That's it. And that's what got him 2 for 32 off 16 overs in the first match.
That is fantastic.
Which in fact ending up being the pick of the South African bowlers. And,
both economical and threatening to the lineup there.
got the height, which is quite an advantage for the left arms. Oh, wow, that one got turn and bounce. Whoa, my goodness. So really good delivery from Linda. Look at that again, a bit of turn and bounce, just left alone outside the off stump. Really good to see that from George Linder first up. Again in the delivery there, similar sort of line, not quite close enough to worry the batter. And as Vihari's going to want to make sure that he's still there at the T interval. He plays that one forcefully out to the man who is fielding at mid-off. It's the captain, Peter Malan. Very good fielder, Peter Malan. Just fires it in to the wicket keeper. Good delivery, good line, good length from Linde. Finishes his first over only having conceded the boundary off the first ball, which is so we're expecting to see a lot more tight bowling from Linde as the day progresses.
Much like we saw from Kumar in the first innings, just holding up the one end while the pace bowlers operate on the other. We saw Luto Sapamla doing very, very well from the Loch Logan end. And a change of ends.
Yeah,
it looks like it's a change of ends for Marco Jansen.
So yeah, very important for Luto Sapamla to have a break after his 1 for 25 in 7. Marco Jansen 1 for 3 in 3 overs, and he'll be continuing his attack from the Loch Logan end. Clearly the South African captain feeling that the attack for spin is better from this end, the Willows end. A great shot. Oh,
fantastic.
Well played to a slightly over-pitched delivery. Yeah, great fielding there once again from the captain. Yeah, leading by example, chasing that one down really, really well, making sure that there's a need for laundry to be done as he went down on one knee.
Yeah, you love to see that from a captain, from a field in general. Just backing up their bowlers and making sure that their figures look pretty decent, and that's exactly what he wants to do for Marco Jansen right now. Just the 4 off 3 overs, 4 runs off 3 overs and 1 wicket there. So
really
been doing quite well.
Left arm around now to the right-handed Vihari. A change of angle to. Don't recall him coming around the wicket from the Willows end to the right-hander. He was angling it across. Just change of tactic maybe from the Loch Logan end. He's bowling to 2 slips of gully, point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg.
Trying to think of what the reason may be for this change, the change of ends, the change of angle. I'm thinking that we have a homeboy here who mentioned that there's a little bit of a slope
Yeah, maybe.
on these pitches. So maybe trying to use that slope to bowl into the right-hander. The slope is going towards, if you're standing on the Willows end, which is the opposite side Janssen is bowling, the slope goes from right to left. So it goes down out towards the outside of the field.
Oh, that has got to be close.
Oh,
Probably angling down the leg side. My goodness, the bowler is mortified that has not been given. He looked like a good appeal. I think just the angle just looked like it might have been going down leg, bowling from.
Yeah, I think you're right. A massive appeal. It might have been going down leg, or we're going to see it now in a little bit of slow motion. Yeah, that's a big call. That,
Yeah.
to me, it looked like the impact was in line with middle and leg, and could have
Yeah.
just been clipping. Maybe it could have been umpire's call if we had. I was about to say TMO, and then I was about to say VAR, but no, DRS. So many video review systems out there.
What was in the mind, I'm sure, of umpire Uma was that from very wide of the wicket, bowling around as a left arm around the wicket bowler, that is always going to be taking that ball down the leg side a lot more. So the angle of the attack probably working in Vihari's favour.
Indeed.
Good call probably from umpire Uma. Good sharp stop from Sipamla to mid-on, and keeps it tight. Only the single off the over. 86 for 4 off 23 since the loss of
Just
the
looking at that again,
cluster
it looks like it
of
hits him
wickets.
on the foot.
Yeah.
It's very, very hard to say. We might see he goes across his stumps just a little bit with that trigger movement, and then hits him on the front foot as he pulls it away. That's a reviewable decision here. We see Dave putting up we're seeing some shots here of the strip. I just wanted to turn your attention. If you look to the left hand side of the pitch, there seem to be a few foot marks just on the leg side of the batsman at the moment. We may see some bowlers actually start to attack that later on in the day or later on in the game.
Kishan, the left-hander, facing the left arm over bowler Linda, with about 7 minutes until the tea interval. SAA will be wanting to get probably 3 overs in this one, plus maybe 2 more.
Indeed.
Linda to Kishan. This is going to be quite a contest.
Oof.
And maybe no contest. Well, what a shot.
No, he absolutely spanked that down the ground. Got to the pitch of the delivery and sent it all the way down. Yeah, I'd love to see a straight shot. We'll just see a replay of that. Yes, that was
Beautiful.
absolutely hot.
It was hot. Almost as hot as the conditions here in Bloemfontein today. Yeah, lovely straight drive. You cannot ask for a better shot than that. Using his feet, coming down, meeting it virtually on the full, giving George Linder something to think about. Just 5 minutes from the tea interval.
Looking to go forward again. Very aggressive stance or aggressive approach here to the left arm
So
spinner.
Linder going a lot shorter with that one, not giving it anywhere near as much air. This could be a very interesting contest.
Oh!
Yeah, not surprised that there were some oohs and ahs out there as in the air for a little while. Maybe a leading edge from Kishan.
Could have been because he got forward quite early. He was showing his intent, and Linda was awake to that. He was woke to that, and as he said, could potentially lead to a leading edge.
Kishan has been the dominant partner in this 15-run partnership between himself and Vihari. Vihari facing now the left arm George Linder. won't be happy with that delivery. We're glad that he got away with no run off that one. Good sharp work from Achille behind the stumps.
Yeah, indeed. Well done to get behind that, and also Glover. Very difficult to catch the balls down the leg side when you're keeping to a spinner.
Oh, good delivery to end the over. 24 gone, 91 for 4. Probably going to get, if they hurry, they might get 2, and I don't think they're in a massive hurry. But at least one more over from Marco Jansen before the break. Jansen, 4 overs, 1 for 4. Tsepo, he's just been incredible today. Bowling, batting. This youngster has really set Bloemfontein alight.
No, he's done well, has Marco Jansen. As I said, what definitely helped him was having Sepamla on the other end, because if there's no pressure on the one end, then the other end can get a bit wayward. But his discipline has been exceptional, and hasn't been giving away freebies. That's what's very important. Hasn't been giving away anything to the batsman just because mahala, just for free. Sorry, mahala means for free.
Yeah, not at all. He's been really tight. He's now bowling to a 6-3 offside leg side field. Continues to bowl to a 6-3 offside leg side field to Ishan Kishan. And that is too short and wide, and Ishan Kishan again showing why he was or is in the India squad as well, coming back here to play in this match to get some valuable 4-day batting experience.
That was a crunching cut, piercing the field on the offside point, and cover were pierced. So very well placed shot, and as I was talking about not giving away freebies, just a bit of a loose delivery there, but I'll forgive him for one loose delivery. He's had a fantastic 4 overs so far.
Good fielding in the covers from Dezorzi, diving to the right and preventing a certain boundary of another expansive Kishan shot. Loving the chirping from the boundary here from Glenton Stearman, giving Tony Dezorzi a huge round of applause. That clapping and that noise you can hear, that's all Glenton Stearman.
He's the one-man cheerleading army here. But you love to see that, the backing up of one another here. You can feel that the South Africans still have a little bit of energy in the field.
Yeah.
And it's good to see that they want to wrap up strong. Don't just want to finish the session complacently.
No, this session adding to what one would feel was probably winning the second hour of the first session. South Africa with Jansen and Stearman putting on the runs to get them to 297. And now they've ripped through the top order of India in the session between lunch and tea.
Woo! Oh.
Oof, oof, oof. That extra bounce from the height from Jansen, worrying Ishan Kishan there. A wild slash. Go at it, go hard.
Hey, if you go hard, and you know what? If he did get a thick edge, he might have had a little bit of luck, and we're just going to see it here. Short pitch delivery. Has been lulled into those cut shots there, and got a little bit too complacent and almost cost himself a wicket there. But this is very exciting. Oh, now down the leg side as well. Potential opportunity there. That's some class bowling here from Marco Jansen to end his over.
14:40 has just ticked over on the clock, so that will be tea, gentlemen.
Awesome. Don't forget, as we go to tea, that this broadcast was brought to you by the City of Cape Town, and we will see you here after tea.
Welcome back to the Mangong Oval in sunny Bloemfontein. It's a wonderful afternoon. Barely a cloud in the sky, just hanging over the horizon, over the Castle Corner end. George Linder to continue from the Willows end. One slip in place, man under the lid.
Oh, very, very good delivery to Hanuma Vihari, first up after the tea interval with India A 95 for 4 after 25 overs. What a session that was post lunch, Dave.
Just cut away, and that's going to be collected there. There's a chance of a run out, but a great bit of fielding there to continue the pressure on these two. Well, the pre-lunch session, there was no wickets, and then suddenly, as we let up
pre-drinks,
there was not much, and then a fantastic spell of bowling. Clinton Stierman in combination with Luto Sipamla meant that Stierman was on a hat-trick at one point.
Yeah, it was on the stroke of drinks where he really had
Linder
made it tight.
Over the wicket now, comes off the hips. And
No
they
shot
declined
offered.
to run,
Yes.
presumably because of the no shot offered.
So just those of you that are watching, perhaps not familiar with that, if you don't offer a shot and it comes off the body, you are there is no point in running because it is going to be signalled as a dead ball and no runs will be awarded should you not be playing a shot and it comes off any part of your body. One of the laws of cricket. George Linder once again from the Willows end.
He's quietly going about building pressures. One from the first 4 deliveries of the over.
And he's going to be looking to do the job that Saurabh Kumar did for India A, keep it tight, let the quicks wreak their havoc from the other end.
A little bit of turn on offer.
See any drift there, Dave?
Not necessarily drift, but good control from George Linder. He's really consistent with his line and length.
Developed into a really good international level left arm, slow left armour. So Bjorn Hendricks picks up the ball in front of us here at the Willows end of the first over after the tea interval, and just the 2 runs coming off that over. 97 for 4. Quiet start to what was a frenetic after a frenetic hour between drinks and tea. 4 wickets falling, and Dave, Seppo and I were describing how that pressure was created. It was really interesting.
Change of bowling now from the Logan end. Bjorn Hendricks is going to replace Marco Janssen. Marco Janssen bowled the 5 overs. 1 for 8. Yeah, really good spell from him, but Hendricks will replace him. 0 for 23 from his first 4 overs this morning. Really put to the sword.
So
But now an opportunity for redemption for the left armour.
they would have been chatting certainly at the they would have been chatting a lot at the tea interval, I'm sure, around what the plan was for the post-tea session. Hendricks has been given the opportunity to redeem himself.
Oh, he didn't look comfortable there, did he,
No.
James? He just sat up on Kishan.
Yeah, he almost was too early into the shot, and then was only able to bunt it. I think that's the only way I could sort of describe that. Bunt it down to Sipamla at mid-off. So for Hendricks, left arm over the wicket to the left-handed Kishan, we have 2 slips to gully, point, a man at cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg, Marco Janssen. Oh.
No ball.
Oh.
Umpire Kuma extending his arm. Another no ball. 4th for the day.
Makes it the 4th, yeah.
7 yesterday during the Indian bowling outing. Deficit is 200.
And that just assisting these two Indian batters in rebuilding the innings for India A. Went to 77 for 4. 76 for 4. These two now having put on 22 for the 5th wicket.
Down the leg side, that last one. But Hendricks again, if you have a look, umpire Kuma is signalling to the ground staff that he wants the railing to to be brought out. Yeah, just as you can see that, yeah, it's a big one. There's no question about it.
Oh, my goodness. And
I suppose Hendricks has overstepped there as the deficit drops below 200, just to probably avoid that foothold, which he's really been unhappy with. We've seen a number of instances.
So, yeah, stretching to get the most he possibly can, try and increase that pressure to get a wicket for against his name. His fellow fast bowlers already with wickets in this match, in this innings of India A.
You'll just see stepping into your frame there, Glinton Steerman, who's also having a bit of a look. He was having a warm-up there at cover region, but he's keeping an eye on things on his side of the stumps. Traditionally, your left armers will come over the wicket. Is now where umpire Kuma is standing. He's on his walkie getting the groundsman there. As Glinton Steerman bowls an absolute peach of a delivery there.
We're just hoping
without the ball,
hoping that the
bowling
ground
the next
staff
hat-trick ball.
Yes, he was, I'm sure, bowling that hat-trick ball again, trying to make sure he got the hat-trick this time. 2 in 2. There are no records that we can see of a hat-trick for SAA at any stage, which is probably unsurprising considering that the SA team themselves only ever had South African team in test level only ever had 2 hat-tricks, the most, and only one in the post-isolation era, which came this year.
Wonderfully
Amazing.
so. Wonderfully so. And yeah, hat-tricks are quite an anomaly. I think it was recently this week that 11 years ago, Peter Siddle, on his birthday, hat-trick at the Ashes. We're actually 1 week out from the Ashes, James.
That's quite incredible. To think that it's going to be happening so soon.
First test is not far out. I think it's going to be an interesting Ashes series with we saw, I think Tim Payne is going to be missing out on that first test, and perhaps all else, which means there's a wicket keeping option on offer.
Matthew Wade,
Alex Carey. There's a couple of options and questions that they're going to have to ask around the selection of wicketkeeper.
So while you are watching these visuals as well, we have a few tweets coming in which we can talk about. Please tweet us on hashtag #SSCricket or hashtag SAAVINDA versus SAA versus India A.
And just a reminder that this broadcast is brought to you by the City of Cape Town. Come host your event in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination, 2020.
Babalo Libuzo saying that he believes, I believe Marco Jansen is definitely making the Proteas test team. Well, only time will tell. One feels that at the age of 21, he certainly put his hand up here, Dave, in this particular match. and in looked very impressive with the bat, and with his main job, looked very impressive with the ball.
Yeah, good combination performance here with both bat and ball. And we're finally getting play underway. Hendricks in from the Loch Logan. Just on the hips of the batsman there. And it's gone down to the fine leg region where Janssen cleans up.
And all change as we go around for the right-handed Vihari. A lot of talk out there on the South African A, amongst the South African A fielders, as one would expect. They are G'd up at the moment. Post tee, if they can get an early wicket, it would be a huge bonus for them. Either one of these two would be would then bring the exciting Sarfaraz Khan to the wicket. Hendricks again.
Better delivery this time, just defended. You can see just in your frame there, Luta Sapamla working on those hamstrings of his. He doesn't want to cramp like Ishan Porel did late yesterday, James.
Very late yesterday after that very impressive bowling display. He had some time out between about the 60th and 80th over when India A bowled their spinners exclusively. When he came back on with the new ball, only lasted 3 balls before he had to go off with a bit of a strain.
Round the wicket now. Just drives
Oh,
that. Oh,
dear.
there's a fumble by George Lind at
He'll
point.
be upset with himself around that, because that was regulation stuff. Maybe took his eye off the ball at the last minute, and that does mean that they change again for the left-hand right-hand combination. Vihari off strike, and India go to their 100.
Yeah, that coming off 26.5 overs. 165 deliveries, 15 fours, and for that misfield, it looks like George Lind has been banished to fine leg instead of Marco Janssen running from fine leg to fine leg when there is a left-right hand combination. He's just sent George out there.
Janssen taking that position at backward point.
Oh,
that is a
cleft him in twain.
Oof. Much better from Buren Hendricks. That hurts, I'm sure. Kishan like an inside edge into the leg and groin area, and he's just taking a bit of time out on his haunches. Vihari coming across to see if he's okay. South African team very concerned about him as well.
Yeah, just spat up out of the wicket there, just jagged back, and wonderful if you're a South African fan. If you're an Indian fan, a bit of concern. You see him there back on his haunches. He's really not enjoying it, and it's probably not the most enjoyable.
No, it looked
exercise.
like he was sore when it hurt, sore when it hit him. He's just taking a little bit of time out to just compose himself. Umpire Uma going across to ask him if he's okay.
And the possibility of a concern around time. We saw a number of stoppages when the South Africans were batting. And
42
another one
overs
here.
left in the day, Dave. We're never going to get those in before close
of play. Yeah, around 5:30, I think.
Yeah.
The 100 coming up here in 27 overs, and the number of overs remaining in the day far outweigh the time.
India only bowling, I think, 25 overs in the first session. South Africa guilty as well, only 25 in the second session.
Just whipped away off
That's
the
a good
pads
shot.
there. That's a good shot. That'll run away to the square leg boundary. Over pitched by George Linder.
Yeah, he's scratching his head.
Marco Janssen takes about 3 steps and he's at the boundary. Yeah, he's good bit of flight there from George Linder, but he's just overpitched it. And within 3 steps, we'll see Marco Janssen back at his fielding position.
Yeah, both batters on 17. Partnership now 28. So after having plummeted to 76 for 4, it's been a bit of a rebuilding job from Vihari And
It's copy and paste.
Copy paste, same thing, same result, same poor line and length, and Linda will not be happy with that at all. And having seen that, and Luto Sapamla I think starts to do even more warming up here in front of us.
If you're seeing that replay, it's not a
No,
duplicate
Stearman,
of the
sorry.
replay. It's just the same result.
Those
Marco
Glenn-
Jans is definitely going to get his steps in for the day.
He is, yes. Glenta Stearman doing the warming up, having seen that second four of George Linda, is thinking, no, listen, George.
Yeah, he's
you looked
currently
at the
going
scoreboard.
at 5.7 is George Linda. Really not enjoying it here.
Not what he would want.
Better line from him. Better line.
It's where he wants to be.
He's got to be bowling on that middle and off.
Yeah.
It's not turning prodigiously, so maybe off or just inside that off stump. Actually, they're
Got
crouching.
some bounce earlier on of one delivery.
There we go.
Which was just short of a length. That's exactly where he wants to be bowling, and he will be taking heart from the fact that he's put those last two on the spot.
Much better.
So as we, as the South African vernacular, they might have said on a tikkie. Would have put on a tikkie many years ago. A tikkie was a sixpence.
Yes, it was what you put in the public phones.
That's right.
Mm.
You used to put that coin. I think it was a half-cent coin.
The more you know.
Yeah, well left.
Much better.
Yeah.
The first two deliveries were far too full and suitably punished, but 8 coming from that over. George Linda now 4 overs gone. Nothing for 19. Brings that economy down with the last couple of deliveries there.
And another tweet coming in from Vishal indicating Hanuma Vihari will want to impress ahead of the test in South Africa. And he was just mentioning the LBW shout that he did survive from Marco Jansen. And it did look like it was very, very close to being given.
Oh, well driven and well fielded.
Yeah.
Just smashed back at Björn Hendrickson. He quickly got a hand down there.
Good fielding off his
Get in the
own
way.
bowling. He did some good. He's been pretty impressive in the field as well. A couple that he's been at the backward point, gully region. We saw him earlier on warming up with the slip fielders down in front of us. Able to not only from a fast bowling perspective be able to steam in from the Loch Logan end, but backs that up with some good fielding.
Oh, but it's a no ball.
Another one.
He
My
bowled
goodness.
a wonderful delivery there. It's just short and going past the nostrils of Kishan, but it's all for naught if you aren't able to avoid the trap of no ball. Wouldn't say it's a trap, but
Yeah, it shouldn't be a trap, should it, for you as a front line fast bowler? It should not be a trap. It's another big no ball as well from.
it's not even marginal. It's large.
It's not acceptable. I suppose that's a bad thing to say, but at this level,
Well played.
you don't want that to be happening.
Just guiding that down to the third man boundary, rather deep backward point, but great bit of fielding there to keep it in. Reinhard van Tonder doing the work in partnership with George Linda. It should have been 4.
Yeah, it should
Wonderful
have been.
bit of fielding, but it
Great
was a
work.
great shot as well.
Yeah, it was. Really did get on top of it, guided it to where he wanted it to go, and good fielding prevented the boundary. That means India go to Nelson, 1-1 for 4 in after 28 overs. This partnership starting to build nicely for India 35 runs on the board.
We just saw
Oh,
one
that's
shot.
glorious.
What a shot. He's overpitched and suitably been punished. We just saw there Lutusapamla getting a bit of fluids from Pranalan Subrayan. So trying to avoid cramp. It's Sanaran Mutasamy. I'm thinking of his former partner there at the Dolphins. Sanaran Mutasamy is part of the squad, but he's overpitched and suitably being dealt with. You cannot pitch it up to a player like Kishan and expect that you're going to get away with it.
Glorious drive. That's the second such drive that he's pulled out of the. Another one.
Overpitched, and he's
Oh,
beaten
my
Captain
goodness,
Milan.
That's such a good shot. Such a poor ball, though.
Back-to-back boundaries. So we've seen 2 boundaries in each of the last 2 overs.
Yeah. And Peter Milan will not be happy with that as a captain.
Straying onto leg stump.
Created, yeah, straying, and it's meat and drink to a player of Kishan's quality.
I suppose anybody at this level should be able
Yeah.
to put a
I would think
half
so.
volley away on their pads.
Kishan moves to 27 with that boundary. He's overtaken his batting partner Vihari, who is on 21. Partnership goes to 43, and the shackles have started to be loosened. Hendricks in again from the Lochlangen end. It's a better delivery, and making the batter just play it back to Janssen at mid-off position. Marco Janssen, tall, lanky, left arm quick, who's bowled so impressively today.
As we just see some of the fans getting food delivered to them.
Ah,
So excellent service here from Free State Cricket Union. Make sure that you come down here, $50, and your proof of vaccination, and you might get service par excellence.
Henry was the last ball of his 6th over, and that is
Oh,
even
shot.
better.
Our shot.
That is the shot of the day, I think, virtually so far. Oh, goodness me. Exquisite. Absolutely exquisite that has been. So it
Wonderful
is,
over
yeah.
for India A.
Yeah.
They've a pair of overs really.
Yeah.
It's just
20, I mean, 5 boundaries in the last 2 overs. Bjorn Hendricks going for
6.8 at the
yeah.
over.
Yeah, I know.
Per over.
Yeah.
Oof. Not
He's-
what South
no,
Africa
I
would
mean,
want, and not what
23
Peter Milan would want.
23 off 4 when he came back for his second spell. He's now bowled. These last 2 overs have gone for 18.
Tony Dazorzi just relieving himself of Glenton Stierman's jersey and the pads that he would have if he was under the helmet.
And Stierman is going to get another ball from the Willows end, replacing George Linder. Unsurprisingly, probably after that.
And I presume we
last
might
over.
get a replacement
yeah.
from the other end as well.
It would seem to me that not. I can't see how Peter Milan can justify giving Bjorn Hendricks another over. 18 of the 2 overs that he's bowled since he's come back into the attack after the tea interval. You only had 4 overs after tea, and South Africa have conceded 38 runs. Sorry, 28 runs.
He might feel, no ball there.
No, not again.
And that'll run away towards the fine leg boundary, so 5 runs. Frustrating for the South Africans. But, James, it points to the fantastic bowling pairs, the bowling partnerships that we've seen. We saw Bjorn Hendricks struggling a little bit, and then the
Sipamla
work
came
of
on,
Sipamla really just changed things up.
and with Stearman then really tightening up from the Willows end. Sipamla bowling well from the Loch Logan end, created the pressure. Janssen then maintained the pressure from this end.
It changed the way that Glenton Stierman bowled from this end, as we see the 50 partnership for these two, really having to rebuild after a flurry of wickets.
Yeah, the no ball from Glinton Stearman first up in this over. It is
Again, not
big,
even
not
near.
even close. No.
Oh,
Straight through him.
what
That
a
is
peach. Now that is a delivery that we want to see.
exactly.
We're not expecting magic deliveries every ball.
No.
But I think if you can be there and thereabouts outside the off stump in the
I think what
corridor
you-
of uncertainty.
Yeah, that's right. What you're not wanting to do is give the batters, as you say, at this level, you give the batters an opportunity. They're going to take it. Over pitching on leg stump consistently, and then over pitching outside off, you're going to get driven all day, every day.
Stearman now in again. And just dotted down onto the adjacent strip.
Yeah, it's much better from Stearman after that no ball and 4 off the first delivery of his second spell. Had a long first spell, probably elongated by that wicket. Those 2
Opportunity
wickets
for
that he
hat
took,
trick.
yes.
Yeah, the hat trick. Yeah, he's 2 and 2 in the final 2 deliveries, and you would have rested him likely after
Yeah.
that. But
Another
workmanlike.
very good delivery. Really been impressive from the
Willow's End.
Yep.
Yeah. Definitely. I suppose the no ball 4 was a blip. And
was.
He's really bowled well on the comeback here in the
I mean, it's
subsequent
almost,
4 deliveries.
It's almost been what you would really want in when you're looking at fast bowlers trying to create pressure, like watching the test pattern on TV, and then normal service will be resumed, shortly. Not quite, but good delivery again.
On the bounce there to Gully. There's some encouragement here. So Kashile with his hands on his noggin, and Sarel Arvia and Zubair Hamza looked like 2 sprinters who moved before the gun had gone off.
Hamza doing some stretching there
In the top left-hand corner of your screen.
and I think Sarel Arvia must have got his steps in already for the day, because he seems to stop walking around.
Maybe he had
Kashile between deliveries.
a good tee.
He must have done, yeah.
Well bowled.
Much
well bowled.
better.
Well bowled. This has been a fantastic over from Glinton Stearman
Yeah.
before the, besides
Yeah,
rather,
yeah.
the after the blip, the no ball and
Yes, another good over goes past, and India A now 128 4 after 30. That run rate, which had dipped down into the 3.7, 3.8, is back up to over 4 now, 4.3. The big challenge for India A, 4 wickets down, and they are now 169 behind the South Africa A. First innings total of 297, anchored by a very good 70 not out from Marco Jansen.
Yeah, a number of South Africans getting a start, but
Hendricks to continue from the Loch Logan end. That
Shot.
is a very good shot. So there is a man out though deep on the point boundary. That is Marco Jansen, and uses that very long arm of his to throw in, rifle that throw in to Kashile, who has took a very good catch to get rid of Parajit earlier on today. That was fairly fizzing from Jansen, the delivery, and the edge going above his head, and took it almost nonchalantly, just thudded into the gloves for the 4th Indian wicket.
around the wicket now, and good bit of support
Yeah,
there.
it's better. The pressure, or not pressure so much as it has been a release of pressure after the tea interval with that flurry of runs from particularly from Kishan.
off of both ends of bowling.
That's right. It's been both ends. We've seen that. But there's Vihari who's facing left arm. Around the wicket comes Hendricks. That's much better delivery from him.
Yeah, we just. I'm sure you saw that as well. The Saro Arvia attempting to catch it, and Zubair Hamza not able to read the dummy there, and let it slip through the fingers. But make sure to look after it immediately. Good camaraderie between these two. Hendricks round the wicket.
That's a good shot. That's an equally good fielding from the captain, Peter Malan, as he dives off to his left to prevent what would have been a certain boundary. And it is only the single brings Kishan to face once again Hendricks with 2 balls left in the 3rd over of his second spell. He is at the moment on 0 for 43, say with these 2 balls left, going at 6 and over, just over 6 and over.
Didn't sound happy there, did Bjorn Hendricks? You can see that
a bit of a grunt as he landed or after he landed. Let's have a look at that landing spot if we can.
Yeah, Vian has just brought it
Glass
up
it out.
now with on the screen there. Our cameraman Vian working tirelessly, but he really didn't look satisfied with that last one.
It's just that one spot where anybody land bowling from that side is just landing the foot. He's in that spot again. Oh,
Could so easily have gone to hand there. Doesn't get the pace that Hendricks would have wanted in containing that one, but much better, much better,
over.
much
Yeah.
better.
Better over. You can see from where he's landing his foot. It seems like anybody who's bowling from that side, there's a big patch there that is quite badly worn already. And considering it's only a day 2 pitch, that is a bit of a worry for the faster bowlers coming in from that side. You don't want to turn an ankle and be injured bowling from just in your bowling stride.
Certainly not. Certainly not. Steerman waiting for his slip to get into place. Arvia is now in. He comes steamy in. Vihari just works that away off the hips, and they can get away comfortably for one.
Easily done. Steerman unhappy with himself. That one just too straight and very easy to deal with for a batter of the quality of Hanuman Vihari, I say, and it means that Kishan will be facing Steerman. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Field is 2 slips, a gully, man at a deep backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at fine leg. So we still have a 6-3 offside field. Steerman will be targeting that area outside the off stump, but he won't be doing that quite yet because
Nope.
he lost his run-up. Be just coming back to his mark. India A now after the tea interval in the 30 minutes since tea have been completely dominant. Dave.
Yeah, it's all been through wayward bowling. Steerman in again.
Much better. I mean, Steerman
Good.
very good.
And you see, James, coming back to my point earlier about partnerships of bowling. Steerman's bowled well, and what's that done is it's elevated
it has.
the standard, I suppose, of Bjorn Hendricks. He's really had a horrible day with the ball, but pulling it back nicely there.
Yeah, Steerman leading the way, and say Luta Sipamla after replacing Hendricks.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
full
okay,
toss
that
there.
was a full toss. And,
Maybe he slipped out the hand.
I think it must have. Kishan, that's a surprise ball to to Kishan. I think it
Sometimes
was a surprise.
that type of surprise delivery just defeats a batsman.
It does.
Just because the mind is prepared for a certain type of
Yeah.
delivery, and then that
Partnership 55 now. Those 55 have also come quite quickly for India.
oh, he's driven
Oh,
that,
yeah,
and he's
yes.
not timed it anywhere near what he would have wanted, and that's why you.
Another no ball.
Oh no,
Jeez.
that is nearing on the same level as the Indians from yesterday. That is the seventh no
I
ball.
think that
So
is the seventh no ball.
if
yes.
you don't bowl 7 no balls in a day, you're missing out in at the Mangong Oval. It seems 14 no
Looks
balls in
like
2 days.
Yeah.
That's a
And we
a
still,
crime.
still have 38 overs to bowl in 2 hours. That is not going to happen. We ended up with 5 overs short yesterday. Today we're going to be 10 overs short potentially in the day.
cut away.
Yeah.
There's a man down there. He's going to have to
Not
do a lot of
gonna
hard
get
work,
anywhere
but he
near
doesn't
that.
manage to cut it off. George Linder lurking out there in the deep, but it was too short and too wide and suitably punished.
Control, just not able to re-exert that control.
He just sat back there, did
He did.
Kishan.
Class batter, isn't he?
Coming into the squad, not initially in that first playing 11, but really the substitutes or the changes for this India A team proving valuable. We saw Porel, who wasn't in the first game, getting a go this time around and doing well. Oh,
much
Yorker,
better.
and he nearly did it, undid himself there. We were just singing his praises, and then with that Yorker delivery, what a delivery from Clinton Steeram. Well bowled.
That came out of absolutely nowhere. At line and length that he's been bowling outside both the left-hander and right-handers off stump has been impressive to see in the main part. 2 for 41 in his 9th over. Has taken a bit of tap from Kishan. That's very well played. Going straight to the captain, Peter Malan. And it is the end of the Steerman over, 136 for 4 after 31.
So the question here is, will Björn Hendricks continue? He does. We see some of the fans, some of the local fans enjoying late afternoon naps. Maybe not impressed by performances, but making the most of the shade here. It really has been a scorcher here today, James. 31 degrees at a certain point in the game. So really a glorious day for cricket, and particularly
Beautiful.
for batting.
Yes, we said at the beginning of the day that we felt it would be a very good day for batting. Marco Jansen and Glenton Steerman showed that for South Africa A in the second hour of the day's play, and whilst India A showed that in the first hour after lunch.
Hendricks coming around the wicket,
Much
obviously
better.
drifting into the right-hander. The great thing about this game, James, is that it's ebbed and flowed. You never
Yes.
felt that one side completely dominated. Perhaps it was all India's day on day one, but today has certainly been a game that has been a little bit more balanced. Not heavily one side. I think we saw that in the first game that it was
It was too. I mean, there was
too heavily favoured
yeah,
in that of the batsman.
That's
in
right.
the side of the batsman.
and this one at this stage, any one of the 3 results are still possible here as India A look to get dominance over the South African bowling attack. The South Africa A bowling attack looks to take a number of more wickets, and this session is quite one feels as a pivotal one in the course of the match, not just really relating to the day's play, especially seeing as we're expecting some rain tomorrow. Friday at this stage looks as if it may well be a clear day, so hoping we'll get the play in.
Just left alone outside the off stump, and it dies on his way through to Kleshile. Arvia and Hamza still having a bit of fun there in the slip cordon.
Better from Hendricks as he strives to pull back what has been a Ervia doing some continuing to have some fun on the field. He tries to pull back what really has been a very bad start to this innings for him. So whilst we have Vihari on strike, but Kishan's first class numbers: 44 matches, 75 innings, 2,665 runs with a highest score of 273, average of 37.53, which probably he wouldn't be that happy with.
1500s to his name. I was right, 500s rather, and 1550s.
Yeah.
Only 2 ODIs to his name, in which he averages 30, so it's not really something to gauge whether or not he's able to succeed. Just tucked away off the hips there, and they'll comfortably get through for one. And everybody plays a bit of a musical chairs, so to speak, as left-right hand combination, keeping the South Africans busy in the field. Not really the furthest distance for Arvia to walk. Perhaps that's why he's
Maybe, yeah.
That's why he's trying to get rid of some energy. But if like Lutus Pamla in front of us here, you're having to run from fine leg to fine leg. But
I mean, Sarl hasn't asked Luto if he wants to swap.
that is a plum of a delivery.
Possibly the best delivery Bjorn Hendricks has bowled today.
Deserved something.
Yeah, he nearly got
With
the
that
wicket
delivery.
of Ishan Kishan. May well be the last delivery that he bowls in this spell as well. Another 4-over spell from him. It's gone for 21 runs.
137 for 4.
Yeah, hanging his bat out here, I think. Just let's have a look at that.
Oh,
yeah. My
wafted
goodness,
at that
it
one.
Was.
You just it's fishing essentially. It's
It is
fishing.
fishing. Yeah, yeah. He nearly caught something, as well, and
Not too many saltwater fish here, but we did have fish at lunch here.
we did.
Lovely fish, wonderful hospitality from the Free State Cricket Union. They've been hosting us graciously, and we are grateful for them. Now the sleeping pair have switched it up. They're going to go top and tail,
Clinton.
head to head.
Clinton Steerman in once again, and that's all down into the ground from Viari in front of second slip. Well fielded by Hamza there. Soft hands from Vihari preventing
Crucially,
that one. From carrying.
crucially, the softer hands is what prevented that from carrying to Zubair Hamza, and that's why you wouldn't have seen too much of a kerfuffle
That's
around
right.
the opportunity there. It was all the soft hands of Vihari, and they've told Zubair Hamza to go a lot closer there
Yeah.
to try and get that catch. Arvia, jest, all in jest. Steerman,
Yeah.
you could be lured into the thought, James, that there's nothing really going on here, but
There's a lot going on.
the game is so subtly nuanced here. I know we're going on about Arvia having a bit of fun, but there is a competition,
Yes.
a contest between Clinton Steerman and these two batters here,
Yeah.
not being dominated outright,
No.
and he's just plugging away slowly but surely.
And not being
He's caught an
dominated
edge.
either way necessarily at the moment. Starting to ebb towards, or flow, should I say, more towards the bowler at this stage as he just tightens the screws a little bit. And we saw
Ever so slowly, just a
beautifully
half turn.
he did that in the first in that session when he started to get that rhythm, the line and length. Got a couple of those moving into the batter,
And then he
and
got
then
2 and
wanted to
2.
go away. Yeah, he got 2 and 2. so.
It was in, and then to get rid of the opening pair, really.
Panchal,
Panchal, the captain. It was in, and then the way ball.
the way ball. and then into
Catch
Eastbourne,
the
was
neck.
it?
Yes, it
Yeah.
was the double bluff,
Yeah,
hoping for an away swinger.
and you get a delivery like that, as Peter Milan found in the first innings for South Africa from Nagwaswala, and it's tough first up when you get a really good delivery.
The nature of cricket, James, and particularly batting, that sometimes you just get a rough one. No ball again.
Another no ball.
That's 8.
Yeah.
8 no balls today.
And this is. We have already seen a wicket off a no ball for South Africa in this innings. We saw one in the India A.
Where Koshila was
That's
dismissed
right.
off of his second delivery. Oh yeah, that's not even close. Not even close to being behind the line. If we just have a roll back here, yeah, you can just see that there's
It's just daylight between
the crease and the foot of. Oh, and that one just reared up nastily on Vihari, and he just wraps him on the gloves and goes on the bounce to Buren Hendricks in the gully. See umpire Arno Jacobs just moving some of the debris out the way of that front foot line.
Haven't had as many issues this end, from this end, Willow's end. Haven't had to stamp down the pitch from this end. There was more moisture at the Loch Logan end, definitely.
Well bowled. That is so well bowled.
Yeah, really good bowling. Oh,
We were talking about this competition here, and you're seeing it coming to the fore there. A player getting a single does not mean that the plan hasn't worked or the pressure is a release. End of the over there.
and
Change round. Reinhard van Tonder is changing things up because it's going to be a bowling change from the Loch Logan end. Bjorn Hendricks is going to have a rest, and Marco Janssen
All right, the tall Marco
is
Janssen.
going to come left arm over the wicket. Just asking Ishan Kishan to move to the other end. But what we have seen, James, in the last couple of overs is that Ishan Kishan's really farmed the strike. The moment Vihari gets on strike, just knocks that away. As Michael Pretorius makes his way on the park, the local lad.
Yeah,
Somebody's
happy to be out there.
having a bit of a time off.
I think it must be Buren Hendricks. We'll have a look and see.
Yeah, it is indeed
And,
Bjorn Hendricks.
Janssen in,
Oops.
loosener down the leg.
Very
leg
much a
side.
loosener, sure.
8 no balls so far, as you've indicated. 5 from Steerman, 2 from Hendricks, and 1 from Sipamla. So that wicket delivery was actually from Steerman.
Yeah, we've seen 5 today from Glenton Steerman. Of the 8, 5 are from him.
Yeah.
So he's really been criminally poor.
Yeah, that is Janssen now. That one, no worry at all for Vihari. Quite a badly directed, shorter delivery. Trying to just get a bit of extra bounce to worry the batter.
Just get a
Seems
bit
to
of
be
rhythm
having
going
a bit
as
of
well.
a bit of rhythm going as he comes back after his first spell before tea. Very impressive spell. 5 overs, 1 for 8 in that first spell. One stage, 4 overs, 1 for 4, I think it was. But he kept it incredibly tight. Oh, that is a good delivery.
What you're seeing as well, James, if you have a keen eye on the batsman, you watch how he moves across there. He's trying to negate any away shape, or trying to give himself more of an opportunity to score off of any away shape that Marco Janssen will get. 34 overs old is the ball. Still a long life ahead of it.
Yeah, and it's still getting a good deal of bounce. One would expect bounce from Janssen, tall man. and there's that delivery that got. Let's just talk about that.
Oh.
Let's keep hold
Oh,
of
he's
that
not
one.
happy there.
No.
He's hit the
Probably-
brakes there as he's come through, and it's obviously jammed
Must have done.
because he's immediately looked at his foot there.
Yeah,
As
it
he's landed.
didn't feel good as he landed and pulled out of the delivery. In that delivery stride, that's really tough for a bowler. But you just feel something's wrong. It is best just to hold on to that ball rather than hurt yourself on your way through.
Trapped him. No interest from
Not
umpire
at
till
all,
now. Unmoved, stoic.
Yeah. I can understand that even anything that's going to be slightly short of length, or even on a length from Janssen with that pace.
We're just slowing that down.
Height probably is an
Another-
issue. Hit him very adjacent height, most likely an issue.
You can have a look for yourself, yeah. You just see that Marco Janssen delivery again. Tailed back into the right-hander.
Good delivery. This one they're probably going away from the right-hander.
And you've called it. Good work, James. Hoping to lure him into a bit of a
playing
false
forward
stroke,
to-
yes.
Yes, expecting it to come back in and it didn't. So
a
good
maiden
bowling
on
from
offer here for
Janssen.
Marco Janssen. He's yet to have one. And I've said that, but I've probably jinxed him. Marco Janssen, Michael Pretorius having a
Pretorius.
lovely conversation there with umpire Arno Jacobs at square leg. Marco, just sticks a paw out there to field his own bowling. End of the 35th. India A 139 for 4. Maiden over there for him. Great work from the
very
tall
good.
fast bowler.
So keeping it tight, both him and Steerman now starting to exert a little bit more scoreboard pressure onto India A after it was just racing away after tea. South African bowlers not able to keep the run rate in check and offering way too many 4 balls. They were able to punish 2 overs, one from Linda and the other one from Hendricks, that went for 21 in that spell after the tea, the resumption after tea. Steerman again.
Cut away. There's a man down there. He's got a lot of hard work to get round, but it hasn't come as quickly as he would have been expecting. A slightly slower outfield. You can see in that last shot that there's a couple of darker patches, despite James there being 2 days of, or 3 days,
That's
because
right.
the day before the day number 1, full day of sun, and then another 2 days of full sun again, and it's still not quick.
Not
Very-
that
the
ends.
drainage seems to be a challenge.
It's still not fully dried. It's that end, the Loch Logan end, a lot wetter.
There's
think you can
Michael
have a look at
Pretorius.
those. Oh, I'm sure he's
got a
really
touch on
enjoying
the
being
ball.
out there. Giving his arms some exercise and getting
Sure he'd
run
love to
out
have the
on there.
ball.
I'm sure he would. We were looking at the selection before this match, feeling that he did have a chance to get into the team. Ultimately, the selectors going with the two left armers and the 2 right armers, giving Bjorn Hendricks
Bowling
the
department was
opportunity.
unchanged.
Mm,
Round the wicket.
good delivery.
Good angle as well. He's come wide of the crease there.
Mm,
You just saw in that last delivery. He comes wide of the crease, angling it into the left hand. There's 2 slips in place. They've still got the gully. Deep point.
Yeah.
1 man in the covers. Lucius Pamlat Miron. Mid wicket, and then Marco Janssen out there at the fine leg region, just under the scoreboard.
yeah, impressive scoreboard as well here at the Mangong Oval. Oh, another really good delivery from Glenton Steerman, and Kishan not confident playing that delivery down to Captain Peter Malan at mid-on. Something is going to give at some stage here.
Yeah, 141 for 4 after 35.4 overs. 2 balls to come. And you just watched how Steerman comes wide of the wicket. Not as tight to the umpire as you would traditionally see if he was coming over. Again, he's come wide, and what that does, James, is it naturally provides the angle. When you come around the wicket, you traditionally want to come wide of the crease so that it angles into the pads of a left-hander, or for the right-hander, what it'll do is it'll go away. Traditionally, players would also bowl a lot shorter to a right-hander around the wicket, try and cramp him up and get in that uncomfortable position between his hips and his chest.
Ball coming in, and if it were to straighten off that seam, if he's trying to get the ball to move away slightly to the left-hander, it could create a challenge for him.
Oh, again a leading edge. Then there's a quick single. Taken perhaps when it shouldn't have been, and double hands on hips there from Steerman.
Yeah, but a good over again from Steerman, Dave, and as you described it, it really has been a good over so far. 1 ball to come. He's going to bowl that to the right-handed Vihari.
No, there's no over bowled. Yeah.
Okay, I thought there was still 1 to come. Umpires appear to be consulting. It is the end of the over.
Yeah, it is the end of the over. The scoreboard was just slightly delayed.
Behind. Umpire Jacobs standing in front of the stumps there, confusing me slightly.
Steerman
scoreboard
moves away now.
I think he's going down to the boundary there to grab a bit of a drink on the side.
Yeah, there's a bottle awaiting him as Michael Pretorius now will make his way to... You just seen him run across your screen there. He's going to go down to the fine leg region. Marco Jansen to continue from the Loch Logan end. Deficit now 155. Going at just shy of 40 there. But much better, James, from the South Africans post that absolute flyer that the Indians got off to earlier today.
Yeah, it's been pegged back from with some good bowling. In the gap.
To the left hand of the man in the slips.
Sure.
Zubair Hamza.
Yeah,
probably out of reach.
Yeah, it was well to his left. Had the glasses on that as it went down. Died quite quickly down into the ground. Probably rolled a couple of times to the left of Hamza. But a good delivery. It wasn't
luring him into the shot
at all, was he? And he gets away with it. It's deficit now 151. Partnerships. Batters not being as confident as one would expect them to be. That the choice of bowl after the choice of bowling after tea may have not been ideal on the state of the game, and also the particular pace attack point of view. The that was chosen to bowl after tea had already been quite expensive. Main strike bowler, so afford to slip in. You further damage from a run scoring point of view.
Janssen. Opportunity for a single.
Deficit now 150, and the game is delicately poised. South Africa need wickets now to put together an advantage. One feels that they don't get one or two wickets within the next 10 or 20 runs, these two could take the game away from them from a result, from a win point of view.
For a South African win
Yeah,
perspective.
South African win perspective.
But what it also does is
Tomorrow, Kishan's been by far the most dominant partner in this
string down.
Yeah.
Again. The more he'll play, the more he learn his game, and so this is a good opportunity for him, and him also being around that SA. Went to Pakistan, but didn't play. Invaluable for him, and his
chance to just apply pressure. There has been pressure applied more recently from Steerman and from Janssen, bowling from the Loch Logan end. Steerman's put in a lot of overs already, 4 overs. I think that's probably going to be the norm, 4 over spells from the fast bowlers. Luto Sipamla probably replacing Janssen when he gets to his 4 over spell from the Loch Logan end. Linda's going to need to keep this really tight to Vihari and
catching cover
Kishan
in place. Peter Malan himself.
deficit is, and there's a shout there, but it's chance of a run out, but no real impetus from anybody really. And you see Lutus Pamela warming up his shoulders, but you speak about the ability to exert pressure, and where does that come from? Even when the game is you've got to perform accordingly.
And this is what the job he's doing so well. Oh, are he leaving the stump? And he does know off stumping, as you were mentioning earlier on, Dave. He's got them from the left across. I'm sure he's protecting that. Also,
1.75 for an economy.
That's the best of any of the South African bowlers. Your Hendricks go at 5.4, 4.18. Sapamla and Linda at 4 and over. And it will be Linda to continue from the Willow's End. The drinks break in the middle of the two official tests between SAA and India A.
They want to tweet us. Hashtag it is somebody. Shot.
Yeah, good
down
shot,
the crease, but recover here for George Linder down at long on as Lutus Pamela collects that ball. But somebody pointed out that India A have did the follow on, not really like they were being followed on.
We enjoy from. Well, thank you for coming through the tweet. Saying that you heard the comment for if you're not bowling a no ball of the Mango Oval, you're missing out. Enjoying that. Glenton Stearman certainly agreeing with that, looks like today.
Better line from George Linder. We've seen too many balls that have been straying onto the pad. All a consistent line length to keep things nice and tight.
And
that was
yeah, already on the move. And
the signal is 2 to come.
Not anywhere near a stumping opportunity. Quick work from Sheila there. Make sure that Vihari knows.
Outside of safety.
Lift that back foot maybe slightly off the ground. I'm keeping my eye on you.
There's a lot of bounce.
Is that spot he's hit now 3 times?
Want to hit it
this
more.
Innings. He will, because he's going to have to go across to cover it.
Oh, that was so well. The question is, how was that, Mr. Umpire? But no, bouncy patch there.
helmets, will have a small section cut out the back, so that when players are looking up, their helmet doesn't cut into the back of the neck.
That makes sense, and
There's
that
a bit of an
protection
arc
there, yeah.
at the back, so that you're still protected, but you're not having it cut into the back of your skull.
That makes sense, and we know the batting helmets now have that protection at the back there after the
stem,
tragic,
yes.
the tragic passing of Phil Hughes.
Well, again, just asking numerous questions of these batsmen here. Just a big strike.
Tweets us.
Cut away, and umpire Kluma has to get out the way there. And Steerman collects it, sweeping out there in the offside.
Yes, you can tweet us at using the hashtag SSCricket, or we're also following the hashtag SAAVINDA. It's India without the I.
The second eye.
The second I, not the first one.
Close one eye, and then
yeah.
there you go.
And yeah, we'll be taking those tweets. Dazorzi up close there without a lid.
Yeah, brave man indeed. He won't want to be losing any teeth ahead of holiday meals.
Oh yes, December.
That's when all the good food is, isn't it?
Indeed, and you want to be chewing as often as possible.
All the 7 colours, traditional South African dish, particularly over the December break.
You miss me with beetroot, eh? Sure.
That one just drifted in, and it caught a little bit of a nip off the wicket, but he was able to squash that one down. Was Sarfraz Khan really not under pressure from the spinner here, but all the pressure coming from Marco Jansen at the other end. Hanuma Vihari happy to sit on his bat at the other end.
And you can argue that George Linder just needs to keep the batsman on one side and just find that trampoline there, that variable bounce.
He's just carved that backward of square, but it's collected cleanly, and they get through for just the one. End of the George Linder over.
I think just 2 off it, yeah, the 2 singles. So they were moving pretty comfortably.
159 for 5. These two going at 3.6 to the over. 26 runs in the partnership, and we're seeing Luto Supamla fixing his lug nuts on his wheels there, Tsepo.
His lug nuts?
Yeah, the spikes on his
I see.
on his shoes. I suppose that's the equivalent. When they say he bowls wheels, those are his wheels.
Those are his wheels, yeah, indeed.
Wheels, sorry.
Wheels.
Supamla is going to bowl now. He removes his jersey. He's going to come from the Loch Logan end, replacing Marco Jansen, and he's really bowled well today. But Tsepo, the crucial thing is he needs to continue with the pressure that has been applied by Marco Jansen.
Indeed, and one thing you can say is that when he was brought into the attack for his first spell, that's when the complexion of the game changed. That's when pressure started being put on the Indian batsmen, when they struggled to really find the boundary, and when unnecessary shots started coming. And then we saw the 2 wickets that Steerman took in succession, following him being on that side. And it's just good to have him on the one end while the other end is held up. And Supamla can really strike. He has the potential to do so.
You almost always smell that there's something coming when Supamla has been bowling. Nice and full that time, almost a Yorker length, and he just squashes that down into the ground as Sarfraz Khan.
You'd expect that the South Africans would like Sarfraz Khan to stay at that end, whilst Supamla
let the quick bowl to him,
and just pepper him just a little bit, spice and prepare him. for that wicket. And then what Safraz needs to
go
do...
along with the 7 colours.
As long as there's no beetroot.
Oh, Sipamla on off stump, and he just kicks that out the way. That's a great bit of bowling here from Sipamla. Just immediately hits the mark, Tepo. Straight away, line and length. 3 slips in place. Gully has been done away with.
Like to see that. Just continuously having slips, the slip cordon there, showing that...
2 slips in a gully, rather. They've
moved.
they were just hanging out.
Oh, they were just having a chat. Hendricks
didn't want to be just the 2 of us, yeah.
That's a decent line.
Van Tonder doing the fielding there in the cover region. Michael Pretorius is again on the park. We'll see if we can find who's not on for you. Looks like Clinton Steerman is off once again, or rather he's at fine leg. So it's not him, it's not Bjorn Hendricks, who's also spent some time off. So Pamlak to continue. Oh, a little bit wayward there from him, and Safraz was able to work that down to Steerman on the boundary.
That's exactly what Safraz would want to do, just get himself to the other side as quickly as possible.
George Linder, I think, is the man off the field.
I think you are right. I believe you are, yes. No wide-brimmed hat with the lanky man.
The only wide brims on the park are that of Tony de Souza and Reinhard van Tonder.
Oh, I believe that George Linder just went to go change his spikes.
Pamla again, just outside that off stump. He's just probing away. Slowly, just asking the questions of Hanuma Vihari and Safaz Khan.
Yes.
He's getting there.
Always happy to help, Dave.
Good. You got to bowl in tandem, so
Indeed.
That is the key.
Teamwork.
Does make dreams work. Turning now at the top of his mark. 2 slips in a gully. Just happy to leave that alone, Bihari. Tepo, do you think that this India A pairing have thought about shutting up shop for the day? Are they happy to just leave? 1s and 2s? No real attempt to progress the score?
I think we're still waiting for Khan to just get his eye in before we start seeing any strokes. I think they don't want to throw their wickets away just yet. Happy to just tickle it around from time to time without forcing the issue just yet. They still have time to play, and the South Africans will believe that they have the momentum just a little bit in their favour at the moment. But
I might suggest that it's balanced, this game. I think if you look at both scorecards, only besides Marco Janssen there's no 50s. It's just worked away down to the final region. So Pamela having to do all the work here, and it looks like they're going to consider a third, but not able to do so. In the grand scheme of the game, I think it is balanced. It looks like it's all South Africa. I like to believe that.
No, it definitely is balanced in the grand scheme. But just if we're going moment to moment, the South Africans will feel that they currently have a hold of this game. It might not be a tight grip.
Just drives hard, and good stop there from George Linder off of his own bowling.
But the South Africans are certainly not chasing leather.
No, not at all. Wry smile on the face of the left arm spinner. Continuing to come around. Drift into the pads of Safraz Khan with Dazorzi under the pot lid in front of him at a 30-point region. And that's exactly what he wants. Precisely what he wants. He wants him pushing hard at it, and it pops up to to Zuzi under the helmet. That time just wide on the left hand to Tony. Four balls remaining in this over. Oh, he's just clacked that away. Zuzi's having to do a bit of a dance there to get out of the way.
Saving the single, well done.
To become rather.
I believe, is that Peter Malan? No, 40. It's not Hamza, it's Sarel Arvia at backward point who saved a single.
Yeah, the scoreboard was slightly behind there. Now 2 balls to come, my apologies. As we saw umpire Jacobs just throw the peace sign up, indicating 2 balls to umpire Kulma. Linda floated and sweeps it hard, but there's nobody there in the square leg region. And Fantonda's just going to have to make that journey down to the boundary to collect.
Releasing the pressure there did George Linda. Not a good delivery at all. Not bowling to his field, and it got the treatment it deserved. It got punished to the leg side without any sweeper there. And just going to see a replay of that. You got to love a sweep. A sweep shows a confidence against the spinner getting to the pitch of the ball. So that was good to see.
Confidence and intent.
Indeed.
We asked the question whether or not they were looking to. He does
Oh,
it again. It's copy and
spanked.
paste. Copy and paste. There's been a number of those today, Tempo, that we've said that description copy and paste, but it really has been that. South Africans not learning from their first mistake, but that is the end of George Linda's over. 8 runs in the last couple of deliveries there.
And unfortunately, both coming from George Linda. The time we saw the copy paste, that one middled, even though it was a little bit closer to the body. Didn't have to reach for it as much. But yes, a statement of intent from Khan, who just got himself 8 runs off 2 balls. And just look at looking back at previous scores that these gentlemen have had. Vihari has been he's been on off recently, hasn't converted too often, has converted twice in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe about 10 matches, converted 2 half centuries in the last 10 matches, and one of them was a T20 and the other a first class innings. So yeah, he does have the batting ability here, and we'll be hoping to just take things to the next level here. Got 25 in the last game as well. So he does have the ability. He can get runs, but he needs to be in the middle and soak up some pressure before
And consistently
he really
perform, I think, particularly if I look at those previous first class scores.
well bowled.
He scored 25 in the first game here from the Mangong Oval in Bloemfontein. And then during the county season, he was part of the Indians versus County 11 game at Chesterley Street, 24 and 43. Warwickshire versus Durham, 8 in the dark. Warwickshire versus Essex, 32 and 52. And Warwickshire versus Notts County, 0 and 8. And so he's not having the best time of things, particularly in first class. And he'll want to put in a performance that is notable. Just left alone again downside the off stump.
Yeah, and these games,
Seppo, but not really capitalizing on him.
and these games are an opportunity for him to get time in the middle and to really show his mantle here. So taking his opportunity better here than in the last game, sitting on 34 versus 25 in the last game. And right now, as we spoke about the weight of runs, these runs are very important, because these runs he'll be carrying India to a very decent total with the tail. Right now batting with Khan.
Sipamla, he's bowling really well. A couple of them just left alone outside the off stump. This one straighter onto the line of Vihari. That particular Indians County 11 game, County Select 11, at 24 that we were talking about, coming off of 71 deliveries. KR Rahul picked up the scores there, 101 from 150. And he would want more for himself.
No, definitely. You can see he bats up the order. Normally bats at number 4, and that's normally where you'd expect a lot of runs to come from. Batting in the same position here, so nothing too unfamiliar for him. But now he's going to have to carry the India A team all the way to the end of the innings. You'd like to bat all the way out, carry his bats to the end of the innings.
First job, though, is to see out the close of play today. It's around 45 minutes remaining into the day's play. Just seeing a lovely little conversation there between Björn Hendricks and George Linde, who's back on the park, looking earnestly at his hand, obviously fielding off of his own bowling. He wasn't happy with something. He'd obviously got a bit of grass burn there. Just grass burn on his left hand, the bowling hand, when trying to dive to stop a ball off of his own bowling. He did that, but I suppose it's at a risk of some kind.
Grass burn isn't lekker. Isn't enjoyable.
Yeah, a bit of a lull here in the energy of the South Africans.
And this is exactly what the India A team wants. Once the South Africans begin to wane, perfect. Thank you so much. Once again, teamwork. Once the South Africans begin to wane, that's when they can really step up. Very far away from the second new ball, so we'll be waiting just to wear this ball down, to let it go through the overs and to really cash in. And Vihari will want to be around when you can cash in on that.
2 runs there to finish the Sipamla over. 1 for 28 in 9. And the other wicket takers for today, just the 2 of them. Glenton Steerman, 2 for 46, but those came in 2 balls. 2 and 2. And the other one is Marco Janssen. Don't forget, if you want to tweet us, hashtag at SS Cricket. There's a question around how to compare the South African paces versus the Indian paces. Hopefully you'll take our word for it. Similar type pace attacks. I think Saini at least is the quickest for the Indians in this game. We saw Umran Malik really running in the previous game, but Saini, to me, Tsepo looks the quickest from the Indians, but you might think that Sipamla probably the quickest for the South Africans.
Now Sipamla does look like he bowls balls that could rush the batsman. They reach the batsman quite early. Then you both have sorry.
Yeah, there was a suggestion about Janssen, but I think it's more bounce than pace from Janssen. Well, that is so well bowled by George Linde. That's just narrowly avoided the right hand, or the off stump of the right-handed Sarfraz Khan. He's on 14. They've put 19 together, so really him doing all the graft work here. 14 of those 19 runs.
Hasn't done badly at all. Making a decent contribution with those 2 boundaries.
Down the wicket comes, and it's gone high in the air, hanging, and he's dropped it. Maddening stuff. You've got to take opportunities when they come. And it's Sarul Ervia, who's been at first slip for most of the day. He's come out of the shadow there and been given a prime opportunity to change the game. Sarfraz Khan came down the wicket, Tsepo, and just to try to hit himself out of a bit of trouble there.
Yeah, he was showing the aggression against Linde in the previous Linde over. Unfortunately, not middling that one, and definitely didn't look like that's where he wanted to send it. Could have looked like it was even a thick leading edge that was in the air for a long time, and Arvia was under it. He got under it, he made up the ground, but then as he dove, it just bounced out of his hands, and that's not good to see. You know, as they say, catches win matches, and a drop catch here for the South Africans.
Yeah, you've got to wonder how much that will play a role in the context of this game. Sometimes catches being dropped can upset a batsman's rhythm and mood, and
he might give it away early, or he might just safein, or safein is not the right word, but secure his innings and really start again from the beginning, because in his mind maybe he's acting as though he were dismissed, and so that's why he would need to reset.
He has a second life here. Take the opportunity and not change too much. A well left delivery to end the 47th over here, 174 for 5.
That means that the deficit is 1-2-3.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that this broadcast is sponsored by the City of Cape Town. Come host your events in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination 2020.
"21 overs scheduled for the remainder of the day, but I don't think we're going to see that." Sepamla from the Loch Logan end. Focus, as you can see on screen, on Sarel Ervia. He won't want to be too much on screen. He'll want to probably crawl into a hole. It felt like it was a simpler catch, but perhaps he may not have seen it at the moment that it was hit. But hopefully here Sepamla can get a nick off, and he can get a reprieve at first slip. Oh, just worked away off the hips there. They're running hard here. There's a thought of two, but Tony Dezorzi slamming that door shut with a good bit of fielding.
Appreciated by his teammates there. Got down quickly, got up quickly, and fired it in fast, and you don't want to take a risk there. That would be an unnecessary run out, and you don't want to see that.
You often see that, Seppel, though, when there's a bit of a cage rattled of a batsman. He's uneasy, he's been given a second life, and then he's still mentally processing it and harbouring it, and he won't want to get a second life and then immediately throw it away.
No, definitely not. No need to go gung-ho again, except for if it's a T20 or you're really close to reaching that deficit, but not quite there yet. Well past halfway, but still have quite a bit of runs to make up.
Rate achieved currently 3.6 Tepo. That's a far cry from the high fives on the scoring rate that we saw earlier in the day.
High fives, sevens, my man. Sevens at the beginning of the day. It was pretty intense. It was hard to watch if you're just a fan of cricket, a fan of bowling, because not a decent display. But at the same time, you have to take the opportunities when they come to you. If you're getting bad balls, you need to dispatch them, and props to the Indian team for recognizing the amount of bad balls that were coming at the beginning of the innings.
It's really been a glorious day here at Seppo. There's been no clouds for the most of the day, and I'm struggling to find one at the moment. Maybe there's out on the far side there's a couple of thin clouds on behind the clock tower. As you can see there on your screens, there's a small high altitude cloud bank well into the distance, but it's been an absolutely glorious day, blue skies, and so both teams making the most out of this fixture ahead of the possibility of rain tomorrow.
Oh, that one stayed very low.
Died on its way through to Rashile. Bit of noise from both Reinhard van Tonder and Tony Dezorzi appreciating it. See conversation happening here between George Linder and skipper Pieter Malan, whether or not Linder will continue. Sipamla, 2 slips in a gully, point, cover, mid-off. And he bowls it short, and it's pulled away to the onside. A long journey here for Marco Janssen, but that's going to go for 4. Bit of a release shot there for Sarfaraz, not Sarfaraz Khan, rather. Hanima Vihara, as he gets into the 40s. This partnership with 25 now.
We have a replay now. We're just going to look at Vihari. Decent stance there, high back raise, and yeah, very, very short delivery. Got on top of it very well, and just sent that to Kyle's corner. Very controlled shot there.
So Pamela will want to make sure that he comes back in to contention here.
Now, not what we're used to seeing. A little bit too close to the body and a little bit too short and right there in the slot. It's a lot better.
So Pamela looks far more convinced than his compatriots behind the stumps. So that's the end of the over. Tsepo, in terms of selection ahead of that crucial Indian team tour to South Africa, that 17th of December.
I believe it's actually been postponed. We're going to have a look at this delivery here from Luto Sapamla. Not the best appeal. Inside edge was very, very clear. Maybe thinking it might have hit the pad first, but no, I think that was more just checking if the umpire was awake, if umpire Kuma was awake. But no, a good call in the end. Oh yes, and back to the India series. I believe it has been postponed, and the BCCI and CSA will have to sit down and actually have a discussion on whether it will go on at the scheduled time. They were going back and forth about having 2 test series instead of 3, but yeah, discussions still have to be had. But yes, continue with your question.
Well, it negates the question. if the series is at risk, the choice around selection is not really relevant. I suppose the question is, after this delivery,
Lovely Schlachter delivery.
just a bump ball. It was a crowd catch. He's hit that straight into the ground. But the question I have for you, Tsepo, is you don't want to change your red ball team all that much. You want to be as consistent as possible and only making changes as necessary around form and injury. How certain are you that changes would be made in the current South African squad? We're not going to speculate who, when, how and why, but how many changes do you think there might be, and how likely are they to change it just after this delivery from Linda?
I don't suspect many changes to be happening. Last time the South African national team played a test match was in that West Indies series in the middle of the year, and then it was all one-day internationals, and had a few debutants there that didn't do too well against the Duke ball, but I mean, very few batsmen did.
There's 2 drop catches. That one was cut straight into the gut of Zubair Hamza, and he's dropped it. He looks a bit winded as he gets some sympathy from his wicketkeeper. But twice now, South Africa A have,
as you can see, into the bread basket and right back out again. Hamza will not be happy with that. That's the second drop catch off George Linda's bowling. Oh, and it's also Khan, another life for Sarfaraz. No, it wasn't. It was Vihari.
it was Vihari this time. Shorter and cut away. Umpire Kuma pirouetting to get out the way. Clinton Stierman does the fielding out there in the deep. They just get the single run. So an opportunity to dismiss both batsmen, Tsepo, and not taken, particularly with the catching from the South African A team that wanted to fix that. Sepamla's going to continue from the Loch Logan end.
It seems like it just rushed him, went straight to the body and his hands weren't prepared, as we see some fans just enjoying a little bit of the shade. It looks like they're actually awake now, which is pretty good. I hope they missed the drop catch. I wouldn't want to see that. Imagine waking up to a drop catch. It's the last thing you want to see when you wake up.
You say that's the last thing you want to wake up to see. I have a counterpoint. Waking up to see an off-stump cartwheeling back and umpire Kuma with his left arm aloft. Sani was guilty of it yesterday.
You're not gonna let it go, eh? Not gonna let it go.
No.
Redemption
Kashila
for
was
the
on
man.
naught at the time.
Oh, he was, and got a decent partnership. That is probably the last thing you want to see. Either way, the fact of the matter is it's an opportunity missed for both bowling attacks. So that is quite unfortunate. One, the fault of the bowler, and the second, the fault of a fielder. Very good shot, that.
It's overpitched from Sapamla and just punched down the ground. Collected by Janssen, and that's not gone for 4. That's quite surprising that it hasn't actually made its way all the way to that boundary rope.
I'm assuming just the side of the Loch and end towards the straight boundary. Maybe a bit slow. Still looks quite brown, and also looks maybe not wet, but it doesn't look hard and doesn't look like the ball would be running there necessarily. So yeah, and it did sound like a decent shot, but just apparently not good enough to make it to the boundary.
Just up on his toes is Vihari. There's a number of names, Tsepo, that have been bandied about when it comes to selection for these two teams. The unfortunate thing is that we said it in game number 1 that South Africa had to kind of split resources between the SA game and the SA series.
Oh, yes.
And so this South African cut away, but it's on the bounce to Van Tonder. He has a shot, the non-strikers, and hits. Good bit of work there from Van Tonder. South Africa had to spread resources between 2 series that were happening concurrently. This not necessarily the squad that you would have picked had there not been an SA series. Particularly because some of your senior campaigners in the SA squad were being rested. So some guys have missed out on the opportunity to play cricket because they're part of the
one-day international
one-day
setup against
national
Netherlands.
they're now postponed.
You make a valid point, David. Seems like that may have been the case for Zabeir Hamza and also Kaya Zondo.
They've been included in the squad, but I mean the question is, who would have been in the squad that hasn't been included in the squad since the cancellation? Because we're speaking about selections, and these are only the players that we have in front of us. There are players that are in the mix that would have been part of that series that are no longer part of that series, and there's no space for them here. It's worked away. They're going to take a quick one here. Tony Zolzi releasing early, and that so nearly could have been a run out. Another, well, I don't know if you could call it a clear life there for Sarfraz Khan, but a life nonetheless. 51 overs bowled, 186 for 5. The deficit now Nelson, and Indian fans should be lifting their feet aloft, whilst the South African fans will have their feet firmly planted. So we might just throw one in the air and one on the ground.
Do you lift your feet for Nelson's in the deficit as we just have a look at this run-out opportunity? Just tickled to the leg side. Dzozi got there quickly. That would have been very much out. Barely in the frame when the ball was released. And if it was on targets, that would have been a big one. But at the same time, Dzozi didn't have time to set himself up for the throw. Throwing as he was running. It's not that it hasn't been done before, but it's a very difficult thing to achieve when you only see one stump.
Are you alluding to Temba Bavuma running out David Warner?
My word. He wasn't even running, my friend. He was mid-air, sideways, That was a spectacle and a half, and it's always nice to see great fielding.
I think everybody also loves the exclamation of Timber when from Quinton de Kock. He just leaves that alone outside the off stump. That's precisely what you want to see as a South African fan, because it was the exclamation of Timber and then the run out that followed that give you that good vibe feeling. It's like, or at least for me, it's that Matthew Wade call of Nice Gary from Nathan Lyons Bowling. You just want 10 hours of it on YouTube.
Nice, Gary.
All day long.
Nice, Gary. We've been seeing some decent ground fielding from time to time, some decent gutsy fielding to save a few boundaries, but unfortunately some drop catches, which is not what we want to see. And as I say,
Especially doing a bit of looked like a bit of a windmill there. I don't know if he was doing it for a bit of a show off there.
A rainbow flick. If you play FIFA
Yes.
Streets,
Yes.
you'll know that one. Just over their head. It's a very fun move to do.
OTT.
Over the temple. No, I'm joking. Never over me.
You are too fast. You will catch it.
Indeed. Indeed. Don't test me. Don't test me. Bit of a lull here. South Africans, or at least the Indians, are seeing out the rest of the day quite well. Unfortunately, or actually got dropped twice, so don't want to play with their lives anymore.
Yeah, players kind of drifting towards a damp squib. It's really not going anywhere in a hurry. Only a couple of minutes and we see another drink being brought on. Numerous delays we've seen today at Tsepo, and this is just another one.
I gotta stay hydrated. That's very tough. We were actually speaking to a local player here who played a club game. It's hot in Bloemfontein. Actually, it was Vian. Yeah, Vian was telling us he plays here.
He's our inside man.
He's our inside man. Just a quick one. The City of Cape Town are our sponsors today. Don't forget that if you want to host an event, host it in Cape Town, the world's leading festival and event destination in 2020. But yes, he was telling us even the local teams in a club game were cramping up because of the heat. And you need to stay hydrated, mate. You need to hit that water.
Yeah, the deficit's still on Nelson. You were asking about whether or not you lift your feet for
For the deficit.
I suppose just Nelson is Nelson. Superstition isn't picky.
Yeah, superstition doesn't discriminate.
No.
Whenever you see it, you gotta lift
Particularly
your...
since he was one arm, one eye, and one leg. So definitely can't discriminate. It's driven hard, but not quite timed the way he would have wanted it. That's the problem that does the fielding of his own bowling. Safras Khan here. A life early on Tsepo, where he came down the wicket to George Linder, tried to hit it inside out over cover, not quite getting the timing he would have liked, and dropped by Sarel Ervia. And then at the other end, Vihari was able to escape death by being dropped by Zubair Hamza. So the slip cordon here, who were having a really good day, just drifted in the last couple of hours.
Oh, indeed, it is actually the slip cordon, as this one tickled to a fine leg region. Glenton Steedman picks it up and fires it in as they take a quick two, getting there just in time. But yeah, I think, as we were saying, it's just a lull in concentration there. They were lapsed, or they were relaxed, and when it was time to focus, the balls just rushed them, or at least it rushed Zubair Hamza, and Sarel Ervia not taking the catches as smoothly as he'd like. Maybe as he landed, a little bit of impact on the ground, which wasn't lacquer.
So some of the fans that were in earlier today have left us, probably to begin the dinner.
Oh, classy ram shot. Sipamla firing that in, giving it a big bounce, and Khan just got under it very comfortably. to guide over the slip cordon.
That's precisely why India had that fielder out at third man earlier in the day. He just leans out the way of that one, helps it on its way up and over the slip cordon for a welcomed boundary.
And it's just about taking your opportunities when you see them, and that was one of those opportunities. And right now the South African attack lacking venom. Looks like Sapamla's resorting to the short balls here.
I think it may just be the exception to the rule. He's going to pitch it up again here. He does. It's guided to that backward point region. Stopped by Reinhard van Tonder, trying to throw and turn at the same time.
We'll try to get that in, fire that in as quickly as possible, which is good to see. A little bit of urgency in the field as India moved to 193 for 5. Do you think drop catches affect selection by any chance?
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's just a lapse of concentration. It's not exactly something that could severely harm your chances with bat and ball. I think if you've had a howler in the field, then the conversation comes in, you know, whether or not your fielding would play an impact. Two slips persisting throughout the day for the South African team. Gully in place as well. We've seen those slip cordon throughout the day. Man at point, man in the covers, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. Just defends this one, big stride in and gets over the top of it. End of the Sipamla over. 12 overs, 1 for 44. 193 for 5 after 52 overs. The partnership one shy of 40 runs. Just to really come back and work hard for their runs. You just see a lonely hat there out at cover, probably for Tony de Zorzi as he returns his helmet. And now we'll collect the hat of George Linder, so he'll be twice as protected from the late afternoon sun here at the Mangong Oval. If you want to tweet us, hashtag it SS Cricket. We'll be all too keen to have a look at your thoughts. You've been asking us what we think selections may come as a result of the series. We want to know from you.
Yeah.
What your test
Tell
would be for
us.
the at least your 15 for the first test. That is perhaps going to be in question, but its continuity or its length. Just carves that away, but no real impetus there.
We did see a lot of love on the tweets for Marco Jansen, and I mean, how could you not love the 70 and the very decent bowling display, and also the variation that he offers as a left-hander, just giving the Test captain a little bit. That was close. That was very close to that outside edge there. A little bit of turn could be more and more difficult to bat on the surface as the day goes on, as the game goes on, and Linda extracting a little bit of turn and quite a bit of bounce in that region.
Tonder, the only man out at deep mid-wicket. On the onside.
Now on the offside we have Glenton Steerman in a similar position.
Yeah, just a mirrored position, yeah. He was just hiding behind the overhang here, that's why I didn't see him. Linda's got 2 more remaining in this over. Hopefully he can extract another bit of a magic delivery. Pushed to Björn Hendricks at mid-on there. Marco Jansen looking to cover him there from a mid-off position. He's slightly deeper is Marco Jansen compared to his compatriot at a very wide mid-wicket region.
Something tells me he's there for a catch.
Trying to play against the spin, perhaps. Or Björn Hendricks, at least. He comes into frame once again. End of the over. George Linde has bowled 13 overs now, without a wicket for 39. The only man besides Linde without a wicket is Björn Hendricks, 0 for 44 in 8. And I wonder how much this will hamstring Pieter Malan's ability to comfortably rotate his bowlers. Simple, because when you have somebody who's struggling with the ball, what do you do with him? Well, in this case, it looks like you bowl him.
Yeah.
Because he's going to make a return from the Loch Logan end.
Yeah, it's time that he puts his hand up, does Björn Hendricks, a seasoned campaigner, maybe the most senior bowler that is in the team now, and he needs to show it, not just for the team but for himself as a professional. I'm sure that he wants to compete, and he wants to contribute to the team setup, because he's been in and around the setup for quite a long time.
Yeah, he does have a test cap as well.
Indeed, and
which he picked up 7, I think, against England at the Imperial Wanderers. So knows what success tastes like at the very top, but today has just not been his day. Just seeing a second slip being pushed wider than first initially there. Hendricks round the wicket, just up on his toes goes Vihari, defends that as it dies into the wicket. Vihari takes a walk away to square leg to have a stern word with himself, no doubt, to ensure concentration. He doesn't want to let things slip here as we head into the final 15 minutes of the day's play.
Very important 15 minutes here, and both teams maximum focus in the field, maximum focus under the helmets. South Africa will be keen to see this day out with a wicket. Any wicket right now would be fantastic for the South African team.
Björn Hendricks, 0 for 44 in his 8.2. Yet to taste success of a wicket. He desperately want one. George Linde is at the gully region because Hendricks is bowling. So Arvia and Hamza at 1 and 2. Gully is George Linde. Van Tonder at point. Dazozi and Kava and Malan at mid-off is your offside field. Sepamla is got his leg crossed at mid-on. Just enjoying some quiet time. Marco Janssens having a lekker kuier, a lovely conversation with umpire at square leg, Arno Jacobs. Clinton Steermans lurking out here, side of our vision at least, just around the corner. At fine leg, desperately trying to G his players up. Driven hard, but straight to Dazozi. No real threat there from that one. Partnership still 1 away from 40. 42 on the board for Vihari. He really had to grind for his runs, particularly with a guy like Sepamla bowling from one end and Marco Janssen really enjoying his time. Better from George Linde in this most recent spell.
Better from Björn Hendricks as well, it must be said. Hasn't been erring too much with his lines and lengths, bowling into the right-hander there.
Just as you've said, that he's straight on to the hips, and Marco Janssen's had to try and keep it in, and they're going to run here for 3. There's a massive throw from Janssen, but he just clawed it back before it crossed the boundary, so 1 run shy of the boundary with which he felt he deserved. There's a conversation happening between Vihari and Pieter Malan. I think they've asked whether he can have a drink. Looks like Pieter Malan has agreed. There've been a number of 3s and 4s. We didn't see it as much in the first game, but definitely this game. We spoke about it a lot in game number 1.
A big appeal from them.
Yeah, behind the stumps. They'd love to believe that was anything, but By Guma again, not interested. And neither was Björn Hendricks, crucially, Tsepo, because if Hendricks had gone up, different story.
Would have looked a little bit more convincing.
But a much better over from the South African left arm quick.
Just looking at this replay here, went down the leg side. It did look like it just went past the bat, and might have just hit a thigh pad or a hip pad there.
Another delay here.
I think it was for the drink. Oh, and the umpire says no. Says no to no
He's
to
asking
a drink.
for a pair of gloves. That's what it
Oh.
was. The drink came on, but it was the fresh pair of mittens of that Hanuma Vihari. His oven gloves. It is that hot. It has been that hot. Those shan't be replaced. Umpire Arno Jacobs is not interested in delaying this game any further. Just 11 minutes away from the closure of play for the day. Deficit just 1 run over 100.
Maybe believing that that was some form of time wasting.
Yeah, just defended there from that first ball of the Linda over. He's really bowled well here with Björn, well now Björn Hendricks from the other end. Sepp Hamler before him. Hopefully he'll want to be making sure of it. Linda round the wicket and not as much bounce, but good pace through the wicket. Seppo, that space outside the right-handers off stump has really been a fruitful area for George Linda to extract some sort of challenge for the batsman.
No, and you can see the ball marks there as well. Looks like he's targeting them. They're just outside that off stump.
What it also does, Tsepo, is him bowling where he has been creates a couple of foot marks for him to possibly bowl at
From the other end.
from the other end, yeah.
And he's always...
So you'll see that the landing point where he's just touched now, there's one there, but that's not really of impact.
I think when you see his follow through and the way he sort of prepares himself for a catch immediately afterwards, around that region maybe a decent foot mark. It's still that's still quite a bit full at that point. If a batsman's smart enough, he gets the pitch of the ball relatively easily.
Oh,
Oh,
that one's
big
hit in
appeal.
front, but it's well down the leg side.
No, definitely
Well floated in there by George Linda.
not a bad ball at all.
Yeah, not bad at all. He was hoping for a sweep there, was Hanuma Vihari. And it didn't come right for him. He tried to sweep, but it's too full for him to sweep there. Linda in again, and just on the back foot defending away is Vihari.
A wee bit
End of the over, and now they've allowed the spare gloves to be brought on for Vihari. By Jacobs having a conversation with George Linda around the landing point. Not running into the danger zone, Seppo, but possibly at risk of a no ball. We're just seeing he's commenting around the fact that his foot is lifted when he lands, and so there's no real risk there as long as he's got something behind the line. But umpire Jacobs just maybe giving him a bit of a friendly discussion, a friendly warning. Just keep an eye on it.
Nice and amiable.
Last bit of a push here, Tsepo, for today's play. It's been an enticing day of cricket. It really has been. South Africa were having only 3 wickets in place leading up to today's play. And you would have thought, and we predicted in our build-up to today's play, that after this Henry's delivery, good on off stump, and he gets the applause from Khashile. We honestly thought, Tsepo, that South Africa would be wrapped up in the first hour, and they proved defiant.
I did believe that they wouldn't get past the first session. I believe that's exactly what I said, but it didn't happen the way I expected. And even the wicket was quite a surprise of all the ways to go out. But yeah, seems that's the way the cookie crumbled today for the South Africans. But after a lackluster start, the comeback, you must say, was impressive from the South African bowling attack. It was disciplined, there was line, there was length, and it was an absolute pleasure to watch. And also the Indian opening batting pair did very well to get that 50 partnership, punishing bad balls, of which there were many, to just set a fantastic platform for India now. And sitting on 196 for 5 is relatively comfortable.
Hendricks, and on his toes is Sarfraz Khan. He's had to fend that off a little bit. But there will be a discussion at the end of the day's play between both the South African team and their coaching staff and Captain Milan, but also Priyank Panchal from the Indian camp. And those guys will want to have that discussion and make sure that they wrap it up and ensure that they are just building on plans. Bjorn Hendricks just jumping about there. I don't know if it was something truly sinister. I don't think it was truly sinister, Tsepo. He's just narrowly avoiding the possibility of a dismissal. So it's the same field, unchanged. She slips in a gully. Second slip crouching now into the pads and worked away on the onside. A collection for Dezorzi as they get back for 2.
Fired in nicely.
So for the energy in the field lulling a bit, and possibly off the back of 2 drop catches. The one, a difficult one, you would say, to
Hamza.
No, not Hamza.
Okay.
The
Arvia.
Yeah, he had to run in off the boundary, but Hamza was straight into the breadbasket, as you alluded to at the time.
Right there in the belly region, but a little bit to his right. And you often say when talking about goalkeepers in football and hockey, right there at the hips is a very difficult place to save because that's not exactly where your hands are. But yeah, he should be doing better there in the slips, and even Sadal Arvia should have done a lot better. He did get there, and it wasn't a low catch necessarily, but yeah.
You would have expected him to take it.
Both catches you would have expected to take, but by no means were both catches sitters. That I firmly believe.
Deficit dropping below the 3 figures. 99 is probably the penultimate over tip, or there's about 5 or so minutes left in the scheduled play. It's just clicked over to 3 minutes to go, so
could even be the last over.
Could possibly, particularly if George Lander takes a while to get going here. Round the wicket, wider the crease that time, much wider, forcing the angle.
Indians will just want to see out this game. A good consolidation in the grand scheme of things. If those catches were taken, would have been a different story. But you take the luck that you're given. There's still a slip in pace. It wasn't a slip. The slip hasn't left at all. So South Africans still feeling that there's potential here for a wicket. As this one driven to the man at short cover.
There's also almost nearly diving over that one, but able to get a hand to it and quickly recover. In that catching position, he was at a silly point region for a time, and then at short leg as well. But now he's in a catching position. You would expect your top order batsman to be in the slips.
but the South African A team having Björn Hendricks at gully and preferring to have Tony Dezorzi under the lid most often and catching cover, so trusting the reactions of the young batsman as last ball of the over is defended. 198 for 5.
Was the last ball? Nope, doesn't look like it was the last ball. Second last ball.
I was too excited for the over to be completed.
A bit premature, David, Mr. Midgley.
And it's a dot, so it didn't really make a difference in the grand scheme of things, but still an important delivery nevertheless. Dots build pressure. 44 in this partnership, 198 for 5 after 58 completed overs. So South Africa still a long time before the new ball will make an appearance. And Hendricks from the Logan in much better in this spell, Tsepo. He's been far more consistent with lines and lengths late in this afternoon's sessions play.
Yeah, that is true. In this lull of play, hasn't really done much wrong. Hasn't really done much
right either.
Yeah, so
not very much. Gully disappearing, and George Linder now at the catching mid-wicket position.
It's about timing, David. It's all about timing. Missing an opportunity with the new ball. You've got to wonder what could have been with a little bit more discipline at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that one just drifted down the leg side. You'll see on your screen that there's 3 men out on that leg side. You've just seen Marco Janssen appear in the ring, or he's in your shot, but just the 3 men on the onside in the ring, and there's Stierman working again right down there in the corner, the bottom left of your screen.
Always hiding from us, these guys. Decent delivery there.
No run, yeah. Couple of chirps late here from Reinhard van Tonder. This is probably comfortably the final over of the day, Tsepo.
Yeah, just a little bit of chatter just to see out the day. To call it a day. David, what's your verdict on the day? How do you feel about the day's play? Was it a good day of cricket? Was it a one-sided day of cricket? That's a decent.
In the context of, let's talk about that one first. That's just shaved the off stump. It's if there was a second or third coat of varnish, it might really have taken the off stump for a bit of a walk.
Yeah, and you've got to wonder, where was this earlier? You're going to see it now. Just shaving at that off stump.
Knowledge of off stump is key, and he's proved
and
that.
he had that. Yes, he
It's
definitely
only a
had
bad leave if it hits the stumps.
True.
Other than that, it's considered a good leave.
I've only seen that once in my life.
Where somebody, great stop there by George Linder. You're saying that somebody's left it and the stump has gone cartwheeling back.
I believe it was Aidan Markram.
I've seen it. If you watch Makantini's career, you watch not him, but him dismissing.
Bowling. Yes.
Many a time, somebody left outside the off stump and just jagged back from the right. To answer your question around the flow of play, I think it's very balanced. Very, very balanced. You might say, if South Africa can sneak a wicket here with the last 2 deliveries, it would be them, but it's probably on as even in the context of the game. If there is a boundary to end here, I think if India can get over that 200 mark, then Tsepo, you would say India. But it's very fine margins at the moment. Balanced nicely, and I wouldn't say on a knife edge,
Nah.
but balanced.
I think if you were to ask me, I would prefer to be in the Indian setup at the moment. 2 set batsmen in, got themselves decent scores, got themselves a decent start, and will be able to continue tomorrow. And also with the start that they had at the beginning of the innings, with all those runs they got, yeah, definitely gives them a little bit more of an edge because they have a lot more runs. And that is the end of today's play. It should be, yes. We see umpire Toma just dislodging all the stumps, and that is us. Yes, indeed, folks. Today's play ends on a 98 for 5. Are the
198.
198 for
stealing
5.
that
I
100
keep
runs from
stealing
them.
that 100.
If it was 98 for 5,
That would have been
mate, I would have told you
fantastic.
happily that it was all South Africa.
Yeah, I
Just
know
have a
why.
look at that scorecard now.
198 for 5. It started with Marco Jansen and Sapamna coming to the crease, and Sapamna fell early. Poral got him. He was caught by the substitutes for 3 or 14. Björn Hendricks didn't do too much with the bat here, just getting the 2 runs before Saini sent his cartwheel stumping, sent his stump cartwheeling. And then Marco Jansen and Glenton Steedman, after coming in at 249 for 9, put on a decent partnership there, taking the total to 297 all out, when Glenton Steedman, in a comedy of errors, got run out by Poral. The pick of the bowlers, Poral, 3 for 49, very economical and fantastic with the new ball. But that brought the Indians into bat, and a fantastic start with a fantastic partnership between Prithvi Shaw and Panchal for 57 before Panchal was dismissed by Glenton Steedman, being his first wicket. And the next batsman in, the next ball, was dismissed by Steedman once again, LBW, and that brought in Vihari, but Shaw was unfortunately next one to fall when Sepamla got a thick outside edge that Keshile picked up. Aparajit didn't spend too much time in the middle. Also another edge, but this time Marco Jansen made the moves there. And after that, Khan and Vihari Kishan and Vihari put on a very decent partnership. Kishan unfortunately falling one short of his half century, and then right now, as things stand, Vihari sitting on 45, Khan on 30, and India sitting on 198 for 5 after 59 overs. But we'll be back tomorrow to continue day 3 of this 4-day unofficial test at 10 to 10. So please do tune in, and we will see you next time.